This is Audible.
Purgatory Playhouse, written by E.J. Russell, narrated by Greg Bedreau. Chapter 1. The shower's anemic water pressure did nothing to mask the pounding on the bathroom door. When T.D. Baylor peered through the daisy-patterned shower curtain, an unexpected surge of water shot shampoo suds straight into his eyes. Ow, shit! He turned his face into the stream, only to have it retreat to a bare trickle. God damn it. I know you're in there! The shrill voice from outside in the hallway was unfamiliar. You have 5 minutes to get out! T.D. pressed the heel of his hand to his eyes, willing the sting to dissipate. Turns out his willpower wasn't a match for travel-sized Head and Shoulders. He hadn't been in here that long, surely. There was still hot water, when any water at all deigned to come out of the shower head. Besides, he'd become an expert at bathroom efficiency. You had to be when you were a guest and the only man, in an apartment with 3 women who were virtual strangers. But that voice didn't belong to any of those women, the roommates of a dancer he'd met at a summer stock gig 5 years ago. Angie was the only person he more or less knew in Boston other than his ex. She and her friends had been incredibly kind to let him stay at their place, even though Angie wasn't technically in Boston herself at the moment, since she was on the road with a national tour of Hairspray. Maybe there was a 4th roommate, one he hadn't encountered during his 2 weeks of couch surfing. He rinsed off as well as he could, dried off on the rather threadbare towel he'd picked up at the thrift store for a quarter, and squinted at himself in the chipped mirror. He needed to shave. But when the pounding started again, he figured that wasn't an option at the moment. He picked up his clean boxer briefs from the top of the toilet tank as the doorknob rattled, clicked, and the door was flung open. Jesus! T.D. fumbled with the towel and held it in front of his groin, blinking blearily at the figure in the doorway. I wasn't in here. As his vision cleared, he realized the person glaring at him wasn't any of Angie's roommates, although he caught a glimpse of Nora's chagrined face in the shadowy hallway over the woman's shoulder. 5 minutes. The woman, whose mouth was pressed into a grim line, folded her arms over a chest that would make any Wagnerian soprano proud. If you're not gone, I'm calling the police. Nora made a face at T.D. Really, Mrs. Fry? Mrs. Fry drew herself up and glared at Nora. This is a clear violation of your lease. I'd be within my rights to toss you out as well. It's fine. T.D. didn't want Angie's friends to be punished on his account. He was the one who was stupid enough to believe his douchebag ex, Stephen, when he'd promised T.D. a job and a place to live. Turns out Stephen is really good at offering shit he never thinks he'll have to deliver. I'll go. Mrs. Fry didn't move. Although I'd like to get dressed first. She humphed and marched off down the hall. Nora flipped off her retreating back and then leaned into the bathroom. I'm sorry, T.D. We didn't tell her, I promise. Someone must have seen you come in. No worries. I appreciate you 3 letting me crash here for as long as you did. I should have left last week. Except, of course, that he didn't have anywhere to go. That happened when you completely upended your life and moved all the way across the country for something as stupid as love. Which, as it turned out, was another thing that Stephen offered with no expectation he'd have to put his dick where his mouth was, so to speak. Nora smiled weakly as she pulled the bathroom door closed. T.D. sighed and finished getting dressed. At least it wouldn't take him long to pack. He hadn't wanted to be a poor guest by scattering his shit around the not-very-spacious apartment, so everything was still in his single suitcase, tucked behind the couch that had been his bed since Stephen had informed him stonily that it wasn't a good time for T.D. to be in Boston at all, let alone in his townhome. When he got to the tiny living room/dining room/kitchen, though, his suitcase wasn't behind the couch. It was parked in front of Mrs. Fry. Apparently, she was going to supervise his exit. Oh well. It wasn't as though T.D. hadn't endured worse humiliation in the last month. He'd gotten off the plane at Logan Airport, expecting Stephen to be waiting for him with a kiss and some afternoon so glad you're finally here sex. Instead, he'd gotten a tight smile and a not here when TD had tried for a hug. TD could have forgiven that. Not everyone was comfortable with PDAs, he got that. And he and Stephen had conducted most of their relationship in texts, late-night calls, and occasional video chats. But he would have appreciated being treated as more than an inconvenience. They'd been planning TD's move from Portland to Boston for months. Apparently, Stephen had never thought TD would go through with it. Probably because he never does what he says he's going to do, the asshole. Remind me again why I thought I was in love with him? He eased his suitcase away from Mrs. Fry's gravity well and tucked his shaving kit, t-shirt, and sleep pants inside. The damp towel, Putting that inside the case was nothing but an invitation to mildew stink. He shoved it into the outside pocket and hoped the stupid thing was waterproof. With Mrs. Fry staring pointedly at her watch, he gave Nora a hug. Thanks, I really appreciate your help. She squeezed him back. And we appreciate you fixing the light switch and making dinner every night. She pulled away. You weren't a burden, TD. We were glad to help. He kissed her cheek, earning another humph from Mrs. Fry, and then pulled on his coat, shouldered his lumpy backpack, his cordless drill poking him in the spine. He dragged his suitcase with its wonky caster and his sorry-ass self down 2 flights of stairs and into the gloomy and remarkably brisk October morning. Sighing, he zipped up his jacket, which was perfectly adequate for autumn in Portland but left a little to be desired in New England. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Thank goodness he'd already disconnected and stowed the charger before his shower, but before he could make a call, the door opened behind him, and he glanced back to see Mrs. Fry glaring at him from the stoop. Apparently he wasn't welcome on her sidewalk, either. He dragged the suitcase down the street toward the corner and speed-dialed the same number he'd been calling daily for the last 2 years. Herschel and Park, said an unfamiliar young-sounding female voice. How may I direct your call? Yunji Park, please. May I tell her who's calling? TD Baylor. There was a pause as the obviously new receptionist checked the client list. TD waited. He knew this drill, since he'd been through it several times before. Herschel and Park had a history of hiring extremely competent receptionists and promoting them into the paralegal training track. I don't see that name on Ms. Park's expected caller list. He sighed. Last name's Baylor, B-A-Y-L-O-R. The only Baylor we have listed is a Taylor. TD grimaced. That's me. You're Taylor Baylor? To give her credit, she didn't snicker like almost anybody else who ever heard his name. Yes. With a father who'd made a living writing advertising jingles and a mother who was sometimes referred to as the female Dr. Seuss, TD had had no chance when it came to names. But I prefer TD. Of course. One moment, please. TD leaned against a lamppost, his suitcase sideways between his feet to keep it out of the way of pedestrians, all of whom, unlike TD, had somewhere to go. TD, good morning. Miguel, TD's lawyer's assistant, always sounded as though he'd just consumed his 3rd high-octane espresso, regardless of the time of day. I'm sorry, but Yunji's in court. Can I give her a message? I don't suppose there's any new development. TD tried to keep the pathetic hope out of his tone, but doubted he was successful. Nothing yet. Yep, Miguel sounded like he was informing a puppy that they were out of bacon. Forever. I'm so sorry. I can have her call you. No, that's okay. Yunji hadn't billed TD yet for any of her time during the fight over his mother's estate. She'd always said they could settle up once probate cleared. He suspected she'd never imagined it would take more than 2 years, and counting, to resolve the convoluted mess with his mom's agent. I just wanted to check in. I understand. We'll call you as soon as we hear anything, I promise. I know. Thanks, Miguel. TD disconnected the call and turned off the phone to save the charge. Now what? he muttered to the alarm of two guys passing by with a baby in a jogging stroller. One of them glared at him. "If you don't keep sorry," TD held up his hands, palms out. "No judgment here, I'm gay myself, just having a really, really bad day." He forced a smile. "Cute kid, congratulations." Immediately they both beamed. "Thank you," the one who hadn't glared said. "And if you're having a bad day, can I recommend the caramel brulee latte at Bean There Donut That?" He pointed down the block. "It always cheers me up." "Thanks." They both waved and jogged on, their baby cooing and waving her hands like a tiny orchestra conductor. Because he didn't want to appear as though he'd ignored their recommendation, TD trudged down the street toward the coffee shop. He'd passed it every day on the way to and from the Harvard Square subway station in his vain attempts to find work, but the prices had made him cut the place a wide berth. Once his mom's estate cleared, he'd have money. A lot of it, actually, assuming her sleazebag agent, whom he'd mistakenly considered a benevolent avuncular sort, hadn't somehow embezzled it all. But after Stephen's epic fail on the job front, he was down to his last $10 and change. "That's what you get," he muttered to himself as his suitcase chittered over the cracks in the sidewalk. "For leaving a perfectly good job in your chosen profession, for fuck's sake, for the promise of love." Well, he'd learned his lesson. Never again. Sex, yes. Companionship, maybe. But love? Nope. Never again. Lonnie Coleridge took a deep breath. Something he could actually do now that he'd phased out of limbo and into Purgatory's more physical dimension, and faced the people perched nervously on the 3 shabby green-room sofas. Most of those present were, like Lonnie, the more recent additions to the company, but several of the ancient Greek contingent were present too. "Man, I could really use a drink." But considering the vending machines against the wall in the bare-end kitchenette held nothing but Necco wafers and store-brand cola, warm, decaf, diet store-brand cola, he may as well hope for a stairway to heaven. He wiped his damp palms on the bell-bottomed jeans he'd worn since 1968 and attempted a reassuring smile. Judging by the way everyone's tension level ratcheted up, he wasn't particularly successful. "So, I suppose you're all wondering, is it true, Lonnie?" Tova, the petite seamstress, squeezed between Wilson, a massive black pit singer, and Kiku, the master electrician, leaned forward, her hands clasped as though she were praying for a miracle. "Everything's gone? The sets, the lights, the—" She swallowed, tears glistening in her big brown eyes. "The costumes?" "I'm afraid so." Lonnie gave up on reassurance because, frankly, this was a disaster of, well, mythic proportions. "But how?" Fred, the stocky set construction foreman, sounded bewildered, as well he might. The sets, costumes, even the lighting instruments were corporeal enough, barely, in limbo for the company to prepare for each year's production. But they couldn't actually be destroyed in limbo, any more than any of the souls consigned there could move on. "Everything was ready for the load-in. We triple-checked. Every blasted Doric column phased out of limbo yesterday without a hitch." Kiku nodded. "Even the lights and the light board made the transition perfectly, at least—" She tugged at the chopstick that held her messy black bun in place. "It looked perfect from our side of the veil. The costumes, too, racks and all." Arachne, in her human form, thank goodness, anxiously fingered her spider silk shawl. "We didn't. Lonnie, I swear, we didn't do anything wrong," she wailed. Daphne glared at Lonnie as she patted Arachne's shoulder. "We didn't. The gods could have had absolutely no objections. No objections," Echo repeated, wrapping a comforting arm around Arachne's back. Lonnie held up his hands, palms out. "Nobody's accusing you of error. You all did beautiful work, and we should have been ready for Tech Week starting tomorrow. Except—" Lonnie cleared his throat, and glanced sidelong at the corner where a very sulky Hermes slumped against the wall, his normally golden skin slightly green, except when it was bathed in red from the sporadic flicker of the soda machine. It appears that the monthly Cards Against Humanity game between Hermes, Loki, Anansi, and Coyote got a little more spirited than usual. He tamped down an inappropriate laugh because this really wasn't funny. There may have been copious amounts of nectar involved.
And peyote,
Hermes muttered. He massaged his temples.
Don't suppose you've got any aspirin?
Lonnie dismissed Hermes's grumbles. He was one of the 12 ranking Olympians, for Pete's sake. He ought to be capable of finding his own headache remedies. Although, after the shambles he and his trickster god friends had made of the theater, Lonnie was ready to recommend the same axe that cured Zeus's headache by way of Athena's birth. On the other hand, one Athena was more than enough, thank you very much. Hermes belched and pushed away from the wall, towering over all the ex-humans.
I gotta pee.
He lifted into the air on his winged sandals and aimed himself toward the hallway, his flight path erratic at best. The group was quiet until he vanished in a flutter of white linen, his eczema chitin short enough to flirt with his butt cheeks.
Do you suppose the Pantheon will be okay with, minimalist production this year?
Tova asked.
One without sets or costumes?
In the dark, Kiku muttered.
Are you kidding?
Daphne said in a revolted tone. She was still bitter about the fate that befell her while escaping Apollo's unwanted advances. At least in Purgatory she was human and not a tree, although the skin on her arms sometimes had a distinctly bark-like cast.
Since when do the Olympians make do with anything less than wretched excess?
Wretched excess, Echo parroted. Then again, she couldn't do much else.
But if we can't mount the show with the production values they expect, will we all,
Kiku made a sound like a fizzling outlet. Lonnie wanted to deny it, if only to calm everyone down. However, she'd voiced their mutual fear. They, the souls consigned to limbo because they weren't either bad enough to damn or good enough to ascend, had one chance each year to earn redemption. That chance depended on producing a musical extravaganza that pleased the Olympians and their guests from other pantheons. One night, one performance, and one of them would be awarded sufficient grace to move on, whatever that meant. That tiny ray of hope that this year they'd be the one to be singled out and earn their final reward was what kept them all tied to this half-life. Often, Lonnie wondered if it wouldn't be better to relinquish all hope and simply dissipate into oblivion. He could never decide. But then his inability to commit to any particular course of action was what landed him in limbo in the first place. It wasn't enough, he'd been told the first year he'd awakened here at the Playhouse, to simply not be bad. You had to consciously be good. To the Judgment Committee, indecision was no better than moral ambiguity, and subject to the same punishment. He met Kiku's worried gaze. Hermes has promised to intercede with the Pantheon and find a solution for us.
I'd pay money to see that,
Fred muttered.
Do you really think that will work?
Daphne demanded.
Half of us are here because of the Olympians' excessive self-absorption, lack of self-restraint, and entitlement. And entitlement,
Echo muttered. Tova bit her lip.
Daphne has a point. Hermes will have to confess he was the one who caused the problem in the first place, and the Pantheon is never particularly good at accepting responsibility for their actions.
Lonnie forced himself to smile, even though he had doubts of his own. He promised he would.
Yeah,
Wilson rumbled, his rich bass voice filling the room.
But he's made a career out of thievery and trickery.
That's so, Lonnie acknowledged. But he's never denied culpability. His escapades are sort of a badge of honor for him. The more outrageous, the better.
Honor among gods,
Arachne grumbled.
Kind of an oxymoron, isn't it?
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Besides, he shrugged, it's not as though we've got another option. They all nodded glumly.
It's all set.
Hermes caromed off the doorjamb. He would have plowed headfirst onto the center sofa if Wilson hadn't leapt up, caught him, and set him firmly on the worn tiles.
You're approved for a technician.
Kiku frowned.
A single technician? We've got to rebuild the sets and all the costumes, not to mention hang all the lights since the instruments were destroyed too.
Hermes didn't respond, suddenly much more interested in leaning against Wilson's broad chest than paying attention to the rest of them. Lonnie sighed. He'd need to have another chat with the god about consent, something that was apparently very difficult for the entire pantheon to comprehend. Kiku has a point, he said. Through no fault of our own, it's very likely this show won't be mounted with the extravagance the Olympians have come to expect. The blame will accrue to us, even though we're the victims too. No surprise there. Victim blaming was another of the Pantheon's greatest hits. Couldn't you request at least 3 carpenters, an electrician, and 6 costumers?
Hermes snorted. Not likely. 1 new technician. However...
He stretched the word out, his onyx eyes glinting red when the soda machine lights flashed on again.
They agreed that you could pull in some ringers, Clotho, Lachesis, and...
He mimed scissors with one hand.
Atropos are on deck for costumes.
Lonnie's smile turned to a grimace. The Fates. Wonderful. Just what they needed to set them all at ease.
Prometheus is handling the lighting design.
Hermes scratched the back of his neck.
You'll have to work around his schedule, though. The daily...
He pointed at his abdomen.
You know.
All of them, Greek and non-Greek, winced.
They've also agreed to push back the performance by a week.
A week. Lonnie kept his temper in check, because losing it with the gods hadn't worked out well for so many of them. That set took us all year to build.
Yes, but you were in limbo then. Now that you're here, in this dimension...
He nudged Wilson's ribs with his elbow.
It'll be a lot easier to hold those hammers, am I right?
He grinned at them. Nobody grinned back. Lonnie sighed. Where are we getting this alleged technician? Horror pooled in his belly, his eyes popping wide. You're not going to kill somebody, are you? Just so we can rebuild the set?
Keep your shirt on, Lonnie.
He winked at Wilson.
You can take yours off any time, big guy.
Hermes? Lonnie loaded his tone with warning. Wilson just rolled his eyes.
Okay.
Hermes huffed.
It's all copacetic, I promise. I already posted the job description.
Lonnie shared a mystified glance with Tova and Wilson. Posted the job description where? Some cosmic call board?
Something like that.
He winked at Wilson again and lifted into the air.
Don't worry, it's all taken care of.
He zigged and zagged through the air, stopping at the green room door to gaze back at Wilson, hold his hand up with fingers spread between his lips and ear and mouth. Call me. Then he blinked out. Lonnie winced. Sorry about that, Wilson. I'll talk to him again. Wilson shrugged.
Nah, it's okay. He's never gone further than this really awkward flirting, and he only does it when other people are around. No inappropriate god privileges invoked.
Must be the first time ever,
Tova groused.
I'm still not sure I trust him.
He's their messenger, and if nothing else, he takes pride in his work. I'm sure he did what he said. Lonnie considered the smirk on Hermes' face as he had disappeared. Yes, the god would do what he said, but Lonnie wasn't convinced there wouldn't be some kind of catch. There usually was with Olympians. They all began to file out of the green room.
You suppose we'll get to interview the candidates? Fred asked. I mean, if they're not going to kill anybody, they'll have to recruit someone who's already dead, right? Hey, he brightened. Maybe we could get Leonardo da Vinci. He was brilliant.
Lonnie waggled one hand. I kinda doubt it. He was more of a designer than a builder, and if he's already moved on, why would he commit to 2 weeks in purgatory? Arachne's eyes rounded. Maybe he ended up in a worse place, or with a worse fate. You know, like Ixion on that fire wheel, or Sisyphus with that stupid boulder, or, you know, turned into a blasted spider. I suppose it's possible, but we really need somebody who's a practical problem solver rather than a conceptual one. And probably somebody who didn't have much to lose, because you'd have to be damn desperate to agree to mount a show in purgatory. Chapter 2. TD walked as slowly as he could because the couple were standing at the bus stop on the corner, watching as if seeing him get an overpriced coffee drink would make their entire year. But he didn't have the money for the coffee, and he didn't want to walk in and stand around in everybody's way with his oversized backpack and wonky rolling suitcase. A coffee shop wasn't exactly some place you went to browse. When he reached the shop door, though, the couple were still there. One of them actually lifted his hand and waved. TD sighed. Damn it. Maybe there was something in there that cost less than what he paid for his discount work boots. But as he passed in front of Bean There Donut That's plate glass window, he spotted a possible reprieve. Next to the coffee shop was a Halloween pop-up that TD had never noticed before, its door glowing with a pretty sweet lighting effect. The ornate script on the place's wide window proclaimed it to be Marden's Magic Emporium. Whatever. TD tried to peer through the smoky glass, but couldn't make out a damn thing. However, it had to be a better place to loiter than the coffee shop, and since its door was right there, from the angle the couple was standing, it would look as though TD had taken their advice. He lifted a hand in farewell, waited until their attention was drawn by their kid, and darted inside, cursing softly when that wobbly caster caught on the threshold. He kicked it free, his boots' steel toes were good for something, and pushed the door closed. If he pressed his face against the glass, he could see the couple still standing at the bus stop. For fuck's sake, how long did it take a damn bus to arrive anyway? The MBTA was usually more efficient. He sighed. Guess browsing is the order of the day then. He turned around, squinting in the gloom. Okay, this wasn't like any Halloween store he'd ever seen. For one thing, there didn't seem to be any saleable stock. None of the usual rubber bats, light-up skeletons, or pre-packaged naughty nurse costumes. One battered corner shelf unit held almost nothing, probably because it looked as though someone had been heaving boulders at it and it might collapse at any moment. Another held a prop master's dream collection of books, assuming said prop master was dressing the set for bell, book, and candle. Speaking of candles, the room sported a bunch of them. They smelled vaguely of tangerine, but since they were all alight, the shop couldn't hope to sell them. Maybe they had backstock tucked somewhere. In one corner, several sizable cauldrons burbled and burped, their viscous contents glowing with colors not found in nature. TD parked his suitcase and backpack next to the door. He didn't want anyone to think he was out to rob the place, assuming there was anything to rob beyond the, ginormous mermaid statue holding a crystal ball the size of TD's head. He wandered over to the cauldrons, his professional curiosity piqued. If the sullenly bubbling liquids were held in a shallow, transparent receptacle suspended just under the upper edge, there would be plenty of room to mount a lighting instrument underneath for those virulent color effects. TD itched to take one apart and see how it worked, but that was a prime way to get booted out of any store, or museum, or restaurant, as he knew from experience, so he tracked the drift of steam from the cauldrons up to the ceiling where purple-tinged smoke roiled and twisted. He frowned at the thick clouds. He'd wrangled enough fog machines in his career to know that prolonged exposure to this kind of shit wasn't good for performers or technicians' lungs. Didn't the owner of this shop care about his employees' health? Come to think of it, where were the employees? The glittery arrows on the floor seemed to pulse, pointing the way around the mermaid.
Okay, then.
He'd find somebody and warn them that they really needed to ventilate this place better or they'd be cruising for a workers' comp bruising. The rear of the shop, however, was as empty as the front. A half-open door stood behind a bulky counter. TD had to hand it to the place. That counter looked like actual stone. He'd worked with some talented scenic artists in his day, folks who could make plywood look like marble and masonite look like cracked linoleum. Hell, he'd done it himself, and his skills lay more in set construction than decoration. He rapped one knuckle against the counter, directly below a shelf holding an extremely ratty burlap sack. Shit! He rubbed his hand, the skin abraded enough to show a little blood. The damn counter was as rough and unforgiving as actual granite.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize anybody was here.
TD glanced up from his skinned knuckles. A tall, willowy man, pointed ears protruding from his long platinum blonde hair, suddenly popped up from behind the counter. Clearly, the guy was leaning way into the LOTR motif, down to the jerkin that looked like real suede, as opposed to a cheap Halloween knockoff. No worries, I was just, looking around. TD eyed the sack. Although there's not a lot to look at, where's all your stock?
Oh,
The guy glanced at the door in the rear wall as it swung open to reveal the Gandalf equivalent to the clerk's Legolas. Except instead of Ian McKellen's somewhat ruddy complexion, this guy's skin had a cooler tone, almost as if he were standing under a baby spotlight with an ice blue gel. He nodded at not Legolas and disappeared behind the door without uttering a word. Was that your boss? TD asked. Because I need to talk to him. The guy's eyes, tip-tilted and green as new leaves, widened.
Nobody talks to Marden.
His diagonal brows bunched.
Well, I guess it's more accurate to say Marden talks to nobody.
He smiled brightly.
I'm Joril, and it will be my honor to assist you.
TD narrowed his eyes. You have any trouble breathing? Joril blinked, then sniffed experimentally.
Should I?
Your lungs don't bother you? No urge to cough? No pain in your chest?
No. Why?
TD pointed to the smoke swirling above them. Because this fog effect, as atmospheric as it is, could be affecting your health. Do you know what chemical your boss is using? Joril's expression cleared.
Oh, that's easy. Magic.
TD didn't roll his eyes. Much. Magic. Right. The Emporium's staff was probably paid to perpetuate the illusion. Hell, if they paid him, TD could swear it was actual fumes from the cracks of doom. I, don't suppose you need any help? Joril glanced at the door where the Gandalf clone, Marden, had disappeared.
Does it show that much?
TD gestured to the empty shop. Granted, there's not a lot of traffic at the moment.
I know. I think that's the only reason Marden picked me.
He smiled diffidently.
It's my first day. I really need the job since my clan lost that wager with the Underlake Dwarves.
With a Herculean effort, TD controlled his irritation. It was one thing to not break character. Any performer worth their union card managed that as soon as the curtain rose. But it was another to bury yourself in the part when you were in actual physical danger. Right.
I know I'm not as experienced as Pri or Sizzle or Dotrick, but it's Pri's day off, and Sizzle and Dotrick are in the, break room.
Joril leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially,
It's never a good idea to interrupt them when, dwarven poetry is involved.
He straightened up and his tone turned pleading, a little desperate.
But I'll do my best to help you. Just tell me what you need. You do need something, don't you? That's why people find the Magic Emporium.
Yeah, but
perfect.
He perked right up.
Then let's consult the Save Me sack.
The what now?
Jorel gestured toward the ratty burlap bag with a double flourish of his long-fingered hand.
The Save Me sack! It always knows exactly what you need, even if you don't know yourself.
What I need is a job, a place to stay, and a boyfriend who isn't a total tool. Not like some gnarly prop that looked like a reject from a Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode could deliver that, but Jorel's job could be on the line, and TD could totally relate. Fine, give it a shot. Then, if you need somebody to help you stock your shelves... He glanced around at the mostly bare walls with their rough slate finish. Or, build some shelves to stock. I've got all my tools with me.
Oh, that won't be necessary. All our treasures are in the back.
He shoved his arm into the sack, all the way to the shoulder. How deep was that thing anyway? Could there be a trap in the counter that connected to a compartment underneath? And rummaged around, his tongue at the corner of his mouth. Kind of hard to make a sale if nobody can see what you're selling, TD muttered.
Aha!
Jorel extracted a tiny square of parchment from the bag.
Here we go, the Animith Room. You're in luck. We can bypass the Corridor of Swords. This way.
TD followed Jorel through the arch, trying surreptitiously to check out the parchment. It looked like actual parchment, not a modern facsimile. He really had to hand it to their prop department. The stuff could almost be the real deal, up to and including the slightly blotchy copperplate script that looked like it had been written with an actual feather quill. Jorel took a hard right, and then another, and led TD into a long, narrow room, its air thick with dust. Another safety violation. At least there were shelves in here, twice as high as TD was tall, but they didn't hold shrink-wrapped pallets like a big box store, or even stacks of crates or bales of clothing. Instead, they held bins made of wood, wicker, or metal. As TD trailed Jorel, he checked contents as they passed. No bin held more than a few oddly assorted items, and most held only a single one. This is no way to turn a profit. What the hell are these people doing? He rethought his plan to ask for an audience with Martin and beg for a job. Clearly, the guy was going to have trouble paying poor Jorel and his imaginary dwarf poets, especially since TD still seemed to be the only customer in the place. This storeroom was empty of anybody but the two of them.
Here we are!
Jorel stood aside and gestured to a wicker basket on the lowest shelf like he was a game show host, displaying the contents of door number 3.
Just what you need.
TD squatted down and peered into the dimness. Was that... It looked like...
Go ahead,
Jorel urged as he bounced a little on his toes.
I can't wait to see what it is. You're my very first customer.
I can believe that, TD muttered, but reached into the bin and drew out its contents. His eyes hadn't been playing tricks on him. It was exactly what he'd thought it was. Dog biscuits, as long as his forearm. 3 of them, wrapped in butcher paper that had obviously seen better days. He stood up. Look, I appreciate you trying to help me, but I really don't think you've got the right bin. I don't have a dog. I don't even have a home. Why don't we pretend I never came in here? Tell your boss I changed my mind, and panic flared in Jorel's leaf-green eyes.
Oh no, I can't. You can't. The Save Me sack is never wrong.
His lip trembled.
Unless it was something I did.
Maybe I know. No, it's fine. TD patted Jorel's shoulder before he could burst into tears. I'll take them. He could always dump them in the nearest trash can.
Really? Oh, thank you.
Jorel's smile went nuclear. TD could almost swear his teeth sparkled in the uncertain light. No problem. Maybe. TD checked the bin, but there wasn't a price tag on it, or on the dog biscuits, or their grungy wrapper. What do I owe you? Because even if Jorel had a full-on meltdown at the mermaid's feet, tail, whatever, TD's funds were extremely limited. Jorel beamed.
I don't know.
You don't know?
But the Save Me sack will.
He sang and bustled back toward the door. Unbelievable. TD muttered as he trudged after him, awkwardly juggling the dog biscuits.
It's like the world's weirdest Secret Santa. I should have just bought the damn coffee.
Once in the shop, Jorel made a beeline for the sack again and immediately began pawing around inside. He whipped out a piece of paper, but this one had the perforated edges of something out of an old-school dot matrix printer. Jorel peered at it, brow wrinkling.
I'm unfamiliar with these runes. I may need to interrupt Sizal and Dotrick after all.
TD leaned sideways far enough to peek over Jorel's shoulder. Yep, dot matrix printing.
Try turning it the other way up.
Jorel's cheeks pinked.
Oh, thank you. I have so much to learn.
He flipped the paper.
That's better.
But his frown returned.
What's a Charlie card?
It's an electronic fare card for the Boston Public Transit System. TD had actually been a little thrilled when he'd found that out, as if it were a sign that he was meant to move here. Charlie was a character in a song that started out as a political jingle but was later made popular by the Kingston Trio. The song's transition from jingle to popular folk song was a story his father liked to tell him about how you never knew what significance something could gain over its lifetime, so it was always important to do your best. Having another example of the jingle's continued life more than 70 years after it was written made him feel like part of his dad was still with him.
Well, the price is your Charlie card.
TD's belly tumbled. What?
Or 10...
His brow wrinkled.
Bucks. We don't really have room in here for so many deer, but maybe one of the storage rooms could be refitted as a stable.
It means $10. TD was all for staying in character, but if this guy was disavowing all knowledge of currency, then he shouldn't be manning the cash register. Or sack, or whatever. TD huffed a breath. $10 was exactly how much he had in his wallet. His Charlie card was good until the end of the month, so it was worth more in face value, not that he could get a refund, but without it he wouldn't be able to get around. Since he had nowhere to stay, the bus and the train might be the only places he could get in out of the weather until he figured something else out. Besides, there was that link to his dad. He had a feeling he wouldn't give up the Charlie card even after it expired. He pulled out his wallet and handed over the 10. There you go. Jorel took it gingerly between a thumb and forefinger, his eyes wide.
It's made of paper? That's so odd.
That's not the only thing that's odd, TD muttered. Look, Jorel, be sure you talk to your boss about that smoke, okay? You don't want to end up with lung damage, and who knows what its carbon monoxide content is.
Of course, thank you.
But by Jorel's rather fixed smile, TD suspected that wouldn't be happening. He left the guy by the counter and rounded the mermaid to collect his luggage. Fuck, TD muttered to himself. Even though Jorel was a little over the top with his cosplay routine, TD couldn't, in conscience, allow him to be hurt by the damned smoke. With the dog biscuits clammed under one arm, he unzipped the outer pocket of his backpack and pulled out a pen. When he glanced at the rear of the store, Jorel was humming happily. Could I have a piece of paper, please? Jorel blinked as if he'd never heard of paper.
I don't have any.
What about the one with the payment?
Oh, it's gone.
If it's just in the trash, I can still use it. He frowned, obviously perplexed.
No, it's gone. You paid, so it wasn't necessary anymore.
For fuck's sake, and I thought method actors were bad.
TD didn't even attempt to ask for the parchment with the bin number. It had no doubt gone as well. As he bent over his backpack to see if he might have a stray receipt or grocery list kicking around, the dog biscuits shifted under his arm with a rattle of paper. Idiot, he berated himself. The paper might be grungy, but maybe the random brown stains would add a hint of menace to his sternly worded warning. But when he freed the paper from the dog biscuits and smoothed it out over his knee, it wasn't blank. Wanted, theater technician, October 15 through November 1, carpentry, electrical, costuming, salary negotiable, room and board included. Report by 3:00 p.m. or offer is void. TD's mouth dried. Below the job description was a Boylston Street address downtown. Today was the 15th. How likely was it that this was from this year and not a decade ago? He glanced back at Jorel, who was running a feather duster over the countertop. TD doubted very seriously that he'd have any more information about the job. Mrs. Fry had booted him out just past noon, and he hadn't wasted too much time in the Emporium. He could make it downtown before the deadline. Thank goodness he hadn't given his Charlie card in exchange for the stupid dog biscuits. He shoved them into his backpack. They were too long for him to zip it up again, but who cared? He shouldered his pack and grabbed the suitcase. "Bye, Jorel. See you again sometime." Jorel waved back.
No,
he said happily.
you won't.
TD didn't stop to think about that rather doom-laden announcement. He flung open the door and jogged down the sidewalk, the stupid dog biscuits thwacking the back of his head with every other step. Because no way was he missing this opportunity. Salary negotiable? Room and board for 2 weeks? Hell yeah. In 2 weeks, anything could happen. He'd have money in his pocket, and Angie would be back in town. Maybe his luck was finally turning. It's like magic. But an hour and a half later, as he stood in front of an abandoned piano store, he wasn't so sure he hadn't been the victim of a giant scam. Although, to be fair, setting up something as elaborate as the Magic Emporium was a little extreme just to extort $10 or a T-pass from a random passerby. He checked the paper again and noticed some fine print he hadn't noticed at the bottom. Enter at Steinert Hall door, turn immediately left, descend 8 flights to the Playhouse entrance. 8 flights? The theater was under the street? Whoever ran the thing must have gotten a crazy waiver from the fire marshal, or else there were other less problematic means of egress. TD checked his watch. 2:37, he was still under the wire. So he took a deep breath and marched through the designated door and down, his suitcase clunking on each worn stair tread. By the time he stepped off the last stair into a gloomy hallway with wallpaper peeling off its damp walls, it was 2:48. Still under the wire, but the state of the place didn't bode well for the theater's condition. Well, maybe that's why they needed a technician and chose to hire him in a decidedly alternative manner. TD peered around. The hall ended in a blank wall in one direction, so the door to the right must be the one he wanted. He strode toward it, pretending confidence he didn't feel. But when he got to the door, he noticed a security keypad. It didn't seem to have an intercom. Fuck, now what? He knocked on the door, wincing as his skinned knuckle connected with the rough wood. "Hello? I'm here about the technician job?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then he heard a low rumbling, like a train passing deep underground. He checked the paper again. Next to the directions were 4 numbers, which he'd assumed were some kind of form ID since they seemed to be embedded in the paper rather than printed on top of it. Could they be a security code? What the hell, not like I have any other options. He keyed in the numbers and, miracle of miracles, the LED indicator flipped from red to green and the door clicked as the lock disengaged. Hell yeah! TD pumped his fist once, then grabbed his suitcase, opened the door, and stepped inside. Into a completely dark room. "Hello?" His voice echoed weirdly, as if the place was way bigger than it ought to be. But as the door shut behind him with a final-sounding click, a sulphurous glow sprung up, along with, incongruously, a bank of fluorescent panels high overhead. They didn't illuminate the space very well, they were too far away for that, but there was enough light for TD to see the thing crouching in front of him. It was a dog. But not a dog because it was as big as an MBTA bus, and it had 3 freaking heads with the blunt nose of a pit bull, all of them baring their teeth at him. TD upped his salary negotiable demand by a couple of orders of magnitude because, holy shit, Whoever was in charge of this project had to have serious bank to put together special effects this good. This was beyond Disney, beyond Industrial Light and Magic. He'd heard Boston Dynamics had been making huge strides with natural movements in their robotics. This dog was so lifelike. It actually smelled like a dog. Then it began to bark, ear-splitting baying from all three heads, interspersed with growling that got more and more ominous as the faux beast crept forward. TD stared at it, rapt, waiting to see what its programming would do next. He, because apparently whoever made the robot had been committed to anatomical correctness, crouched in front of TD, and TD could feel the heat of its breath from all three mouths. Then the center head widened its jaws and blinked, nostrils quivering, and the barks disappeared, the growls morphing into whines. He lowered his immense body to the ground and inched forward, nudging TD's foot with one massive paw, then peered at him with 3 pairs of giant puppy eyes. TD laughed. "I bet I know what you want." He reached over his shoulder and drew out the dog biscuits, offering one to each head. They were well-mannered, waiting for TD to present them rather than snatching them or fighting over them. "I'll be damned," TD said as the dog munched away. "The save me sack knew what it was doing after all." Chapter 3. Lonnie was helping Tova move the racks with the singed and tattered costume remains into a storage closet when he heard it. Barking. Lots and lots of angry barking. Cerberus. "Sorry, Tova, I've got to go! Go!" She shooed him away, her eyes wide.
Are you sure you can handle him?
"No, but I'm positive that whoever's just wandered in from upstairs can't." Lonnie raced down the hallway and plunged down the 4 flights of stairs that led from Purgatory Playhouse to the antechamber of Cerberus's lair. How had anyone from upstairs even found the door? It didn't exist for most of the year, and Hephaestus had loaded it with all kinds of security. Allegedly. What if it was their technician? Hermes had promised the Pantheon wouldn't kill anybody, but he didn't actually say that nobody would die, did he? Lonnie's breath stuttered, and he almost missed a step. What if it's one of us? Could somebody in the company have become so despondent over the possibility that the show might not go on, and that all of them would poof out of existence for good, that they'd tried a desperation dash, bolted for the upstairs portal, and gambled on outrunning Cerberus? Someone had tried that once, long before Lonnie had been consigned to limbo. It hadn't turned out well. As he leaped the last 2 stairs, panting, his heart trying to catch up with his pace, the barking ceased. His knees wobbled, and he had to steady himself on the rough plaster wall. If Cerberus had gone quiet, it meant he was probably eating. I don't know that. There might still be time. Lonnie couldn't pass the threshold into Cerberus's lair without suffering the same fate as that long-ago runner, but he could at least offer an escape route to whoever was in there, assuming there was anything left to make an escape. He swallowed thickly and threw open the door. "Who's a good puppy, then?" A deep voice crooned. A good puppy? Lonnie peered through the gloom, standing on his tiptoes to see above Cerberus's back, which, for once, didn't have fur standing up along its spine. He could see the top of somebody's head between several of Cerberus's ears. "Hello?" He kept his voice low, barely above a whisper, but the lair had excellent acoustics. "Oh, hey!" The voice responded cheerfully, and a man rose to his feet, grinning as he patted Cerberus on each head. "I'm T.D. Baylor. I'm here about the tech position. Are you in charge?" Debatable. "If you could come this way, please. Slowly." TD didn't move slowly. He moved as though he were a barely contained ball of energy, a bounce in his step as he circled Cerberus, who ignored him, other than a flick of one ear, and approached Lonnie, dragging a suitcase with one wobbly wheel. Lonnie blinked.
Luggage has changed a lot since 1968.
TD glanced over his shoulder at Cerberus, a fond smile lifting his full lips. Awesome FX. Who built it? I mean, using dog biscuits as the trigger for a behavior emulating program path is genius. Lonnie couldn't respond at first. Clearly, TD was here in response to Hermes' job posting, but equally clearly, Hermes hadn't been precisely forthcoming about the nature of the job. Would TD run screaming once he realized he'd agreed to work, if not in hell precisely, then hell adjacent? As TD got closer and stepped into the light spilling in from the corridor, Lonnie had to catch his breath. TD was beautiful. Tall, lean, broad shoulders tapering to narrow hips, dark scruff dusted his pale, square-jawed face, and laugh lines framed his gray eyes. Precisely Lonnie's type, even though Lonnie had never been able to work up the courage to approach anyone before. Well, before. He'd meant to. He was an actor, and he'd lived in San Francisco for Pete's sake. His family was heavily involved in the civil rights movement, so he had no fear they'd disown him. He'd never worked up the courage, always evaluating a pros and cons list in his head and never actually committing. And then his life had ended. What was the likelihood he'd get any closer to a decision now? Slim to none, because even if TD were open to a relationship with a man, alive versus dead was a pretty extreme opposites attract scenario. He gestured for TD to hurry before Cerberus finished doing whatever he was doing and went on the attack. He stood aside and allowed TD to pass, then shut the door and threw the deadbolt. Phew. He took a deep breath and turned to face TD, with what he hoped was a welcoming smile. But when he met the other man's gaze, TD's smile faded, eyes widening, and his jaw sagged. Lonnie had an impulse to pat his hair to make sure it wasn't doing something weird. Or could it be his skin? Civil rights was still volatile when Lonnie was last upstairs. Had they lost the fight? Had race relations gone backward in last decades? You're... Resigned, Lonnie waited for TD to finish the sentence. You're black. It's not like TD would be here after the performance. He was what the company called a quickie. As in, quick, the opposite of dead. Surely Lonnie could put up with bias and aggression for 2 weeks. Then TD would be gone and Purgatory Playhouse would phase back into limbo. TD shook his head as a shy grin transformed his face from shock to embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's just... You look exactly like Alonzo Coleridge, down to the tie-dyed t-shirt. But that's not possible. He died over 50 years ago. Lonnie's mouth dried and his stomach clenched with something that he couldn't identify. How do you know Alonzo Coleridge? I don't know him, you know. TD smacked his forehead. That sounded totally ridiculous. But I went to the same college, graduated from the same theater department, and the videos of Alonzo's performances. Well, I may have watched them way more than was required for my classes. And the pictures, especially the ones of him as the Pirate King in Pirates of Penzance. Let's say all my pirate fantasies have a very specific cast. There are videos? Lonnie croaked. You studied them? Oh, yeah. Alonzo was a big deal, or would have been if he hadn't disappeared during a riot in '68. TD shook his head sadly. Such a loss. Then he shrugged. Of course, I wouldn't have known him anyway. He'd have been decades older than me if he'd lived, and probably not interested in a lowly techie, even as a friend. I wouldn't be so sure, Lonnie said faintly. College students study my performances? Why? He'd assumed he would have faded into obscurity before his obituary was published. After all, he died on the way to his first professional audition. TD bit his lip and made a face. I'm not too late, am I? The job posting said by 3 o'clock, and it's... He looked at his watch, a puzzled look overtaking the former hopeful one. Great, my watch has stopped too. This just isn't my day. He huffed and met Lonnie's gaze. Look, I swear that when I entered the code it was 2:57. He held up his wrist so Lonnie could see his watch. Which it still is according to this, and I know I spent some time with the robot, but is the job still open? Lonnie took a deep breath. Yes, the job is still open. Great! TD's grin robbed Lonnie of all that air. The posting wasn't too specific, but I think I'm your guy. I've got a degree in technical theater, and my program is pretty insistent that their graduates are well-versed in all the disciplines. He winked. I've even served my time in the costume shop, built Lady Bracknell's corset for the importance of being earnest in my junior year. But carpentry, electrics, prop fabrication, that's where I shine. I don't have a resume with me, but I've got my own tools, and TD, you don't have to prove your credentials to me. He blinked, those amazing gray eyes shadowed by ridiculously long lashes. I don't. Is there somebody else who's the hiring authority, the production manager or technical director? No. The thing is, hey, Lonnie, have you... Whoa! Kiku stopped her headlong rush from the stairs, her eyes widening as she took in TD. Where'd the quickie come from? TD frowned. Quickie? Kiku, always irrepressible, grinned. Sure. You know, as in quick. You mean because I got here before 3 o'clock? TD said, obviously confused. No, quick as opposed to dead. TD slid a sideways glance at Lonnie. Okay. Lonnie sighed. Guess we'd have to have the awkward conversation sooner or later. He'd hoped to be able to ease TD into it a little more gently. What do you need, Kiku? Prometheus wants a lighting inventory. Has Hephaestus come through with replacements yet? Check the trap room. When Tova and I were moving the costume racks before I heard Cerberus barking, instruments were starting to show up. She pursed her lips and whistled long and low. Wow! It's a good thing Lonnie rescued you. The last person who showed up in Cerberus's lair got eaten. She leaned forward and murmured, Slowly. Kiku, shouldn't you move those lighting instruments? It won't do to keep Prometheus waiting. Right. He has to get back to the rock with the eagle and all that. Kiku shook her head. Sucks to be him. Give me Limbo any day. She trotted off down the hall. Lonnie pasted a smile on his face and turned to TD. As I was saying... He peered into TD's face, which had gone very pale. Are you all right? TD slid down the wall, eyes wide. Prometheus? He croaked. Hephaestus. Cerberus. Do you mean he... He jerked a thumb over his shoulder, throat working. Not a robot? Lonnie hunkered down next to him. I'm afraid not. So he could have... He might have... If I didn't have those dog biscuits... TD's head thunked against the wall, his eyes clenched shut. Lonnie gripped TD's shoulder. But you did. You passed the Guardian. And that's why I don't need to check your credentials. If you weren't the right person for the job, you'd never have found the portal, let alone made it past Cerberus. TD's chest rose as he inhaled slowly. So, where am I, exactly? Lonnie stood up and extended a hand to pull TD to his feet, steadying him when he wobbled a little. Welcome to Purgatory Playhouse. Lonnie spread his arms. Or as we sometimes call it, Theater of the Darned. The Darned? You mean, yes, we've all passed through the veil here, all except you, our lone quickie. None of us were bad enough to be damned or good enough to be exalted, so we're here, trying to earn our right to move on. TD blinked rapidly. You mean Purgatory? The Purgatory is located 8 stories under Boston? No, not always. Between our annual performances, we're in limbo, but it's Tech Week, so we phase into this dimension. A smile glimmered on TD's lips.
Since Tech Week is always hell.
Exactly. Lonnie beamed at him. Although this time it'll be 2 weeks since we had a little, incident with the sets and costumes and the lights. That's why we need you. We have to completely rebuild everything in time for the performance on the 31st.
Just out of curiosity, who's the audience?
Olympians and their guests.
And by Olympians, I'm guessing you're not talking about athletes who compete in the games every 4 years?
You'd be right. The Greek Olympic Pantheon.
TD nodded slowly. Right. Greek gods. Totally normal in 21st century Boston. Underground in 21st century Boston.
It makes sense if you think about it.
Lonnie spread his hands.
The Pantheon can't plop a theater just anywhere anymore or co-opt one that's in use. The world is too populated and developed for that. A derelict theater, one that's unusable, hidden, and mostly forgotten like Steinert Hall, is perfect for them. All they have to do is upgrade it a bit to repurpose it for the show.
Sure. Makes perfect sense. TD's voice broke on the last word.
Lonnie bit his lip. There's something else you should know.
Something other than I was nearly consumed by a mythical 3-headed dog on my way to build sets in a cross-dimensional theater so the ancient Greek gods can watch a play performed by dead people?
Lonnie winced. Don't let them hear you call them ancient. Aphrodite is especially sensitive about her age.
Got it.
He tapped his chest.
Go ahead then, hit me. I don't know how it can get any wilder.
Well, the thing is...
He took a deep breath.
I'm Alonzo Coleridge.
TD must have goggled at Lonnie for a good 30 seconds. Are you shitting me?
Lonnie, could he really be Alonzo Coleridge? The Alonzo Coleridge? Smiled a little timidly. I promise you I'm not. Although I find it rather interesting that it was easier for you to accept the presence of the Pantheon and the existence of Purgatory Playhouse than my identity.
Sorry.
TD scrubbed his hands over his face.
It's just... Fuck, I've been crushing on you for years. At least on the you in those videos and pictures. Kind of like mooning over a golden age movie star or celebrity who might as well be on Mars given the odds of my meeting them.
Lonnie edged away, his gorgeous brown eyes a little wild above those killer cheekbones.
Oh, shit.
In all the anecdotal information TD had been able to glean about Alonzo, and he'd been extremely thorough in his research, there had never been any mention of Alonzo's sexual orientation. He'd disappeared before Stonewall, but smack in the middle of the civil rights movement. Oddly, he'd never seemed to participate in any of the protests that were everywhere in the 60s, despite his parents' activism. Even if he was queer, and TD's gaydar was definitely pinging, although that might be wishful thinking, if he'd been dead for half a century, he wouldn't know that LGBTQ rights had made enormous strides since then, particularly in visibility. But the last thing TD wanted to do was make him uncomfortable.
Hey, I apologize for overstepping. Just because I've always found you attractive doesn't mean you owe me anything, even acknowledgement. And unlike some of those gods of yours, I know how to take no for an answer.
Surprise flickered over Lonnie's face. Apology accepted, although it's unnecessary. I wasn't offended, but I do appreciate your less aggressive attitude. He smiled crookedly. Because you're right about the Pantheon, they have difficulty with the concept of consent.
No shit.
TD had taken Greek mythology as one of his humanities electives, and the gods had generally behaved worse than your average entitled frat boy or mean girl.
So, since I managed to make it here without your guard dog taking a piece out of me, I assume I've got the job?
You do. Lonnie's smile turned sly. Although I must admit you were the only applicant.
Hey, I'm not insulted as long as I get paid.
He shouldered his pack and grabbed his suitcase.
The posting said room and board were included and salary was negotiable. Who precisely do I negotiate with?
Lonnie's eyebrows drew together in confusion. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about room and board either. None of us eat or sleep.
TD frowned. Why not? From all the myths I read, the gods were always feasting, sometimes not on things they should.
Oh, the Pantheon eats, but our company, the Darned, are, well, dead.
TD gave Lonnie a once-over, although not in a lascivious way. You look pretty lively to me.
That's because it's Tech Week. We have to be corporeal to do the work.
Figures, TD muttered. Those Greek jokers were the biggest bunch of narcissistic sociopaths ever. Can you eat?
Yes, but we won't ever starve.
I don't care. Eating isn't only about sustenance. Sometimes it's about companionship, relaxation, delighting the senses.
Lonnie smiled brightly, the same smile that had beguiled TD in all those pictures. You sound like someone who enjoys his food.
I enjoy eating. I enjoy cooking. And I enjoy sharing with others. So if I'm going to be here for a couple of weeks, maybe we can convince craft services to expand their offerings a bit.
Lonnie's gaze darted toward the shadows that seemed to gather at the end of the corridor, as though he were afraid of what might be lurking there.
In Purgatory? Who knows?
I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Dining with the Pantheon or the Greeks in our company can be a bit sketchy. Their traditional menus weren't always, shall we say, kosher?
Ah, right. The House of Atreus and all those vengeance-fueled cannibal cookouts. Thanks for the tip. A larger-than-life guy with black ringlets and a smug expression on his classical features drifted down the stairs, courtesy of a pair of winged sandals had approached them. Hermes, I presume. He floated to the ground and struck a pose, his hands on his hips. Ah, Lonnie. I see you've acquired our technician. Sorry, guy, not buying what you're selling. He stuck out his hand. TD Baylor. Lonnie sucked in a shocked breath, but Hermes, after looking down his perfect nose, deigned to shake. Charmed. Are you the one who's in charge of negotiating my salary? A pained expression flickered across Hermes' face. Please, that's Taiki's purview. I'm merely the messenger. In that case, could you please message whoever is responsible for my accommodations? TD patted his suitcase handle. I'd like to get settled and then get to work. I understand we've only got 2 weeks until opening night. TD fully expected to get more gratitude from Hermes, but instead he grinned in an almost familiar way. Precisely. As soon as I knew you were en route, I asked Hestia to prepare your quarters. He turned to Lonnie. He's staying upstairs from the green room. Lonnie frowned.
There aren't any stairs in the green room.
Hermes grinned. There are now. He rose a foot in the air as the wings on his sandals began flapping. By the way, Quickie, the name's TD? Hermes brushed TD's tart comment away. I can't be expected to remember every mortal's name. There are so many of you, and you all look alike. As I was saying, don't try to pass that way.
He waved a negligent hand toward Cerberus's lair and, presumably, Boston.
Again, before your stint is up.
Why not?
Hermes cut a lazy figure eight in the air. Obvious, isn't it? Even if you could get past Cerberus, doubtful, without a bribe, you wouldn't be able to get back in. That was a one-use security code.
TD crossed his arms and fixed Hermes with an unsmiling gaze. I've committed to this job. I won't leave until it's done. That's the way I work.
Hermes shrugged. That's what they all say. Ciao.
He zipped down the corridor, which ended in a blank wall. TD almost shouted for him to watch out, but he blinked out of sight before he could splatter himself against the dingy wallpaper. "Nice guy," TD muttered. Lonnie chuckled. "Believe it or not, he's not the worst by a long shot. He at least speaks to us. Most of them pretend we don't exist unless we're on stage." He reached out and took TD's suitcase. "Come on, I'll take you to your room. Do you need some time to settle in?" TD grinned. "Not me. I want to get to work. I'm not a fan of inaction." Lonnie returned his grin. "Somehow that doesn't surprise me." He led the way up several flights of stairs and hung a right toward a distant door. TD tried to scope out the place, but its dimensions were weirdly hard to determine, and TD's spatial awareness was high. This room was empty and damp, but also unexpectedly warm and humid, making TD regret his jacket. It wasn't heavy enough for Boston autumn, but apparently it was overkill for Purgatory. "So, what show are we mounting?" Lonnie smiled at him as they slogged toward the door, which was taking a lot longer than it should, as if the far wall was attempting to outpace them. "A musical version of A Midsummer Night's Dream." "Musical, eh? Guess your gods will have to shell out some bucks for music and lyrics, then, although at least the book is in the public domain." "They're not my gods." Lonnie squinted at the door. Wait a minute. How were they suddenly within 10 feet of it? "And they still pay royalties." "To whom?" "Shakespeare, of course." Lonnie tugged the doorknob, which appeared to tug back, resisting for a moment before it gave way. "He's writing the lyrics, too." He walked through the door, leaving TD gaping in his wake. He turned, gazing quizzically at TD. "Coming?" TD shut his mouth with a snap and hurried through the door into a much cooler, well-kept corridor. "Are you saying that Shakespeare is one of the darned?" Lonnie waggled his hand in a yes and no gesture. "He's not usually part of our company, but Dionysus commissioned him for this job, and he was morally ambiguous enough to qualify." The hallway was wide enough to walk abreast, so TD fell into step next to Lonnie. "Dare I ask who's composing the music?" Lonnie smirked. "Sir Arthur Sullivan." TD barked a laugh. "No shit. I hope he gets along better with Shakespeare than he did with John Gilbert." "Judging by the shouting that emanated from their studio, probably not." Lonnie stopped at the foot of a staircase that still smelled of fresh pine sawdust. "Huh. I guess there is something upstairs from the green room now." He hefted TD's suitcase and headed up. For a moment, TD was mesmerized by the flex of Lonnie's ass in those worn bell-bottomed jeans. Then he shook himself and followed. "Don't ogle the dead guy," who seemed more lively than oh-so-sophisticated Stephen when it came down to it. But he'd promised Lonnie he wouldn't take a page out of the god's non-consensual seduction book. Besides, he was only here for 2 weeks. It wasn't as though a relationship could go anywhere, even if Lonnie wanted it. At the top of the stairs, TD joined Lonnie on a wide landing with a single door. "I guess this must be the place." Lonnie smiled nervously. "I have no idea what it's going to look like in there. It didn't exist 6 hours ago." TD shrugged. "Well, gods, so I guess they can do what they want." "I suppose, and Hestia is one of the better ones." He opened the door and led TD into a room that was a dead ringer for a Motel 6. "Huh. I guess the gods aren't particularly inventive. Or generous." TD tossed his backpack on one of the queen beds and shut his jacket. "But if we've only got 2 weeks to build a set, hang lights, fabricate props, and construct costumes, I doubt I'll be spending much time here anyway." And it certainly beat the alternative he'd left up on Boston's windy streets. "Now, what do you say you give me the 50-cent theater tour so I can get to work?" Chapter 4. Lonnie couldn't help it. His gaze slid to the bed, to the 2 beds. He hadn't seen a bed since 1968. The darned didn't sleep, so they weren't provided with any. What would it be like to lie in a bed again? His face heated because with TD standing right there, bare inches from a mattress, Lonnie couldn't help wondering what it would be like to lie in a bed with TD. Would his skin be warm? Would his scruffy chin deliciously abrade Lonnie's lips when they kissed? Would his wide chest be smooth or furred? "Lonnie, you okay?" Lonnie jerked out of his fantasy at TD's concerned tone. Good grief, what was wrong with him? He'd never gotten the nerve to act on his impulses when he was alive, so why was his libido suddenly firing on all cylinders now that he wasn't? Maybe because there's no risk? But if there was no risk, there was also no time, even if TD were interested. In 2 weeks, he'd be gone, and Lonnie would be back in limbo, marking time until next year's production. Assuming they didn't all poof into oblivion because they couldn't mount this year's show. Lonnie made himself smile and determinedly forced his gaze away from the beds. "I'm fine. Come on, I'll show you around." TD shouldered his bulky backpack. "I prefer to use my own tools, if that's okay. Does the scene shop have an air compressor?" Lonnie blinked. I'm not really sure. Do you need one? It'll make things move quicker, but if not, I can make do." Somehow, given the way this room had materialized on demand, Lonnie suspected that if TD said he needed an air compressor, then an air compressor would appear. "Let's go take a look." "Cool." He gestured to the door. "Lead the way." As they descended the stairs, Lonnie's back itched with the notion that TD was behind him, watching him. Okay, maybe not watching, but definitely looking, since the bare walls and pine stairs didn't exactly sport much visual interest. He wished he wasn't wearing this stupid tie-dyed t-shirt and old jeans. The company knew that fashions had changed, that technology had changed, that vocabulary had changed since their time upstairs, but not any specifics. Every year, the new information was present in their brains when they transitioned into this dimension, but they never actually experienced the changes. And the darned didn't have any possessions other than the clothes they were wearing when they died. Although if TD and I were naked together, the clothes wouldn't matter. He gritted his teeth as he stepped into the green room. "Stop it. It's not happening." He spread his arms. "Green room." TD surveyed the shabby kitchenette with its ancient Frigidaire, the sagging sofas, the beat-up coffee table, the Formica dinette set. Very death of a salesman. Then he grimaced. "Oh, sorry, I probably shouldn't joke about death, huh?" Lonnie shrugged. "This is Purgatory. Black humor is pretty much the only kind we've got." TD chuckled. "Good point, although..." He frowned as the lights flickered in the soda machine. "It wouldn't kill them to upgrade the place." Lonnie shrugged again. "Purgatory isn't supposed to be comfy." TD scowled, although Lonnie didn't think he was angry with him. "I have a feeling I'm going to get real tired of that reasoning in the next couple of weeks. It's already ticking me off a little." He smiled ruefully. "Sorry, but getting management to treat their artists and technicians decently is kind of a hot button for me. It's okay." Lonnie gestured to the doorway on the other side of the room. "Shall we?" He led TD across the green room, now noticing threadbare throw rugs, chipped tile, and dingy paint, as if for the first time. Had he really gotten so used to it that he wasn't even aware of it anymore? Or had he actually come to believe that that all the darned, deserved no better? Maybe it took a new pair of eyes to allow him to see the surroundings he'd started to take for granted. Save the deep thoughts for later. He'd have a year in limbo before the next show. He could wax uselessly philosophical then. Stepping out of the green room, he pointed to the hallway on the right. "The trap room is that way, along with the entrance to the orchestra pit." He pointed to the left. "Storage for costumes and props, costume shop and rehearsal spaces are upstairs. And straight ahead," he jerked his chin, "scene shop and access to the stage." TD peered toward the left. "You have much costumes and prop inventory?" No, nothing but the current production.
Really?
His eyebrows rose.
What happens to everything after Final Curtain?
Lonnie shrugged. After we strike the show, everything gets tossed into the lava under Mount Etna. Hephaestus uses it to power his forge.
Seems kind of wasteful. What if you wanted to stage a revival or something?
Lonnie shot TD an apologetic, almost pitying glance. The gods aren't interested in anything they've seen before, so no revivals or recycling. Sorry.
Don't apologize, it's not your idea.
TD fell into step next to Lonnie as they walked toward the scene shop.
Can I ask you something?
Of course. Anything.
What's with all the Greeks?
Lonnie stared at him. Beg pardon?
I mean, isn't purgatory sort of a Judeo-Christian concept? Dante and all that? I don't think you're Greek.
No, Lonnie said dryly. Not in the least.
So why are the Olympians in charge of your afterlife?
Lonnie frowned, trying to parse the question. Well, why not?
I'd think anybody's afterlife would be shaped by their pre-death beliefs, or at least their culture. I mean, considering when you lived, your afterlife should be full of student protests, civil rights marches, and the Rolling Stones.
The back of Lonnie's neck prickled. I've never really thought about it.
Are the other darned Greek?
A lot of them, not all.
And considering the age of civilization, assuming you could call it that, and given some of the boneheaded decisions current governments have made, I'm not so sure. Shouldn't there be, well, more of you? Just in the last couple of decades, the number of morally ambiguous people probably outnumbers the grains of sand on the average beach. Way more than could fit on a standard proscenium stage.
Well, I suspect it's because...
Lonnie flopped his arms.
I have no idea of the reason. We don't exactly have access to a lot of information here.
TD grabbed Lonnie's arm and gave it a squeeze. Hey, I don't mean to upset you.
He chuckled,
a warm burr that vibrated in the fingers against Lonnie's skin and sent a shiver down his spine. My mom always said my curiosity would kill me someday, usually after I'd taken apart something I shouldn't to see how it worked.
Lonnie grinned.
Did that happen often? Too many times to count. Although, his smile upped Lonnie's shivers by 10. It got me here without killing me, so I guess.
TD's eyes widened and he swallowed audibly.
I won't. I mean, my parents are both gone. Do you think they'll be somewhere?
No,
Lonnie grimaced.
Sorry, I just didn't want to either freak you out or raise false hopes. There aren't many recent additions to our company. None in the last 4 decades. I don't think you need to worry about meeting anybody you know.
TD sighed. Yeah. Not sure if I'm relieved or sorry about that. He seemed to shake off his melancholy. Never mind that. Let's see the Lonnie! Wilson charged down the hall toward them, a piece of paper clutched in his huge hand. White showed around his dark pupils and his curls were in wild disarray.
Wilson? What's wrong?
Have you seen this? Wilson waved the paper under Lonnie's nose. Did you know?
I still haven't seen it, and won't, unless you actually hand it over.
Wilson bit his lip. Right. Sorry. He smoothed the wrinkled paper against one massive thigh before handing it to Lonnie.
Wilson, this is TD. He's the technician Hermes found for us.
Lonnie glanced at TD.
Wilson's one of our lead pit singers, bass baritone, amazing depth.
TD held out a hand. Nice to meet you. Wilson engulfed TD's hand with his own. Likewise. Sorry about the, drama.
TD chuckled.
It's theater. Drama is kind of expected, right?
Oh, I guess.
Lonnie frowned at the paper.
This is the cast list. We've known the casting assignments since last year.
We know what the assignments were. He jabbed the list with an enormous forefinger. Look closer. He ran both hands through his hair, which accounted for its current state. I'm Oberon, Lonnie. Oberon.
Lonnie gripped the paper tighter and squinted at it in the dim corridor light. Sure enough, Wilson's name appeared where previously Edmund Keene had been listed. He glanced at TD. "Do you mind checking out the shop on your own for a few minutes? I just need to chat with Wilson for a bit." "No problem." TD saluted them with 2 fingers. "Nice to meet you, Wilson. Congrats on scoring the part." Lonnie waited until TD pushed through the door that led to the scene shop and then turned back to Wilson. "Did you talk to Edmund? Why isn't he playing the part anymore?" Lonnie pinched the bridge of his nose. "Good grief. Tell me he didn't have another of those ridiculous arguments with Dionysus about classical style." Wilson shook his head, his eyes still huge. "No." He gulped. "Tova said she heard from Daphne, who heard it from Fred, who heard it from Echo, that he took the exit." The prickles traveled from Lonnie's neck down his spine. "He wouldn't." The exit meant, that's all, folks. It didn't mean moving on. It meant giving up. It meant poof. It meant nothingness. True, Edmund had been treading the Purgatory Playhouse boards for longer than most, back when their theater in this dimension had been located in England, not Boston. But one thing that Lonnie always counted on was the healthy ego sported by any performer. Edmund lived, so to speak, for audience adulation. Had he seriously reached the point where despair outweighed his thirst for applause? But the exit never appeared until somebody had abandoned all hope. Wilson slumped against the wall. "What am I going to do, Lonnie? I've never been anything but a pit singer, not here." "You were a headliner at the Apollo, Wilson. You sang with Bessie Smith, Billie Holiday, Lena Horne. You've got the chops. And you've got all Oberon's songs cold, since you were supposed to sing them for him from the pit anyway." "I know, but Wilson." Lonnie gripped his giant biceps. "You've got this. And with a major part, you've finally got a chance, a real chance, to be visible, to move on." A smile glimmered on his lips. "I thought there were no such things as small parts, only small actors." "You, my friend, have never been small." Lonnie squeezed his arms once more and released him. "But while that old adage might be true for human audiences, you and I both know that subtlety is lost on the pantheons. Now go on. I expect Tova will need to measure you for your costumes." Wilson took a breath, his massive chest expanding further than should have been possible. No wonder Hermes is gaga over the man. "Right. Yes. The show must go on, right?" "Exactly. And to that end, I'd better go help our new technician settle in. And do my best not to suggest I settle in next to him." He tried to ignore the insidious thought burrowing into his brain, twining around his heart, planting the seeds of impossible yearning. "Purgatory?" he muttered as he strode down the hall. Nuts to that. Because this was shaping up to be absolute hell. As odd as everything else had been so far, the scene shop at least was familiar to TD. In fact, it looked almost exactly the same as the shop back at college, its ceiling high enough to allow construction of scenery taller than the proscenium, its concrete floor splattered with old paint. The same deep cast-iron sinks stood in the far corner next to the motorized wall-mounted rack for painting flats. An enormous sliding metal door took up 3/4 of the right-hand wall, presumably with the stage beyond. He huffed a satisfied breath. Just like home. An open door to his left led to tool storage, its cabinets identical to the ones at school. If the pattern continued, prop fabrication was next to tools, maybe with a vacuum form machine. But the door tucked into the corner was a mystery. It didn't have a window inset like tools and props, and the sign mounted over it was lettered in what TD assumed was Greek. He glanced around. The place was empty, except for him. Was he expected to build everything without a crew, for fuck's sake? He was good, but he wasn't that good. And where were the plans for the set? Was there a rendering, working drawings, a model, Something to tell him what he was supposed to be building? Maybe that mystery door led to the designer's office? Guess I'll find out. TD shrugged out of his backpack and dropped it inside the tool room. He walked toward mystery door, checking out the table saw. Saw stop. New. Nice. And the radial arm saw on its dedicated workbench. He was just reaching for the doorknob when Lonnie's voice echoed in the vast space. TD, no! TD snatched his hand back. Sorry, is this a God's-only space? Lonnie skidded to a stop next to him, panting as though he'd run a marathon. No, but... He gulped in air and pointed to the sign. That means exit, in Greek. In ancient Greek. TD studied the door. Exit to where? Nobody knows. He frowned at the door as if he'd like to torch it. And it shouldn't be here. It's the door that leads to nowhere, to oblivion. If any of the darned walk through, they're gone for good. TD raised his eyebrows. Whoa. What would it have done to me? Lonnie narrowed his eyes. Do not open it to find out. Best case, you'd be back upstairs with no way to get back in. Worst case? You'd be gone. You wouldn't be able to get back anywhere. TD swallowed. Good to know. I'll put a warning sign on it for the rest of the crew, assuming I've got one. You do. Or you will. Lonnie smiled wryly. But the rest of the company knows all about the exit. Besides, Lonnie glared at the door again. Next time you're here, chances are the wretched thing will have vanished anyway. Okay. Also good to know. I've got to remember I'm not in Kansas anymore. Or Boston. Or Portland. I don't suppose you've got a Purgatory user's manual that'll lay out all the rules for me? Sorry. But if you can stand it, I'll hang out with you as much as I can until you get the feel of the place. TD grinned. That sounds like the best offer ever. 2 weeks hanging with Alonzo Coleridge? No, Lonnie, because Lonnie was a lot more approachable than Alonzo. But answer me one thing. Anything. Can you use a hammer? Lonnie laughed. I can. And a paintbrush, and a table saw. Although keep me away from those awful ratchet screwdrivers. He held up his left palm and pointed to a crescent-shaped scar at the base of his thumb. I took a major chunk out of myself with one of those things back in the day. Noted. No near-death experiences with the hand tools. They shook hands. Lonnie's skin was warm and dry, his palm smooth. Sure feels alive to me. For a long moment, or maybe forever, he gazed into Lonnie's soulful brown eyes. Then Lonnie drew his hand away and looked down at his feet. I guess you want to get to work, huh? TD licked his lips. Stop it. You're here to do a job, not get it on with your fantasy crush. Right. What exactly am I building, anyway? Lonnie laughed a little weakly. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be a good thing to know, huh? I think the rendering is over here. TD trailed Lonnie into the tool room, where a watercolor rendering of what looked like an entire old-growth forest was tacked to a corkboard. Another rendering of... Is that the Parthenon? I'm afraid so. Not to scale, of course. Of course not, TD said faintly. But what the hell, man? They expect you to build this all in 2 weeks? Actually, they expected us to build it in a year, and we did. But then it got destroyed. He held out his hands, palms up. Hence, your presence. I've got skills and experience, Lonnie, but I'm not a miracle worker. If you expect to have reasonable sets by the 31st, we're gonna need to rework this shit. Who's the scenic designer? Lonnie screwed up his face in a lopsided smile. Dionysus? Great, TD muttered. Now I've got to negotiate set adjustments with a frickin' god. Granted, some set designers acted as if they thought they were gods, but this would be a first. How open is he to changes? To be honest, I'm not sure, but he's the director, not to mention the patron god of theater, so he's invested in making sure the show goes on. If it doesn't, it'll reflect badly on him. TD glanced around. Sure enough, the room held a drawing board that matched the one in his college studio. He strode over to it and pulled a drafting pencil out of the holder. Here's what I'd suggest. You mentioned a trap room. Does the theater have decent fly space, too? It'll have whatever you need. TD stared at him. Seriously? Lonnie shrugged. It's theater in Purgatory, run by the Greek pantheon. They kind of invented theater, so they don't like anybody to insinuate that they're not still its masters. It's a matter of pride. Okay, then. He pulled a sheet of drafting paper out of a wide, shallow drawer. Although, if you ask me, he muttered, pride was kind of a problem for them in general. I guess we can enjoy the fact that it's working for our benefit this time. He frowned with the pencil poised over the paper. If they can configure the theater however they want, why not just replace the sets and costumes with a snap of their Olympian fingers? Because what happens in the theater has to be theater magic only. Otherwise, they consider it cheating. TD huffed a laugh. Well, they'd know all about cheating too, wouldn't they? Lonnie cast a nervous glance over his shoulder. Please, TD, sorry. TD wanted to give Lonnie a hug to reassure him, except that he was afraid the hug might morph into more than reassurance, and aside from the fact he didn't want to come off like an entitled asshole god, they didn't have time. So, Midsummer Night's Dream. We've got multiple locations, right? The forest, which isn't exactly a single place, the palace, the mechanical's meeting place. But this is, as you pointed out, theater. It's not reality. So there's no reason the sets have to be as representational as the original design. Interest sparked in Lonnie's dark eyes. Okay, I'm following. Please, go on. TD started to sketch. Nothing too detailed, just broad strokes. We need a quick way to change the scene without having a bunch of grips running around toting trees, or God help us, faux marble columns. I used this method for another show, and it worked really well. We mount a couple of turntables, metal armature, pretty small footprint, on stage right and left. They're not intended to be sturdy enough to hold the cast, just scenery. So each turntable has 3 sides, so 3 times 3 options in terms of combinations. We leave center stage free, fly in any additional elements we need, and voila. No need to rebuild the Parthenon or regrow the forest primeval. Lonnie stared at the rough sketch, then lifted his gaze to TD, his eyes shining. That's doable in 2 weeks, assuming you've got a welding setup. Lonnie lifted an eyebrow. Hephaestus, remember, he insisted on it. Great. TD grinned. I'm assuming we'll have all the materials we need, too? Of course. A woman with long dark hair bound in a gold filigree rushed in, holding her ankle-length peplus up over her strappy sandals. She glanced around wildly, then ducked into the corner behind one of the cabinets. Lonnie hurried over to her. Is he after you again?
Yes,
she whispered.
He just won't give it a rest, even though he knows what will happen.
TD frowned. Wait a minute, is one of the gods after you? Zeus? Apollo? Those assholes. No. Lonnie put his hand on TD's chest, the only thing that kept him from charging out of the room. He had no idea what he could do against a god, but that didn't mean he wouldn't try. A nail gun could definitely leave a mark. TD, this is Eurydice. TD blinked. Eurydice. As in Orpheus and Eurydice? She rolled her eyes.
Does everyone know about us? It's so embarrassing.
Lonnie opened his mouth, but a man with tousled dark curls poked his head in the room, a lyre dangling from one hand. Lonnie quickly stood up, further blocking the corner from view as the man scanned the room. Orpheus, Lonnie said in a measured tone. Can I help you? Orpheus attempted an innocent expression that wouldn't fool a toddler. Oh no, just, taking a stroll before music rehearsal. Lonnie sighed. We've talked about this. You have to be patient. Orpheus sagged, his faux innocence morphing into dejection. It's so hard. I haven't seen her face for any longer than seconds in over 3 millennia. And that's exactly why you need to be patient. Don't look. Wait. But what if she's not here?
Orpheus edged into the room, although TD didn't think he was trying to scope out the place further. More like he needed reassurance from Lonnie and needed to be closer to get it.
What if this time she didn't make it through the veil? She always has before, Persephone insists.
Lonnie cut a glance at TD and gave a barely perceptible jerk of his head. TD got the message and strolled over to open the tool cabinet, further blocking the corner, while Lonnie took Orpheus by the arm and led him out of the room. Eurydice looked up at him and mouthed, "Thank you." TD smiled, but took his time picking exactly the right hammer, because clearly somebody needed to knock some sense into these people, and it might as well be me. Chapter 5. Lonnie urged Orpheus across the scene shop, toward the door that led to the trap room and orchestra pit.
"You've been through this how many times now?"
"Lost count," Orpheus mumbled, plucking disconsolately at his lyre.
"Well, it's happened every single year since I've been here, so I'm guessing you've never been successful, or you wouldn't be back again." "I can't help it."
He gazed at Lonnie with a hangdog expression.
"You know the gods can't be trusted. They say she'll follow me upstairs, but what if she's not even here to make the trip? Has she been here every other time?"
"Well,
yes. Then why would this year be any different?"
Orpheus just shrugged, so Lonnie prodded him toward the door, away from Eurydice's hiding place.
"Go on, get to rehearsal, and for Pete's sake, be patient." "Easy for you to say," Orpheus muttered. "The love of your life isn't snatched away from you every time you turn around."
"No, because my life doesn't have a love. It never had."
"Then maybe you should stop turning around."
He gave Orpheus a firmer shove.
"No, go, or Euterpe will send the Furies out to find you. Tell me about it. She doesn't cut me any slack, even if she is my aunt."
But he smiled sheepishly.
"Thanks, Lonnie. I know I'm being an idiot about this, but I know. Try to hold out, okay? For Eurydice's sake, if not for your own."
He straightened his shoulders, setting his chin determinedly.
"Right. For Eurydice."
He marched out the door. "Euterpe?" TD's voice, deep and amused, caused Lonnie's heart to jig sideways. He inhaled and exhaled slowly to settle it down and turned, only to have his breath catch anyway. TD was strolling toward him, slipping a hammer through a loop in the tool belt that hung low on his hips. Who knew that could be so arousing?
"Technically the muse of flutes and lyric poetry. She's the music director for the show."
"Interesting." Eurydice peeked out of the toolroom door.
Is he gone?
She whispered. "Yup, coast is clear."
She sighed deeply and trudged toward them.
I don't know what to do about him, Lonnie. I mean, this is just as hard for me as it is for him. I've seen nothing but his backside for millennia.
"At least it's a nice backside," Lonnie offered. She scowled at him.
Not funny.
"Sorry."
He draped an arm across her shoulders.
"I'm sure Tova would let you hide out in the costume shop."
Aside from the fact that would be the first place he'd look, I can't hide. Not this time.
She pulled a parchment scroll out of her peplus. Tova had figured out a way to make sure they had pockets and thrust it at him.
Take a look. Third from the top.
Lonnie unrolled the scroll to find another cast list, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Are you kidding? They cast you as Hermia? Are they nuts? No,
she said disgustedly.
They're gods, and apparently they can't resist another cosmic joke at our expense.
TD moved closer to look over Lonnie's shoulder, and the heat of him, the scent of him, with no trace of sulfur or brimstone, made Lonnie's heart do another time step. "If you're one of the leads, and if Orpheus is in the orchestra—"
Exactly,
she said.
There's no way he won't see me, and as soon as he does—
She flicked her fingers.
I'm gone, again.
"But if you vanish,"
Lonnie said, dismay hollowing his chest.
"we've got no Hermia,
And if we've got no Hermia, that means the show can't go on."
"Crap," Lonnie muttered. TD's eyebrows drew together and he tucked his thumbs in his tool belt. So hot. "Now, I'm not one to talk myself out of a job, especially one that's literally saving my ass, but why would that be a bad thing? It's not as though the gods are making your lives, well, your unlives, easier, and for what? So they can sit in cushy seats, guzzle beer, and toss back popcorn, nectar, and ambrosia, actually," Lonnie said. "Whatever. They get the benefit, you do all the work. Why not go on strike and demand better conditions? Even if this isn't precisely a union shop, the show must go on," Lonnie said dejectedly. Yeah, you're all troopers, I get it, but no, I don't think you do." Lonnie faced TD. "The annual musical is the only reason the darned haven't all poofed into oblivion for good.
Or gotten consigned to Tartarus for eternity,"
Eurydice said glumly.
"And that's no picnic, let me tell you. Purgatory Playhouse gives us a chance, something to hope for. It's the only thing that makes the time in between productions bearable."
TD frowned. "I thought you all hung out in limbo in the off-season."
"Not the Greeks. They're stuck with the fate the gods originally decreed for them. They still have to do the work building sets, making costumes, rehearsing, but it's more challenging for some of us than others,"
Eurydice said. "Crap." TD's curse mirrored Lonnie's, as though Echo were hiding behind the table saw. Eurydice hugged herself, tucking her hands under her arms.
"As soon as we start rehearsing with the orchestra next week, he'll see me, and it'll all be over. And it's not as though he needs to rehearse. He can play the blasted score blindfolded."
"Then why doesn't he?" TD asked. Lonnie and Eurydice both goggled at him. Lonnie found his voice first, but only managed to croak.
"What?"
"Why doesn't he? Play blindfolded. That might solve both your problems. I mean, he can't look at you or you're zapped back to wherever."
"Hades,"
Eurydice said.
"Not as bad as Tartarus, but I wouldn't recommend it as a vacation spot."
"But there's nothing to say he can't hear you, is there?" TD propped his hands on his hips. "That's something I never figured out. I mean, why not just say, 'Hey babe, you doing okay back there?' Why did he have to turn around anyway?"
"Persephone said I couldn't speak until I was back upstairs."
"And that's another thing." TD jabbed a finger toward them. "Persephone eats 6 pomegranate seeds. Pomegranate seeds, for fuck's sake, and she has to stay with her kidnapper/rapist for half of every year? How is that fair?"
Lonnie gazed at TD in wonder. "It's not, of course, but the gods aren't constrained to be fair, they're gods.
Even gods need to answer for being assholes, and Persephone, of all people, should have a little sympathy, rather than deciding her own misery could use some company." TD's glare faded as he glanced between the two of them. "Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox. But seriously, I hated some of those myths. The gods always skated by with behavior that would have gotten them tossed into prison for eternity, yet their victims took the rap."
"Yes, well,
Eurydice bit her lip, hope dawning in her dark eyes.
"You were saying?"
TD blinked. "Oh, right. So, from what I gathered, Orpheus is freaking out because he wants to know you're around, but if he sees you, you're not around for good. A great catch-22. If he's blindfolded, he can't see you, you're safe there, but he can hear you and know you're okay, and he's happy, then after the curtain comes down, you're off to wherever together. Problem solved." Lonnie and Eurydice stared at one another, grins spreading over both their faces.
"We never thought of that,"
Eurydice murmured.
"TD, you're a genius!"
Lonnie lunged at TD and wrapped him in a hug, the hammer digging into his thigh. He felt TD inhale sharply.
"Crap, consent, I'm as bad as Zeus."
He let go and stumbled back a step.
"I'll corner Orpheus after rehearsal and let him know. I'm sure he'll go for it." "Thank you."
Eurydice threw herself at TD too, and he patted her back awkwardly. "No problem. In the meantime, I think you should hang out in the costume shop until we can put everything in motion." Lonnie beckoned to TD. "I'll introduce you and show you the costume renderings. Maybe you'll have a recommendation for those too." TD shrugged diffidently, but didn't hold back when Eurydice took his elbow and hauled him toward the shop door. I can run a sewing machine if pressed, but clothes aren't really my thing. Clothes may not be, but problem-solving most definitely is. Greatly daring, Lonnie took TD's other arm. I can see why you're the one who answered the ad. You're exactly the guy we need. Exactly the guy I need. Too bad I can't have you. Unfortunately, they had to let go of one another to ascend the narrow stairs, Eurydice in the lead and Lonnie bringing up the rear where he had a perfect view of TD's rear. I need to get a grip, and not on TD's rear. When they reached the head of the stairs, Eurydice fairly skipped down the long, dim corridor, but TD hung back to walk beside Lonnie. No, no, no! A woman's aggrieved shout bled through the rehearsal studio door. It's 2, 3, kick, turn, 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 kick, turn, again! The clatter of out-of-sync taps followed them down the hall. TD turned to Lonnie, both eyebrows disappearing under the hair that waved across his forehead. Tap dancing? In Midsummer Night's Dream? It's a concept piece. Dionysus envisions it as a Busby Berkeley-style musical. Busby Berkeley. In the Parthenon. That's some concept. Who's the choreographer? Another muse, Terpsichore. Niobe's kids are the ensemble. TD's expression hardened. Why are her kids here? They didn't do anything wrong. Hell, they're victims too, just like Eurydice. Apollo and Artemis get pissed because Niobe, like any proud parent, boasts about her kids, so they up and kill them? TD's stride lengthened, his steel-toed boots pounding into the floor as he powered down the hallway, forcing Lonnie to trot to keep up. They're fucking mass murderers, he practically shouted as they burst through the costume shop door. They slaughtered 14 innocent people. The gods need to work on their fucking aim because... TD's voice trailed off as he gazed around the room, at all the women who were staring at him in varying degrees of shock. Hi. Lonnie hurried to TD's side and put a hand on his lower back. Everyone, this is TD Baylor, the technician who will be helping us mount the show. TD, this is Tova. He pointed to each person in turn. Arachne, Clotho, Lachesis, Ariadne, and Atropos. TD raised one hand in half-hearted greeting, but Eurydice jumped into the silence. You all won't believe what TD just came up with. The perfect way to keep Orpheus from stalking you, Clotho said dryly. Overreacting, Eurydice replied. Beaming, she told them about TD's solution. When she finished, there was absolute silence. TD cleared his throat. So, I've got to ask, Clotho, Atropos, Lachesis, you're the fates, right? Lachesis didn't answer as she tossed a bolt of sparkly green gauze onto the cutting table. Atropos brandished the shears that Lonnie wasn't sure weren't actually a part of her hand. Clotho inclined her head. We are, but for now, we're the costume crew. Right. Good afternoon, ladies. Hermes floated in, smiling benevolently at them and earning an eye roll from Tova. I must take our estimable technician off to negotiate his salary. He beckoned to TD, and when Lonnie started after them, he held up his hand. Negotiations are private, Lonnie. Don't worry. He waggled his eyebrows. I'll return him to you unscathed. Relatively. TD shot an alarmed look at Lonnie, but followed Hermes out the door. Atropos strolled over, her shears flashing like hellfire even in the fluorescent light. I like him. Put the scissors down, Clotho said, her tone resigned. You're not allowed to cut his life thread. We're not responsible for his fate. Atropos smiled slyly. Aren't we, Atty? Lachesis' single word made Atropos sigh. Oh, very well. But I still think he'd make an excellent addition to the company. He has darned written all over him. TD followed Hermes down an improbable number of narrow hallways and up an impossible number of steep staircases. "I'm gonna need a fucking map," he muttered. Hermes, who was still floating about a foot off the floor thanks to his winged sandals, chuckled. "It wouldn't do you any good. Things here in Purgatory change according to our needs." TD narrowed his eyes. "When you say our needs, are you talking about the company as a whole or just you guys?" "By you guys, do you refer to the Pantheon?" "Yeah, if that's what you call yourselves." "I call you a bunch of sociopathic, narcissistic assholes, but that's just me." Hermes merely smiled and didn't answer. "So, tell me," TD said as Hermes zipped down another stairway, leaving TD to trot in his wake. "You're the messenger, right?" Hermes lifted one shoulder. "Yes. Why, thinking of shooting me?" "Keeping my options open." Hermes laughed. "I like you. The Magic Emporium came through for us, just like Cassandra said it would." He opened a door at the bottom of the stairs and gestured for TD to walk through into a room that was a dead ringer for his dentist's waiting room. TD stopped and crossed his arms. "We'll unpack the Magic Emporium thing in a minute, but Cassandra, the Cassandra, another one of the mortals who was fucked over by your pantheon, is she stuck in purgatory too?" Hermes tossed his black curls. "I believe she'll be playing Puck, another misunderstood sage." "So you're finally listening to her prophecies?" "Oh, people always listened to them. They simply ignored them. Even though she was right every fucking time?" He grinned. "When she says that line, 'What fools these mortals be,' you can bet she'll be loading it with a whole lot of subtext." "I can believe it," TD muttered. "So what made you decide to follow her instructions for once?" "Because I am not a mortal." He flitted off down a short hall to a door with a golden nameplate. "Yeah, but 5'll get you 10, you're still a fool," TD muttered and followed. The nameplate on the door read Taiki, and under it, "Fortune and Prosperity, Retribution on Request." Hermes knocked once and flung the door open. "Here's our quickie, my dear." "Shut up and get out, Hermes," growled a gravelly voice. Hermes leaned closer to TD and stage whispered, "She's a charmer, our Taiki. Pro tip, don't turn your back on her, or your spine could be sporting an unscheduled switchblade." "Hermes!" Taiki bellowed. "Going!" He stood aside and motioned for TD to enter. "Good luck." Then he widened his eyes in faux shock. "Oh, wait. That's her department." He flew off down the hallway, cackling like a sitcom laugh track. TD stepped inside, half expecting to be confronted by a monster out of the classic Greek playbook. Scylla? Charybdis? Medusa? But the woman behind the wide, glass-topped desk looked more like the student teacher from TD's high school AP English class. Petite, heart-shaped face, Cupid's bow mouth, alabaster skin, shiny black curls caught up in some kind of golden hair thingy. She was also scowling like TD's woodshop instructor after the class had used the 6-inch table saw to make bologna tacos. But her scowl seemed to be aimed at Hermes' retreating back. She sighed, and her brow cleared a little, although she still didn't look exactly cheerful. "Please close the door and have a seat," she said in a voice rivaling a 3-pack-a-day smoker's. TD did as she asked, settling in a padded side chair that looked like an IKEA second. She gazed at him for a moment, unspeaking, until he wanted to squirm in his seat. "I assume you know why you're here." "By here, do you mean here in this office or here at Purgatory Playhouse?" Was that a smile making her lips twitch? "Both, I suppose." "I gather you need a theater technician." "We do.
And apparently you need a job.
I do. He leaned back and propped a foot on his opposite knee. But that doesn't mean I won't negotiate for the best possible deal.
I'd expect no less.
She folded her hands on the desk, her fingers as delicate as a child's.
Shall we begin?
First off, what's the deal with the Magic Emporium? She blinked, and he got the impression she was startled, if not surprised.
You found the Emporium?
Wasn't hard. It was right there on Kirkland Street. This time she did smile.
Indeed. Well, the Emporium only appears in time of dire need.
TD wanted to snort, but then again his life had definitely taken a hard left into WTF territory, his presence in Purgatory a case in point. It wasn't exactly hopping, though. This job has a short timeline. Hosting the opening there was a bit of a gamble, wasn't it? She shrugged.
Not really. The Emporium has its own rules. We needed a technician, you needed a job.
She spread her palms.
I'd say it was serendipitous, but not precisely a gamble. I only bet on sure things.
Okay. What's your offer?
I thought you wanted to negotiate.
I do, but I want to know your baseline first, then we'll go from there. She steepled her fingers.
2-week residency, room and board included. You employ your technical expertise to mount the show successfully by October 31st, including acting as the lead stagehand and striking the set afterwards. Then we return you upstairs, salary in your pocket.
And what is that salary exactly? She smiled a little enigmatically.
What do you want it to be?
Oh no, you're not suckering me into a blind deal like that. Say I ask for something, but the only way I can get it is if you take it from somebody else? You tell me the monetary compensation you're offering, and then we'll discuss the package. Her smile didn't dim, which worried him a little.
Very well.
She named a dollar value for 2 weeks' worth of work that made him blink, even if the workload involved busting his ass. That's a start, he croaked. Then he cleared his throat. But let's talk about the hostile work environment.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
You absolutely do. All these people are operating under the threat of your pantheon. Perform or die. Technically, they're already stopped. Just stop. You've created this situation where they exist and function just like they did when they were living out their normal lives, so as far as I'm concerned, they're alive here, same as me. She waggled her hand.
There's a difference. You're still humanly vulnerable, they are not.
TD blinked again. So, I don't get a free pass while I'm here? I still need to follow my shop safety rules, eat sensibly, drink plenty of water, blah blah blah.
More or less. The residents aren't required to eat or sleep, but
no. TD leaned back, the chair wobbling a bit when he changed position. I call bullshit. You think I'm going to eat in front of them? Sleep while they work? I don't think so.
But as you point out, if you don't follow your own health rules, you run the risk of joining the permanent ranks.
Then here's my first demand. Craft services for everyone. Cast, crew, orchestra, administrators. The Purgatory Playhouse Company shares meals. Her eyes narrowed.
That will be rather inconvenient.
So is rebuilding an entire set from scratch in 2 weeks. He shrugged. Keeping everyone comfortable and happy while we bust our asses doesn't seem like an unreasonable request.
Anything else?
No more threats of retribution from the Pantheon. No gods using their position as an excuse to exploit the company. TD scowled. The darned shouldn't suffer any more abuse because the gods have a shitload of serious character flaws.
You drive a hard bargain.
Do I? Is it too much to ask for decent behavior from you guys? For you to cut out the retribution for shit that isn't even the victim's fault? She regarded him, her head tilted to one side.
So let me understand you.
Your major demands are for the other Purgatory residents, not for yourself?
They're for me too. Plays are collaborative. A show can't shine, technically or artistically, if the company is unhappy. And whatever else you can say about me, I take pride in my work. I want this production to succeed. For Lonnie's sake, for Eurydice, for Wilson, for all Niobe's tap-dancing kids. It only makes sense for the perks to apply to everyone. Her expression didn't change, and for a minute, TD was afraid she was going to call his bluff about the ultimatum and send him packing. But instead, she made a peculiar motion with her fingers.
Our resources aren't boundless. If I agree to your terms, I may need to reduce your cash salary by, shall we say, half?
TD shrugged. I can live with that. The amount she'd quoted was twice what he'd have gotten if Stephen had actually come through with the promised job.
Done.
She flicked her fingers again, and he wondered if that was some kind of behavioral habit or if it actually accomplished something. Considering what he'd seen in Purgatory so far, he suspected the latter. She leaned back in her chair and smiled at him, her expression a little too self-satisfied for his peace of mind.
Should you require anything further, Hermes will be your contact point.
Great, TD muttered. She raised an eyebrow.
Is there a problem?
TD didn't want to press his luck. Besides, he'd worked in theater since he was a teenager. He could handle egos. Not a one. Now, if you'll excuse me. He rose and hitched up his tool belt. I've got a set to build. She gestured toward the door.
By all means.
He stood there for a moment. How did you take your leave of a god? He doubted Emily Post or Miss Manners had a chapter on that. He sketched a salute and walked toward the door.
And Mr. Baylor.
He paused, his hand on the doorknob. Yeah?
Welcome to the company.
Her smile was definitely smug.
I believe you're exactly what we need.
Well, that wasn't ominous. But TD shook it off because, as he'd told Tyche, he had a set to build. Chapter 6. You sure he'll be okay here for a while? Lonnie handed Eurydice another pillow for her impromptu nest at the back of the costume storage closet.
Absolutely.
She patted the royal purple cloak covering her lap and brandished her script.
I'll study my lines.
He lifted an eyebrow. You don't need to study your lines. You know this play backwards and forwards, the same as everyone else in the company. We've been immersed in it for a year. She wrinkled her nose.
Fine.
She pulled a paperback out from under the cloak.
I'm reading one of Kiku's romance novels. Everyone else has had a go at them except me because Orpheus always ambushes me before I have a chance.
He chuckled. Enjoy then. I'll let you know when it's safe to come out. She didn't answer, already absorbed by the book, one of a half-dozen that had been on Kiku's person when she'd met her fate. He waved to the costume crew and headed for the green room, his mind whirling. The blindfold plan was perfect and totally necessary, because Eurydice was right. Orpheus didn't need to see to play, particularly if he could arrange for the percussion section to be relocated next to the first-chair lyre. Of course, history had proven that he had a little trouble adhering to the rules, even when they were life or death. Maybe if they... He stumbled to a halt at the green room entrance. What the heck? Did I take the wrong turn? He glanced behind him, but the dim corridor was the same one leading to the stairs to the costume shop. The vending machines were the same, the flickering soda machine and the nearly empty snack machine, but everything else had been transformed. The walls, which had been a sort of dingy gray, were now sky blue and decorated with murals of puffy white clouds, as if the place were floating in the heavens. The shabby orange sofas had been replaced by a grouping of leather recliners and couches with deep cushions.
The battered drop-leaf dining table was now a gleaming oak trestle that had to be at least 20 feet long, which only fit because it sat in an actual dining room beyond an archway that hadn't been there an hour earlier. Lonnie crept forward, jaw sagging. The place was at least 3 times its previous size, not counting the new dining room. The stairs to TD's room, he had to fight a surge of heat at the thought of those beds, were no longer raw pine, they were polished oak, and at least a foot wider than they'd been. And the kitchenette, well, it no longer qualified as an et. It was beyond another doorway and practically commercial grade, with gleaming steel prep surfaces, an L-shaped butcher block counter, two massive stainless refrigerators, an 8-top stove, and an oven big enough to roast the Erymanthian boar. A young man stood at the stove, his back to Lonnie, and when he turned, Lonnie had to blink. With his soft, dark curls, liquid brown eyes, smooth tanned skin, and wide white smile, he had to be one of the most beautiful people of any gender that Lonnie had ever seen. But oddly, despite his perfection, he didn't stir Lonnie nearly as much as TD. Lonnie swallowed, still trying to figure out what the heck was going on. This is different. The man chuckled and surveyed the kitchen, an expression of deep satisfaction on his face. I know, right? It's exactly what I've always dreamed of. Sorry. Lonnie edged further into the room. I'm Lonnie. You are? The man slapped himself on the forehead. Sorry. He hurried over, hand outstretched. Ganymede, happy to meet you. Lonnie goggled. Ganymede? You mean the Ganymede, Zeus's cupbearer? Ganymede rolled his eyes. Please, like nobody can decode that euphemism? Heat rushed up Lonnie's throat. However, Ganymede didn't appear to be embarrassed by the pronouncement at all. Of course, Zeus had to keep up the pretense, which means I had to actually carry the blasted cup at all the feasts. And do you have any idea how boring those feasts are? Nothing but freaking nectar and ambrosia. He surveyed the kitchen with a contented sigh. Now I'll be able to finally present some really delectable food. Lonnie bit his lip. If you don't mind my asking, why are you here? Ganymede blinked his enormous eyes. Didn't anyone tell you? He grinned and slapped his chest, which was covered by an apron that read, Kiss the cook and lose your balls. I'm craft services. I'll be catering all the company's meals. But the company doesn't have meals. You do now. That deliciously deep voice sent shivers from Lonnie's nape to his heels. TD. Lonnie had to take a moment to compose himself before he turned. TD was leaning in the kitchen doorway, ankles crossed as he grinned at them both. Hubba, Ganymede murmured. Is he on the menu too? TD either didn't hear Ganymede's comment or chose to ignore it. He sauntered over and offered Ganymede his hand. TD Baylor, nice to meet you. Ganymede. He took TD's hand with both of his. Charmed. He fluttered his eyelashes, but TD seemed immune. He just smiled and released Ganymede's hand, gazing around the kitchen with an expression of satisfaction. Your gods might have some unfortunate attitudes about entitlement, but I've got to admire their speed. You... Lonnie swallowed around a lump in his throat that he suspected was his heart. You did this? TD shrugged. I negotiated company meals, but, to be honest, I didn't expect anything more than decent takeout. I never imagined Tyche would go over the top with on-site meal prep. Oh, that's easy, Ganymede said. Nobody can come in or out of the playhouse safely while we're in this dimension, so we couldn't actually get delivery without, adding to the body count. His grin was nearly blinding in his gorgeous face, but again, TD seemed unfazed, regarding him with nothing more than faint amusement. And this gives me the opportunity to show what I can do.
Ganymede.
TD's eyebrows drew together.
Wait a sec, you're a victim too.
Ganymede glanced away, looking uncomfortable for the first time. I had it easy compared to most of the folks here. No horrible death, just eons of boredom interspersed with Zeus chasing me around any available horizontal surface.
TD's scowl deepened. He molested you?
Oh, honey, he molested everybody.
Ganymede buffed his fingernails on his apron.
But all I had to do was say, "Why, Hera, back so soon?" and he backed off like I was a plague victim.
Lonnie glanced at TD in surprise. Was that a growl emanating from TD's chest? Well, he won't be doing it here. None of them will. He turned to Lonnie, his gaze earnest. In addition to craft services for the company, I insisted on an end to the hostile work environment, including the sexual predation. Lonnie's heart tumbled in his chest. You did? Are you kidding? Of course. Nobody can be expected to give a decent performance if they're worried about getting accosted in the nearest toilet stall by some god with no personal impulse control.
Very true,
Ganymede said, nodding sagely.
And you wouldn't want Daphne turning into a laurel tree in the middle of her scene because Apollo was waiting in the wings to paw her. For one thing, trees are notoriously bad at line reading, and for another, it would really screw up the set to have a tree rooted in the middle of the stage during scenes that are supposed to be set in the palace.
He leaned into TD and whispered,
Daphne's playing Helena, you know.
But Lonnie was having a little trouble absorbing all these changes.
I thought Sarah Bernhardt last-minute recasting, Ganymede said. Sarah's having trouble with her prosthesis again.
Lonnie frowned at Ganymede. How do you know all this?
Cup-bearer, remember?
He rolled his eyes again.
And nobody gossips worse than the gods when they've imbibed a little too much nectar.
He wrinkled his nose.
Sloppy drunks, all of them.
So, TD said slowly, is there anybody else in the cast who's been victimized by the gods?
Who hasn't?
Ganymede held up one graceful hand and counted off on his fingers.
Niobe as Titania, so at least she gets to have her kids around her, since they're playing tap-dancing fairies, of all things. Actaeon is playing bottom.
Actaeon? TD glanced between Lonnie and Ganymede. Isn't he the guy who got turned into a deer and torn apart by his own hunting dogs just because he happened on Artemis when she was bathing in a fucking public forest?
The same, although he's intact and human for the show if you're worried about that.
Ganymede patted TD's arm.
And the whole ass's head thing is strictly costumes and props, not actual bestial transformation.
Good to know, TD ground out between clenched molars. Ganymede tapped one finger against his lips.
Let's see, who else? Oh, Medusa is playing Hippolyta.
He leaned into TD again.
Snaky hair, but the turns-to-stone face is toned way down, back to her original, I believe.
He grinned.
Wouldn't do to have your ensemble turned to boulders mid-production number, now would it?
I don't believe this, TD muttered. All of them were punished for being victims of the gods in the first place.
Well, gods.
Ganymede shrugged.
What can you do? Now, if you'll both excuse me, I've got dinner for 72 to prepare.
He clapped his hands.
I can't wait.
He bustled over to the left-hand refrigerator and opened its double doors, pulling out what seemed like an entire field of parsley while he hummed When the Foeman Bears His Steel. Lonnie tilted his head toward the green room door.
We should probably get out of his way.
Although TD was still glowering at an inoffensive knife block, he nodded curtly and retreated to the newly spiffed-up green room. He stared at the leather sofas, but it didn't seem like he was actually seeing them. On the other hand, Lonnie's heart was so full he wasn't sure he could speak. He'd spent his entire life avoiding taking a stand, coasting on his parents' wealth and influence, unwilling to make the effort to, well, make an effort.
But TD had been here less than an hour, and already he'd not only taken a stand for people he'd never met before, but actually effected change, something none of the darned had ever attempted. We just assumed we had to take the hand we were dealt. But maybe, instead of folding, they should have actually played the game. Lonnie approached TD and placed a tentative hand on his arm. "Thank you." TD shook his head, not meeting Lonnie's gaze. "It was nothing. Or rather, it was something somebody should have done a long time ago." Lonnie snatched his hand away. "I know. We were too complacent, too accepting. No." TD turned to him, his eyes wide, and gripped Lonnie's biceps. "Not you, not any of the darned. I mean the fucking Pantheon. It seems like none of the company would be here except for a transgression or an overreaction by the gods. Why make you all suffer even more for things that were entirely their doing?" "Well, I don't think we were all entirely blameless." Shame scalded Lonnie's belly. He could definitely have done more with his life. "Really?" TD jerked his thumb at the kitchen. "Seems like Ganymede's only crime was being beautiful enough to catch Zeus's wandering eye." You think he's beautiful?" Lonnie croaked, his belly tumbling. TD's expression morphed into wry amusement. "If that's the only thing you got out of my rant?" His grip tightened on Lonnie's arms. "We definitely need to have a conversation about beauty versus attraction." With Lonnie's scent of vanilla and musk teasing him, Lonnie's skin warm under his palms, TD found it difficult to concentrate. Did he seriously think TD was interested in Ganymede after TD had gone all fanboy on him within 5 minutes of their first meeting? He licked his lips, his gaze dropping to Lonnie's mouth. A kiss. What would he taste like? But half the people at Purgatory Playhouse were here because some asshole couldn't take no for an answer, or didn't bother to ask the fucking question to begin with. He didn't want to be one of them. And in any case, he had a set to build. So, he let go. Was that disappointment in Lonnie's dark, fathomless eyes? If I'm lucky. Maybe they'd have time for a little more getting-to-know-you stuff over dinner, since they'd all be eating together now. I should probably get down to the scene shop, get started on welding. Think my crew will have reported by now? Oh. Lonnie rubbed his arms where TD's hands had been, because he wanted to banish the touch or because he wanted to retain it. Ask about that later. Yes, of course. They should be furies, take it! Somebody muttered from over by the vending machines. TD turned to see another obvious Greek, this one in a rather damp linen kilt and not much else, glaring at the open soda machine. TD grinned at Lonnie and jerked his thumb at the guy's hand truck, stacked high with cases of soda and snacks. Guess the meal deal includes stocking up the vending machines, although I didn't specifically ask for it. Lonnie smiled wryly. Watch. I'll do anything you tell me to. So TD watched. The guy ripped the shrink wrap off the top case, bottled water by the look of it, and stuffed the plastic in a nearby trash bin. But when he reached for the bottles, they slid out of his reach. He cursed and tried approaching from the other side. Same deal. He tried positioning his hands on either side of the case and closing them quickly in a pincer move, but only succeeded in resoundingly smacking his palms together. TD had had just about enough of the gods and their shenanigans. He lifted an eyebrow at Lonnie, who shrugged. TD was a little disturbed by Lonnie's apparent indifference to the vending machine guy's trouble. If the machines didn't get loaded, nobody could grab a soda or a snack in between meals, and sometimes a hit of Mountain Dew was the only thing that kept TD going during a tech week all-nighter. But maybe there was some rule that said the darned couldn't interfere with one another? Whatever, those rules don't apply to me. Let me help. He strode over to the guy and grabbed 3 bottles out of the case. Here you go. The guy peered at TD from under his matted bangs, his mouth hanging open. He inched his hands forward, and when they closed on the waters, he actually whimpered. He turned and loaded them into the machine. TD glanced over to see both Lonnie and Ganymede staring at him with wide eyes, but when Vending Guy turned back, his hands out, TD shrugged and passed him some more bottles. TD tossed the empty cardboard flat into a bin with the recycling logo and uncovered Score! Mountain Dew. He ripped off the plastic and handed a couple of cans to Vending Guy, who didn't seem annoyed that TD was butting into his gig. But if he had a solid few hours of welding ahead of him, and he did, provided Hephaestus came through with the rig, then he wanted a cold soda waiting for him. As he handed off 2 flats worth of dew to Vending Guy, he noticed the lights flickering on the machine's front panel, and the fact that there was no cool air escaping from the open machine. Hold on a sec. Vending Guy slumped, his expression forlorn. You have other things to do, I'm sorry. No, it's not that. TD tilted his head, listening for the telltale thrum of the coolant compressor. Nada. Fuck. Warm dew? I don't think so. He peered at the control board inside the door and found the problem immediately. The connector for the cooling component was dangling in the air, and the one for the panel lights was half disconnected. He wiggled the light plug and the damn flickering stopped. As soon as he seated the connector for the compressor, it spun right up with an almost relieved hum. There. He straightened up and grinned at Vending Guy. Ready to get this puppy loaded? Vending Guy nodded emphatically, so TD helped him fill up all the racks. When they closed up the machine, everything still seemed to be working. TD peered at the coin slot. How much does a drink cost? They're free, Lonnie said faintly. Cool. Or rather, they would be cool, but TD would test it after the refrigeration had a chance to take effect. He frowned at the nearly empty snack machine. Necco wafers? Seriously? Who the hell ate those anymore? They were worse than chalk. Apparently, the darned shared TD's opinion of the nasty things because their row was filled while everything else was empty. But Vending Guy had flats of snacks on his hand truck too, and TD spotted M&Ms in the mix. Need help with loading those too? Vending Guy flashed grateful puppy dog eyes, although said eyes were sunken in his gaunt face. This guy needs a few snacks of his own. He opened the machine with trembling hands as Lonnie and Ganymede hurried over and started removing shrink wrap. At first, TD thought they'd take over passing things to Vending Guy, but they stood back and let TD continue. Weird. But if he got a pack of peanut M&Ms out of it, he'd deal. They finished up, and TD dusted off his hands as Vending Guy locked up the snack machine. TD glanced at Vending Guy, whose lips were cracked and dry. Let's test these babies out, shall we? He punched the button for a bottle of water. It rattled down into the dispenser bin, and TD picked it up. Not very cold yet, so I think I'll hold off on my dew. He held it out to Vending Guy. Want to try it out? Vending Guy's eyes widened until TD thought they might pop out. He reached out a trembling hand, and when his fingers closed around the bottle, his breath caught in what sounded suspiciously like a sob. But when he tried to open the bottle, he couldn't seem to grasp the cap. Here, let me. TD twisted the cap off and lobbed it into the trash bin. There you go. He turned his attention to the snack offerings. Peanut M&Ms, definitely. They plopped down into the tray, and he tucked them into his pocket. He glanced back at Vending Guy, who was guzzling water as if he hadn't had anything to drink since the Carter administration. M&Ms for him, too? Nah, peanut allergies were a thing, and he didn't want to take chances, so he picked a granola bar instead. Given that Vending Guy hadn't been able to open his water bottle, TD peeled the wrapper off the granola bar. Shoot, I thought this was the cinnamon raisin kind, but it's just oats. He offered it to Vending Guy. You want it? Ganymede made a strangled sound, and Lonnie seemed to be holding his breath. Vending Guy delicately plucked the bar out of TD's hand, leaving the crinkled wrapper behind, and shoved the whole thing in his mouth. Hey, watch out, you don't want to choke. Vending Guy mumbled around his mouthful, something that might have been thank you if granola hadn't gotten in the way. Then he grabbed his hand truck and wheeled it off down the hall. Shaking his head as he opened his M&Ms, TD watched him go. Man, that guy needs some serious carbs. Don't you know who that is? Ganymede demanded, bouncing on his toes. Let me guess, TD said dryly, sauntering over to Lonnie and offering him an M&M. Some dude who, shocker, got on the wrong side of the gods. You might say so. Lonnie sounded like he was about to pass out, so TD lifted his limp palm and dumped half the bag into it. Nothing that can't be cured by peanut M&Ms. That's Tantalus. TD paused, with an M&M halfway to his mouth. Tantalus. Wait, he's the guy who has to stand in a pool that recedes whenever he tries to drink? Lonnie nodded. Underneath a tree with branches that blow out of reach whenever he tries to pick the fruit. So he hasn't had anything to eat or drink for several thousand years? TD gazed down the hallway where Tantalus had vanished. No wonder he looks like an Atkins plan survivor. What did he do? Turn down Zeus's offer to bend over the nearest plinth? According to the party line, he killed his own son and served him up in a stew to the gods, just to see if they'd notice. I mean, who does that? Nobody. Ah, right. The House of Atreus' progenitor. TD exchanged a glance with Lonnie. Did the kid actually die? Oh yeah, Ganymede intoned. If Tantalus didn't do the deed, then who did? Ganymede huffed. Who was the one who took a bite? Demeter, Lonnie said. But she's, the whole Earth Mother thing. She wanted to get back at Zeus for not forcing Hades to let Persephone go. Because it was so off-brand for her, nobody even suspected her, and she let Tantalus take the rap. Forever. TD narrowed his eyes and studied Ganymede. Let me guess. You know this because of more nectar-induced gossip? Ganymede winked. Oh, the things I could tell you. But now I need to get my pita dough rising. He zipped back into the kitchen. TD wadded up the candy wrapper and slam-dunked it into the trash. Shit, Lonnie, I don't care what any of the darned have done. The fucking Pantheon are the ones who need some divine retribution. I couldn't agree more. TD glanced sharply at Lonnie. His tone had been a little throaty, and the way he was gazing at TD was almost, well, TD didn't want to call it worshipful because clearly worship had resulted in gods behaving very badly indeed. But soft? Yeah. Hot? Could be. Appreciative? TD could only hope. For now, he needed to get on with his job, and maybe, just maybe, he'd have a chance to follow up on that appreciation before this gig was over, and they were separated by the goddamn fucking veil. Chapter 7. You're drooling. Lonnie startled at Ganymede's murmur. I'm not. He tore his gaze off of TD's retreating back and glanced over his shoulder. Am I? Ganymede shrugged. I'd like to think it was in anticipation of my fabulous gyros, but since I haven't even started to marinate the lamb yet, I can't really claim credit. He nudged Lonnie with an elbow. He likes you too, you know. You should go for it. Lonnie grimaced. He likes what I used to be, upstairs. Or at least what I was when I was on stage. But there's kind of a giant chasm between us now. I mean, he's alive. I'm not. Honey, we're all in purgatory right now. The playing field will never be more level. Yeah, but... Lonnie flailed with both arms. Did you see what he just did? He gave Tantalus food and water, something the poor guy hasn't tasted since umpteen BCE. He bypassed the god's punishment. He's... Gah! Ganymede bit his lip. Probably not going to be popular with the Pantheon, I'll give you that. But I heard that he got sent here because he actually walked into Marden's Magic Emporium to snag the technician job description. He wouldn't even be able to find the Emporium if there wasn't a dire need. So, he's meant to be here. The question is... When Ganymede didn't continue, Lonnie glared at him. The question is, what? Ganymede winked at him. Exactly whose dire need are we talking about? He turned around and sashayed back into the kitchen. Now, go away and drool someplace else. I have lamb to marinate and vegetables to roast. Lonnie heaved a sigh. Even if he and TD were technically existing on the same plane at the moment, the way TD had been able to bend the purgatory rules already was a big freaking indicator that they were vastly different. Vastly different and about to be slammed with work if they intended to get this show up on time. And of course, anything else was unthinkable. If they failed, or if the performance wasn't up to the Pantheon's standards, all of the darned could very well become the non-existent, or the damned. Of the two, non-existent was probably preferable because from what he'd heard about Tartarus, no, just no. He checked the clock above the new sofas. Yikes, he needed to get to the rehearsal hall and retape the floor with TD's new set design. The choreography and blocking would have to change, but there'd actually be more stage real estate available for those tap numbers and the crowd scenes that Dionysus dearly loved. With all the cast changes, Lonnie would get a workout as prompter today. The folks who were accustomed to performing probably wouldn't have too much trouble, but anyone who wasn't ordinarily on stage, Actian, might find Shakespeare's language a little more challenging. He set his shoulders and marched determinedly out of the green room and made his way to the rehearsal hall. He needed the distraction of feeding people their lines today, if only to get his mind off TD. No matter how gorgeous, how kind, how competent the man was, he was still a quickie. And even if he harbored a crush on upstairs Lonnie, Purgatory Lonnie was a very different kettle of insecurities. Or am I? In life, he'd never committed to a purpose, a cause, or a person. Was it really any different here? He was the jack of all trades, the company gopher, studiously avoiding making any decision that would force him to engage. But anything else, including joining the cast of any show since he'd landed here over 50 years ago, might force him to remember. And remembering might make him regret. And that would be unbearable. He might be the one to seek the exit. Stop whining. His existence, in limbo or in purgatory, was miles better than so many of the darned. He had nothing to complain about, and he intended to keep it that way. As he approached the rehearsal hall, the door inched open and Eurydice peeked out. When she saw Lonnie, she said, "Is the coast clear?" Lonnie nodded. "I told Euterpe and Orpheus the deal." He smiled down at her. "Despite your confidence in his ability, he'll need extra rehearsal to play the score blindfolded, but he's highly motivated to succeed, as you can imagine. He's confined to the music studio until tech rehearsals, when blindfold rules go into effect." Her shoulders sagged with relief. "Thank goodness, because we've got enough to worry about." Alarm sparked along Lonnie's skin. "What?" "I know Oberon was recast. Now it's Demetrius and Lysander too, and Theseus." Lonnie pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please tell me Theseus isn't actually playing Theseus?" That guy went way beyond darned, and with Ariadne, one of the people he'd wronged the most working in the costume shop, this was purgatory, not hell. "At least not yet." "No." She peered up at him, eyes wide in the dim corridor. "It's Ixion." Lonnie racked his brain to place the name, but mythology had never been his subject. Almost everything he'd learned about the darned had been here in Purgatory, and then only about the people who actually appeared every year. "Refresh my memory?" "Ixion, you know? The guy who fell in love with Hera?" Lonnie blinked. "Somebody fell in love with Hera?" She glared at him. "Don't sound so surprised. Just because Zeus couldn't be bothered, that's not what I take it that things didn't end well for him?" She snorted. "You could say that. Zeus got him drunk on nectar, pointed him at a simulacrum of Hera made of clouds, and when the poor guy finally thought she'd consented, whoops." "So he was punished for getting it on with a cloud bank?" She nodded. And because serial cheater Zeus couldn't stand even the idea that he might get cheated on himself, he sentenced Ixion to be lashed to a fiery wheel for eternity.
Lonnie winced.
That's even worse than Tantalus. And this guy is here? Cast in the play?
She nodded again.
And he needs some serious burn ointment? I'll take care of it. Who are Lysander and Demetrius?
Leucates and Marsyas.
And they are...
Leucates jumped off a cliff when Apollo tried to... and Marsyas was flayed alive for challenging Apollo to a music contest. And losing.
Good grief, Lonnie muttered. The gods aren't even gracious winners.
I know, right?
She straightened her peplus.
Anyway, everyone's on edge because of course nobody knows their lines or choreography, not to mention the songs.
It's going to be a long night. Okay, let's get settled. We'll have to work a little harder, but... He started to grin as he remembered something that would be a major incentive for everyone to expend the extra effort. Come on, I've got an announcement to make. Eurydice followed him inside, where the cast was indeed looking a little white around the eyes. Lonnie clapped his hands to get everyone's attention.
Good afternoon. Before the director arrives, he's not coming,
Eurydice murmured. Lonnie frowned down at her. Dionysus isn't running the rehearsal, not even with so many new cast members?
No, he's annoyed because the recasting happened without his approval.
Lonnie sighed. He was used to the Pantheon throwing temper tantrums, but Dionysus actually liked directing the shows. On the other hand, he was a guy who had his followers rip more than one person apart with their bare hands, so there was that. Even though Lonnie wasn't technically the stage manager, he was on deck to run rehearsals in the director's absence.
Fine, I can do this.
Anything that left less room in his mind to obsess over TD was a good thing. He turned back to the cast. Since we're welcoming some new people to the cast, we'll be doing a read-through this afternoon and save the scene work for this evening. He grinned at them. After dinner. They all glanced at each other, a susurrus of confusion sweeping through the room.
Dinner?
Daphne said.
Since when do we get dinner?
Since now, thanks to the quickie in our midst. T.D. Baylor, the technician hired by the Pantheon to rebuild the sets, negotiated craft services for the whole company. Ganymede is in the renovated kitchen right now cooking up tonight's meal. Eurydice tugged on his shirt.
Will the orchestra be eating at the same time? Because...
She made a face and drew a finger across her neck. Lonnie grimaced. Right, I'll coordinate meal shifts, which we'd need in any case. The dining room is big, but not big enough for everyone at once. At least not yet, but who knew what would happen next?
We don't have a dining room,
Eurydice said. Lonnie huffed out a breath. We do now, not to mention completely stocked vending machines. Excitement flickered across her face.
Really?
But then her eyes narrowed.
If they're full of Necco wafers and that awful soda...
Nope, a full variety. Could you please let everyone know I'll be back in 10 minutes tops as soon as I check in with our chef? He rushed out of the room and up to the kitchen. Ganymede was tossing green beans in a sauté pan and humming Love is Strange. Ganymede? Oh, please, he said, not taking his eyes off his work. That's such a mouthful. Call me Ganny. Ganny, then, how many people can you feed at one shift? Ganny set the pan down and turned off the gas.
I'm setting this up buffet style, so the limitations are more around seating availability.
But you'd be okay with multiple shifts? He flicked his fingers.
Do what you have to do, my friend. But if I may make a suggestion...
He waggled his eyebrows. I doubt I could stop you.
Too right. Anyway, while you're wielding your consummate organizational skills, make sure that you and our estimable quickie are in the same shift.
He grinned.
Trust me, a little footsie under the table is a fabulous icebreaker.
Lonnie's cheeks burned.
I'll, take it under advisement.
As he rushed through the green room, he spotted Fred, Kiku, and Daphne staring in wonder at the vending machines, but he didn't stop to chat. He calculated seating capacity in his head. If the cast and the set crew were to eat together, and the costume shop and orchestra… Yes, that might work. He made stops in the music room and the costume shop, earning the same wonder-filled excitement over the meals. They'd be the first shift, that way Eurydice wouldn't have to worry about Orpheus wandering in while she was finishing dessert. Lonnie would make absolutely certain he was back in the music studio before she was anywhere near the dining room. He paused outside the scene shop door. Just to catch my breath, because I've been hurrying. Not because he was breathless over the chance to see TD again. Of course, seeing him will rob me of breath anyway. He straightened his shoulders and lifted his chin, donning a smile that he hoped wasn't too desperate. But when he walked inside into the cacophony of whining power tools and hammer blows, TD was tucked into the corner where the welding rig had been set up, mostly hidden by the fireproof screen that shielded the rest of the crew from the torch's searing light. All he could see was TD's backside as he hunched over some metal contraption. But what a backside. "Hey, Lonnie," Fred said. "What's up? You need to talk to TD?" "No, I don't want to disturb him." Fred gazed at TD's back with obvious admiration, igniting a spark of jealousy in Lonnie's middle, even though Fred's approval was professional rather than amorous. "He's great, isn't he? I wish he could work with us every year." His heart leaden, Lonnie sighed. "Me too, Fred. Me too." "Could you let him know that the crew will be eating in the second dinner shift at 8? Fred blinked. "Dinner?" Lonnie smiled wryly. "Ask TD for the details. I've got to get back to rehearsal." He sped back to the rehearsal hall to find that the cast had set up a rectangle of long folding tables in the center of the room and were all seated around it. They each had their script, plus a soda and a vending machine snack. Lonnie settled in next to Eurydice, who was humming happily as she munched Cheez-Its. "We're all going to want him back every year." But that could never happen. Not unless TD were to… No! The only way to join the darned was to die, and Lonnie refused to allow that to happen to TD. No matter what. "Ganny, this meal was incredible." TD patted his belly. "I'm not sure I could stuff in another mouthful." Ganny bustled by with another steaming tray of marinated lamb. "Oh, I'm sure you could manage a mouthful of something if you put your mind to it." TD slid a glance at Lonnie to see if he'd heard Ganny's innuendo, but he was having a quiet conversation with Eurydice and Daphne. The scene shop crew, who were all far more competent than TD had any right to expect, were still eating, and he didn't want to rush them, since this was their first actual meal in who knows how long. He slid out of his chair and took his dishes to the busing station that had appeared since the last time he'd been here. As he was sorting his plate from his silverware, he became aware of somebody hovering behind him. Literally. "Hermes," TD said tiredly as he turned to face the god. "What do you need now?" Hermes had sporadically shown up in the scene shop all afternoon, usually just in time to startle one of the crew into dropping a tool. It was fucking dangerous. "We heard there were euros," Hermes pouted. "I'm hurt that you didn't tell me about it the last time I stopped by." "I didn't tell you because A, you'd just made Fred nearly run his hand through the table saw, and B, it's none of your business. The meals are for the company, not the gods. You guys have your own bottomless buffet." "Yes, but it's so boring. There's only so much nectar and ambrosia a god can take before he gets a hankering for a little saturated fat." Another man, although this guy was probably a god too, considering the improbable beauty, the slightly larger-than-life body, and the blinding white chitin, joined them. And chocolate. Don't forget chocolate. "Hey!" Ganny called from across the room, his hands propped on his non-existent hips. "Eros, no projectile weapons in the dining room." "Eros? Seriously?" Eros held his perfect hands in the air. "Left the bow and arrow at the door, you little tyrant." Ganny huffed.
See that they stay there, or better yet, stow them on Olympus, because the last thing we need around here is you causing more trouble."
Eros placed a hand on his sculpted chest. "You wound me. How can love ever cause trouble?"
"Are you kidding? Love is nothing but trouble. Isn't that what this whole play is about?"
"You got that right," TD muttered as Ganny marched into the kitchen. Eros regarded him with a sardonic smile. "Are you agreeing about the theme of this year's production, or with Ganymede's rather cynical sentiment?" TD didn't look at Eros, instead focusing on the company who still sat around the table. "It's not a cynical sentiment, it's a fact. Love makes you do stupid shit, gives someone else power over you that they shouldn't have, especially when their idea of love doesn't match yours." At that moment, Lonnie glanced over at TD with a smile that made his breath catch. Eros chuckled. "I sense a story here. Maybe more than one." He sidled closer, only possible because Hermes had flitted over to the buffet table and was loading up a plate with gyros and Greek salad. "If you're worried that he doesn't return your feelings, I could arrange a little, shall we say, prick." TD wasn't certain whether the heat that filled his middle was anger or temptation. Probably both. "The only prick around here is you. Your entire pantheon needs to learn about consent, okay? Free will, making our own fucking bed and lying in it, perhaps with a companion or two." Eros shrugged. "Maybe more. I'm not one to judge. No, you're just one to interfere, usually in the worst possible way. Look." TD turned and poked Eros in his rock-hard chest. "The people here have already suffered enough at the gods' hands. Keep your fucking arrows in your quiver, or what?" He lifted a flawless black eyebrow. "There's not a lot you can do to a god, mortal." TD narrowed his eyes. "Maybe not, but I can damn well do an end run around you." He left Eros smirking by the dirty dishes and marched over to Lonnie. "Hey, we've got a little time before we all have to get back to work. Could I, speak to you for a second, upstairs?" Lonnie's eyes widened. "Upstairs? In your bedroom?" "Yeah." He cast a fulminating glare at still smirking Eros. "It's a private thing, but I don't think it can wait." "Of course." Lonnie pushed his chair back. When he stood, his hip bumped the table and set ice rattling in everyone's water glasses. "I'll just take my dishes."
"Oh, I can do that,"
Eurydice said brightly.
"You two go ahead."
She winked.
"Have fun."
The heat crept from his chest up his throat as TD crossed the room. Why did everybody have an opinion about how he felt? Maybe because I haven't made it a secret from the minute I walked in. He reached the spot where the stairs to his room used to be and slowed to a halt. Well, there were definitely stairs here, but they'd clearly gotten a House Beautiful upgrade. Whatever. He glanced back at Lonnie, and any irritation over the company's nosiness vanished. The poor guy looked as though he were on the way to his execution. Maybe I need to stop glowering. He made a conscious effort to relax his scowl and jerked his thumb at the stairs. "So, something's different." Lonnie smiled a little tentatively. "Well, you know, the Pantheon has a little trouble with scope at times." TD shifted his gaze to the upscaled green room and the huge dining room beyond. "You can say that again." They started up the stairs, and TD offered Lonnie a grin. "This is nice, though. We can walk upstairs side by side instead of in single file." Lonnie bit his lip and nodded. TD sighed. This was not going to be an easy conversation, but with Eros's not-so-subtle threats hanging over them, it had to happen. He keyed open his door and stepped inside, and stared. Okay, I guess the stairs and green room aren't the only things that had a makeover. "I guess not," Lonnie said faintly. Because instead of the basic Motel 6 double queen room, TD now had a suite. Sitting room with sofa, love seat, and 2 armchairs around a circular marble table, a kitchenette with a mini fridge, coffee maker, and microwave, a king-sized bed mounded with fluffy pillows beyond a graceful arched doorway. "Jeez," he murmured as the door swung shut behind them. "I'm afraid to look at the bathroom. At this rate, it might come with its own masseuse." "TD, before you say whatever it is you need to say, I just want to tell you how grateful I am, how grateful we all are for what you've done for us. The dinner, the vending machines, the fresh eye on everything we've never even thought to question. It's made a huge difference to everyone's morale." TD winced. "I wasn't angling for gratitude. Doing the right thing should never come with a quid pro quo. You get that, right? That you don't owe me anything?" Lonnie tilted his head, his gaze quizzical. "Well, we owe you the compensation package you negotiated. That's not what I—" TD strode across the room to the vast window, which looked out over absolutely nothing, even though enough light spilled through it to make the room bright. He inhaled, exhaled, turned to face Lonnie. "I'm talking about you personally, not the company as a whole, and certainly not the fucking Pantheon." "TD, no, please let me get this out." He took another breath. "You know how I feel about you. About my crush. I told you about it in those first awkward moments." Lonnie shook his head. "That's not me. At least not the me I am now. That person is gone." "I'm not sure that's true, but the point is my crush was on the surface you, the performer, the talent. But I've seen more of the inner you in just the few hours I've been here. The way you take care of everyone, the way they all look to you for advice, the way you step in whenever one of the fucking gods falls down on the job." He snorted. "Oh yeah, Eurydice told me how you had to run the rehearsal today when Dionysus had a hissy fit. Your heart is bigger than that magically expanding green room downstairs, and you don't deserve to have that heart compromised." Lonnie moved toward him as graceful as a gazelle. "I don't understand." TD clasped his hands behind his back to keep from reaching out and stroking Lonnie's face. "Just now, Eros approached me. He could obviously tell how attracted I am to you." A smile glimmered on Lonnie's full lips. "You're attracted to me? Of course. I told you." "So you did." Lonnie's tone held buried amusement. "This isn't funny, Lonnie. Eros offered to, you know," he mimed, shooting an arrow, "make you fall for me." Lonnie blinked. God, his eyes are gorgeous. And those lashes. "I see." "So I told him under no circumstances was he ever to let fly at you on my behalf, because that wouldn't be fair." He pounded his forehead with his fist. What am I saying? When have any of these jokers ever been fair? But I didn't want TD. Lonnie stepped closer. Shit. Why isn't there any air in this room? Yeah. I don't need help from Eros to return your regard. You don't? Lonnie shook his head and moved closer, within a handspan of TD's body. I think I may have fallen for you when you scratched Cerberus's head and told him he was a good boy. TD's laugh was strangled because, yeah, no air in here. That's when I thought he was a robot. How many people do you know who would be kind to a robot? Or offer a very sketchy-looking guy water and a snack because he looked hungry and thirsty? Or insist on diverting part of their compensation to a benefit for the entire company? I didn't. You did. Taiki told me. You're taking a cut in pay so we can share your meals. So I have just one question. Only one? TD croaked. We'll start with one. Lonnie edged closer. God, his heat, his scent, his everything. May I kiss you now? Oh, fuck, please. TD leaned in, but allowed Lonnie to close the last inch between them. And then he was finally kissing Alonzo Coleridge. This isn't purgatory. It's fucking heaven. Chapter 8. TD's lips were warm, supple, plush, just as Lonnie knew they would be. For a moment, the kiss stayed almost chaste as they experimented with how they fit together, the best tilt of their heads, the best angle of their shoulders. But then TD's arms came around him, one hand drifting under the edge of Lonnie's t-shirt. Skin against skin. Lonnie moaned, and TD pulled him tight against his body. Chest against chest. Oh, and down below, that against that. Lonnie whimpered at the back of his throat because he'd never... Then TD teased the seam of Lonnie's lips with his tongue, and when Lonnie opened for him... Oh... TD tasted of allspice and honey and mint, all the flavors of their meal, along with a hint of something else, something masculine, something human, that weakened Lonnie's knees. He pulled away with a gasp, because as lightheaded as he was, he must have forgotten to breathe. TD trailed the soft kisses down Lonnie's throat, and was that the tip of his tongue tickling the hollow of Lonnie's collarbones? You taste just as good as I imagined, TD murmured against Lonnie's neck. Better. You too? TD's chuckle shivered Lonnie's bones. I expect I've been imagining it a lot longer than you have. No. Lonnie threaded his fingers through TD's silky hair. I've been imagining it forever. TD stopped mouthing Lonnie's jaw and drew away, a frown pleating his brow. You mean you've never kissed a man? He shrugged. I've never kissed anybody. It was the 60s. Despite living in a very liberal area with activist parents, I was never brave enough to act on my desires. TD stepped back. You don't have to do it now. Don't feel compelled. Stop it. Lonnie fisted TD's shirt and jerked him back so their bodies were nestled together again. I never engaged because I never met anyone who tempted me to step out of my comfort zone. I think I must have been waiting for you. TD smiled wryly. You'd have been waiting for a long time. I did wait for a long time. He kissed TD softly. And it was worth it. You're worth it, even if what we can have is limited to these 2 weeks. Isn't there some way? Lonnie laid a finger across TD's lips. You know there isn't. You'll head upstairs after we strike midsummer, and I'll phase back into limbo. I'll be here in Purgatory Playhouse every year forever. TD frowned. Forever? But surely you'll have a chance to move on. I'm not a performer. They're the only ones who are eligible. TD gripped Lonnie's hips. First, that's bullshit. Everybody here is working to make this show a success. Everybody should have a chance to win their release. Preaching to the choir, TD. But the Pantheon and their guests don't value behind-the-scenes action. They see what's on stage, so they'll reward the performers. Second, that's also bullshit because you are a performer. You're brilliant, Lonnie. Why aren't you in this cast? Lonnie couldn't meet TD's gaze. I told them I wouldn't. Why not? It's not some nonsense about not being worthy, is it? Lonnie winced. Maybe a little, but there are so many others who suffered more than I did and for much longer. Eurydice, Daphne, Niobe, heck, most of the cast. They deserve the chance before I do. And since only one can move on each year, also bullshit, that's another arbitrary rule, your gods. They're not my gods. But you're stuck with them all the same, aren't you? And why is that? Lonnie shrugged. I've never found a good answer, so your guess is as good as mine. My guess?
TD growled, is that the Pantheon is a bucket of douchebags. If they can release one of you, they can release all of you. The only reason they don't is because they want to be entertained. And for some reason, they've conscripted you into their indentured repertory company.
Look, TD.
Lonnie laced his hands behind TD's neck, a thrill chasing along his nerves because he was allowed to do it, that he was invited to do it by TD's crooked smile.
We've already shaken things up, or rather, you've shaken things up. We can't really expect more. Can we enjoy what we do have?
TD sighed and rested his forehead against Lonnie's. I suppose. But with all the work we've got in front of us, we're not going to have much time together, are we? Lonnie shook his head.
I'm afraid not. In fact, we should both get downstairs right now, since we've got cast and crew waiting for us.
You're right. And I'm probably in for an all-nighter if I expect to load the set in on time. He peered at Lonnie, hopefully. I'll probably be exhausted by the time I finally fall into bed, but I'd love it if you were with me, even if all we do is cuddle and sleep. Lonnie scrunched up his face.
I don't actually sleep.
TD goggled at him. What?
None of the darned do, the same as we don't eat.
When TD's expression darkened, Lonnie laughed.
Let me guess. Bullshit?
Too right. I'm going to insist on my crew taking regular breaks, including knocking off so they can get a little sleep. I mean, think about the scene downstairs. They might not need to eat, but they sure as fuck enjoyed it.
Granted, but they don't have bedrooms. Those beds in the earlier iteration of your room?
He jerked his chin at the arch.
And that one in there? Are the first beds I've seen since 1968.
TD smirked at him. Well, considering the kitchen and dining facilities were magically enhanced when we needed them, I'm thinking there might be some bunkhouses appearing in the near future. What do you think?
What I think, unfortunately, is that you've got a set to build, and I've got an MIA director and a very nervous cast, many of whom just got thrust into their parts today. It's probably a good thing the darned don't sleep, because we've got some long days and nights ahead of us if we want this show to succeed.
TD traced Lonnie's cheekbone with the tip of his finger. What if... He shook his head. Nah.
Oh, you can't tease like that and not deliver, what?
TD met Lonnie's gaze, his eyes somber. What if the show didn't go on? What if all of you... I don't know, just sat this one out, citing an act of God? He smiled crookedly. Or gods, in this case, since it took several of them to completely fuck things up for you. Cold skittered along Lonnie's spine.
We couldn't. The play is the only reason we're here. This is our chance to actually affect our fate. Our second chance.
Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. You said yourself they picked us for their repertory company. If we don't perform, they could just pick another group and we'd all poof, vanish into the void, into nothingness.
He backed away.
I've got to go.
But TD gripped his hands, holding him in place. Hear me out, Lonnie, please. For a moment, Lonnie resisted, his flight response screaming in his veins. The look in TD's eyes, though, sincere, kind, and, yes, hot, made him relent. He nodded. Okay. TD's shoulders rose and fell as he took a deep breath. I'm not saying you give up your chance at a ticket out of here, because as much as I love working in theater, coercive theater is a little too fascistic for my taste. But why did the Pantheon choose this way for you all to earn your ticket? You were an actor, but was Eurydice, Actaeon, Daphne?
No.
In fact, Actaeon was having a heck of a time, completely bewildered by the notion of pretending to be somebody else, by having to learn lines, songs, choreography. He'd wailed, "I'm a hunter, I don't know how to do this," multiple times during the read-through. Exactly. They're not here in this show because this is the most efficient way for them to work off their purgatorial indenture. They're here, you're here,
Because the Pantheon wants entertainment, and you're the means to accomplish that end.
Exactly.
Lonnie matched TD's tone.
Which is why we have to hunker down and work to make sure we meet their expectations.
But what about your expectations?
TD pulled Lonnie back into his arms. Lonnie probably should have resisted, but their time together would be limited enough.
Hell,
TD winced. I probably shouldn't invoke that particular expletive around here, huh? A smile tugged at Lonnie's lips.
Probably not.
What do you call it? Upstairs? When Lonnie nodded, TD rolled his eyes. A little on the nose, considering those 8 fucking flights I had to walk down, but whatever. Upstairs, actors and technicians, artists and craftspeople, we've got unions to mandate baseline treatment and compensation. Until today, it seems like none of you have ever questioned the piss-poor working conditions here or asked for anything in return.
Don't forget the chance to move on.
Sorry, but even upstairs, buying a lottery ticket isn't exactly an investment-grade opportunity. Just because one person every year has a chance to escape doesn't mean the rest of you should be miserable while you're waiting. Lonnie lifted an eyebrow.
Need I remind you that this is purgatory? Misery is kind of expected?
No, misery is expected in hell. He toyed with one of Lonnie's curls. Not the expletive, but the place. Maybe it shouldn't be easy, but mounting a show is never easy. You all work for nothing except a pie-in-the-sky release. He kissed Lonnie's forehead. All I'm saying is, it shouldn't be necessary.
So...
Lonnie had to clear his throat so he could speak around the lump.
So, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you do what I did. He grinned. Negotiate. Lonnie snorted.
Negotiate. We don't exactly have much leverage. If we don't perform, we poof, but you're missing the elephant in the room.
The Pantheon actually wants you to perform. They want to be entertained. They're probably bored out of their skulls these days. It's not like there's still a lot of Zeus worship going on. And last I checked, the Parthenon was a ruin, so Athena's got nothing either. Lonnie gazed at TD in wonder. Could it be as easy as asking? None of the darned had ever assumed they had any rights, that their mere presence here with a chance to move on was more than they deserved. But if TD was correct, and they weren't here for their own benefit but for the Pantheon's amusement, it was revolutionary. Because it meant they had leverage. They had value.
I'll think about it.
He smiled at TD.
And talk to the others.
But for the show this year, TD had already improved things beyond what any of them could have imagined. Besides, if the darned demanded more, the Pantheon could call their bluff. Call him selfish, call him a coward, but the one thing he didn't want to lose? Any second with TD in his arms. He could save the negotiations for next year. Before he could put that on his cosmic calendar, though, he needed to survive this show. They all did. TD chugged his 3rd can of Mountain Dew since dinner. It had been 6 days since he'd arrived at Purgatory Playhouse, and he and his crew had been working flat out to get the set ready to load in. This was shaping up to be another all-nighter, damn it. He hadn't had a minute with Lonnie other than meals since their all-too-brief makeout session that first evening. Because Lonnie had been right, there was simply too much to get done in too little time. After load-in, though, TD had hopes and plans. Lonnie had told him that the cast was shaping up. Even Actian had finally gotten with the program, although according to Eurydice he was still skittish on stage, as if he expected something to rush him from the wings at any moment. Well, given his unfortunate demise, TD could kind of understand where the poor guy was coming from. Dionysus had finally gotten over his snit and was ready to do his fucking job, so after tonight, Lonnie wouldn't be stuck with the cast acting as a sort of stand-in director.
TD's work on the set would be limited to when the cast wasn't on stage, so the two of them might actually get some time together. He let himself grin as he lobbed the empty can into the recycling bin. Maybe Lonnie could join the tech crew, and their schedules would cosmically align. Although TD still thought it was a crime that Lonnie wasn't in the cast. Fuck. To see him perform in person, it would be a dream come true. TD? Fred, one of the few non-Greeks on his crew, trotted over to him. We're ready to test the turntables now. Great, let's do this. The two of them crossed to where they'd staged the two three-sided steel frames that would hold the new, less representational scenery. TD was rather proud of the results, actually. They were sturdy, compact, and asymmetrical enough for extra visual interest. Fred handed TD the control box, but TD waved it back. You do the honors, my friend. You wired the controller, after all. Fred grinned. He'd been a mechanical engineer in life, so he'd enthusiastically embraced the more tech-centric designs. He gestured to the two turntables. First act, curtain up, Spock and Leia. TD and Fred exchanged a grin. Rather than coding the turntable positions with anything as boring as 1A and 2B, he'd christened the stage left unit Enterprise and its stage right counterpart Millennium Falcon. Each side was named for a character in the respective fandoms. Yeah, the Greeks didn't get it, but he and Fred did, and Lonnie got a chuckle out of it too, even though he'd only been around for part of the first season of Star Trek TOS. Fred activated the controller, and Enterprise rotated 120 degrees clockwise. Act 1, Scene 2, Sulu and Leia. Another code, and Millennium Falcon rotated 240 degrees clockwise. Act 1, Scene 3, Sulu and Vader. They worked through all the permutations of Spock, Sulu, Uhura with Leia, Vader, Chewbacca. Every rotation stopped in its precise location without fail. TD high-fived Fred. And that, my friends, is how you do it. The rest of the crew applauded, and a couple of them cheered, but quietly, since rehearsal was still going on beyond the big sliding doors that separated the shop from the stage. TD made the rounds, shaking everyone's hand, then glanced at the clock. Almost midnight. They had the stage from 2 a.m. for load-in, but until then, his crew deserved a break. Why don't you all head up to the green room, put your feet up, have a snack? He grinned at the way they all perked up. Ganny promised to leave sandwiches and cookies out for us tonight. This time their cheer was perhaps a little louder than it should have been, but luckily the cast was in the middle of one of the big ensemble tap numbers, so they weren't likely to be heard. Most of the crew boiled toward the hallway. And if one of you could bring me back a ham on rye, a couple of snickerdoodles, and a dew, I'd appreciate it.
Sure thing, TD.
Atalanta, yet another person who was a victim of the Pantheon's utter self-interest, called. Fred chuckled as he placed the controller on a workbench. They're good kids. TD lifted an eyebrow. Fred looked to be in his late 40s or maybe early 50s. You realize they're all literally thousands of years older than you. He shrugged. They all look like kids to me. Besides, measured in time spent upstairs. His smile faded. None of them had a chance to really live, did they? TD scowled at the floor. By now he'd heard the crew's stories. Most of them he knew himself from his mythology class, like Atalanta, who had no intention of marrying until Athena fixed a race. Pentheus, torn to pieces by his own mother and aunts in a religious frenzy, inspired by Dionysus because they'd had the temerity to question his godhood. Or Ascalibus, whom Demeter turned into a lizard for laughing at her. Their stories were remarkably similar. Get in the way of the gods and you're screwed. Sometimes literally. Hey, Fred, you mind if I ask you something? Fred shrugged again. Shoot. It might be a little, sensitive. He raised his eyebrows. TD, I'm dead. I'm kind of beyond sensitive, don't you think? That's what I wanted to ask you about, actually. TD forced himself to meet Fred's eyes. How exactly did you die? Fred's eyebrows shot up toward his receding hairline. He opened his mouth as if to reply, but then his expression changed, morphing into a perplexed frown. I'm not sure. If you don't want to talk about it, no, I don't mind. It's just, I really don't remember. He shoved his hands in the pockets of his Wranglers. My team and I were just about to finish a project. He got a faraway look in his eyes. A programmable lighting instrument that you could control from the light board. He glanced sheepishly at TD. Based on the tech we've seen here at the Playhouse in the last couple of decades, I don't imagine that seems like a big deal to you. But this was back in '79, and it hadn't been done before. Back then, all the lights had to be hung and focused manually. This would have changed the industry. It did change the industry, but not for a while. The big lighting rental companies had too much invested in the old stock. Yeah, one of them was trying to buy the patent for our design before it was even proven, probably just to keep it off the market. So, that's what you were doing when you died? Fred screwed up his face. Maybe. I remember working late in the shop. He grinned crookedly. All-nighter, you know how it is. The next thing I know, I show up here with Lonnie giving me the lowdown about how everything works. So, why do you think you ended up here? Are you Greek? Fred snorted. With a name like Brzezicki? Hardly. Polish on my dad's side, Mexican on my mom's. TD leaned against the workbench. That doesn't make any sense. Lonnie and Wilson are African American, Lonnie from California and Wilson from Maryland. Tova upstairs in the costume shop is Jewish from Manhattan's Lower East Side. Kiku's Japanese American from Chicago. I mean, why did you guys get plucked out of limbo by the fucking Greek pantheon? Fred shrugged. I don't know. This is a theater. They probably needed somebody with more modern theater experience. He chuckled and jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Those kids have picked up a lot since I've been here, but it's not like they'd have known much about power tools or electronics back in the Stone Amphitheater days. He gazed at the empty doorway, lips pursed and brow-knitted. Although, now that I think of it, there are a lot more of them this year than there have ever been before. Ancient Greeks, you mean? TD's belly nodded. Did they replace anyone more recent? He gulped. Did anyone you know from before, well, poof? I don't think so. He showed his palms helplessly. I don't remember looking for anybody who's not here except for last year's Gracie winner. Gracie? He chuckled. And that's what we call getting tapped to move on. You've achieved grace. Get it? Sure, TD murmured. When we're in limbo, things are a little murky, disjointed. But I don't remember anybody vanishing, except for the ones we already knew about. So the extra crew isn't replacing anybody? Nah. Maybe we just needed a bigger staff because we have to rebuild the whole dang set, not to mention costumes and lights in 2 weeks. Usually we've got the year in limbo to do all of it, even if it sort of fades in and out. TD's stomach threatened to turn over. If that's the case, what do you suppose will happen to the extras next year when you don't need them? Fred just stared at him, color draining from his face. Shit, you don't think they'll get poofed, do you? I mean, they're good kids and they've had it rough. It doesn't seem fair that no, TD said, unbuckling his tool belt and flinging it onto the workbench. It doesn't. Now, where do you suppose I could find a god or two right now? Fred's eyes widened. You want to find one? Jeez, usually we're trying to avoid them. Trust me, I'm serious. He pushed up the sleeves on his Henley. I've got some words for them about this total bullshit rig they're running, and I'm done letting them coast on their alleged divinity. Nobody gets a pass on being a decent person, not even if they're a fucking god. Chapter 9. The surreal disorientation of the wee hours of the morning ambushed Lonnie at 1:30. He had no idea why it should happen. There were no windows in Purgatory, so it's not as though he could tell the difference between day and night. But for some reason, the time from around 1 until 4 in the morning, according to the 24-hour clock in the green room, always made him feel as though he were deep underwater, trying to fight his way to the surface. Line? Actaeon called. Lonnie didn't even need to look at the script anymore, since Actaeon went up on his lines at least 3 times in every scene. It had been more efficient for Lonnie to just memorize the part so he could feed the line from wherever he happened to be. In the wings, stage right, in this case. "I could play Ercles rarely," he called, "or a part to tear a cat in to make all split." On stage, Actaeon winced. "Do I have to say that?" he whispered. "Lonnie!" Dionysus bellowed. Lonnie sighed and moved to the edge of the heavy black tormentor drape just inside the proscenium. "It's the line, Actaeon. I'm sorry, but we can't rewrite Shakespeare. He's got a contract." "But tearing things apart..." Actaeon shivered. I can't..." "Hold on a sec." Lonnie peeked out from behind the tormentor. TD had taught him that if he didn't ask for what he wanted, he was unlikely to get it. Might as well give it a try. "Director, it's almost time for us to clear out for the set load-in. Can we break early?" Dionysus stood from his plush seat in the center of the darkened house. "Not a chance. We're losing the rest of the night and most of tomorrow to the tech crews. From the top of the scene..." He plopped back down and propped his bare feet on the seat back in front of him. Lonnie faced Actaeon and shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, man. I'll run lines with you later, okay?" Actaeon nodded glumly, and the mechanicals launched into their scene again. When Lonnie returned to his spot in the wings, he found Echo hovering inside the stage door. He smiled down at her, but his smile faded at her panicked expression. "Is something wrong?" "Something wrong?" she replied, nodding frantically because, hey, Echo. "Okay, why don't you show me?" When chatting with Echo, actions were a better option than words. She grabbed his hand and towed him into the hallway with surprising strength for a nymph. As she led him through the corridor and up the stairs, though he could swear they weren't alone. Echo repeated words, but for some reason it sounded as though their footsteps weren't the only sounds in the stairwell. They topped out at the hallway leading to the costume shop, and he glanced behind him in time to see half the cast following him. Not an echo, or Echo, dang it. He dug in his heels to stop Echo's headlong rush and glared down at the group, led by Daphne and Leucades, with Actaeon right behind them, brow wrinkled and lips moving as if he were trying to remember his line. "What are you doing? You're supposed to be running the mechanicals' first scene again. Dionysus, well, he's not there," Eurydice piped up. "He got this weird look on his face like he was missing out on a Maenad frenzy," Daphne murmured with a little too much relish. "And disappeared," Eurydice said. "Which is exactly what you need to do," Lonnie told her. "The music studio is right down the hall, and their rehearsal could end any minute." Her eyes widened, and she ducked behind Leucades. "Right, I'll just..." She fled down the stairs. Unfortunately, the rest of the cast didn't follow her. Echo tugged on his hand again. "Something wrong." Okay, I'm..." But then he heard it. A raised voice. And not just any raised voice, TD's raised voice. Who could he be shouting at? Echo didn't need to urge him now. He pounded toward the costume shop with the cast, minus Eurydice, at his heels. TD's voice was rising. In anger? Fear? Lonnie couldn't tell, but with Dionysus possibly on the scene and jonesing for a Maenad bloodbath, Lonnie couldn't risk the time necessary to send everyone else away. He arrived at the costume shop door, out of breath, heart thudding. TD was facing down Artemis, Clotho, and Hermes across the cutting table, with Dionysus perched on a stool in the corner, an avid expression on his face, as if all he needed to make his life complete was beer, popcorn, and a little bloodletting. Behind him, he heard a gasp and a slap. He glanced back to see Actaeon with his hands over his eyes. "It's okay," Lonnie whispered. "She's not naked." Artemis was, in fact, wearing yoga pants and a sports bra. "Taking no chances," Actaeon muttered. Okay, that was fair. Lonnie edged into the room, trying to pick up the thread of TD's tirade. "You're supposed to be gods," he thundered. "Shouldn't you be better than mortals? Kinder, wiser, less like fucking toddlers? Hell, I'm being unfair to toddlers everywhere because at least they know how to love unconditionally." "TD?" Lonnie said, but TD either didn't hear him or chose to ignore Lonnie's tentative tone. Where's your grace? Your forgiveness? Your fucking divinity? Technically, Clotho said, unperturbed. My sister Fates and I are not gods. TD's nostrils flared and the muscles in his jaw bunched. Semantics are not the point. You three have the power to end people, and you use it. Do you ever question your decisions? Do you ever wonder if you might make the wrong fucking choice? Hermes smirked. Dionysus grinned. Artemis shifted uneasily in her Nike sneakers, but Clotho only regarded him blandly. You assume we have a choice. Oh, don't start on predestination and prophecies and all that bullshit. I don't buy it. You can't excuse your piss-poor behavior by saying, fate made me do it, because you're the fucking fates. TD, please? Lonnie spoke a little louder and TD whirled to face him. But instead of focusing on Lonnie, his gaze fixed on a point beyond him, and his expression hardened even further. He pointed straight at Actaeon, who still had his hands over his eyes. This guy is a stellar case in point. He bared his teeth at Artemis, and the cast sucked in a collective breath, while Dionysus's expression turned even more eager. Actaeon's out minding his own business, hunting with his dogs, as usual, which, as goddess of the hunt, you should have been perfectly fine with. Although TD wasn't shouting anymore, the force and intensity of his words seemed to reverberate, as if the costume shop were inside a drum. And he stumbles on you, having your fucking open-air spa day. So you turn him into a stag and have him torn to bits by his own dogs. Aside from how fucked up that whole scenario is, can you imagine what the dogs felt like when they realized they'd killed their own master? Artemis's frown wasn't angry so much as ashamed, a blush staining her perfect cheekbones. Her gaze flicked to Actaeon and away, and she mumbled something unintelligible. Maybe it was in ancient Greek for all Lonnie knew. That seemed to give TD license to continue. It was an accident, for fuck's sake! It wasn't stalking you! It was, I don't know, involuntary tompeepage because you decided to strip off in the great outdoors. Artemis took a breath, shadows playing over her cut abs. Then she glared at TD and flicked her fingers. There was a pop from behind Lonnie, followed by gasps and shrieks from the cast. Hermes' smirk turned calculating, and Dionysus's jaw dropped. Almost afraid of what he'd see, Lonnie turned slowly. Actaeon was gone. Daphne and Leucides staring at the gap in their ranks where he had stood moments ago. TD's fists clenched at his sides. What did you do? Artemis raised her chin. Shouldn't the question be what I didn't do? Hermes started to laugh. Oh, this is rich. An undoing? There hasn't been one of those since Zeus talked me into bringing Tantalus's son back to life, Clotho said calmly. Lonnie gulped. Does he? Artemis rolled her eyes. Relax. I just sent him back to that day and had him take another path. She glared at TD. Satisfied? She bit her lip. To tell the truth, I always felt a little bad about the dogs. Great, TD said between gritted teeth. What? She demanded. You said it was unfair. I'm trying to make it right. Zeus's balls, you judgmental mortals, are never satisfied. I don't think we should cast any stones about judgment, Hermes murmured. Lonnie? Daphne whispered. He was loath to tear his attention away from TD, ready to step in if the gods decided to smite him with a little retribution. They'd certainly unleashed enough of it in the past with far less provocation, as most of the darned could attest. Also, TD is mesmerizing, absolutely magnificent in his righteous anger. Nevertheless, Lonnie turned to face her. What is it?
Tech Week starts tomorrow. First dress rehearsal is in 3 days. Action's gone, and there's no understudy. The show can't go on without Bottoms, so what does that mean for the rest of us?
Lonnie can play the part. Lonnie's stomach took a header onto his shoes at TD's confident announcement.
No, I don't perform in Playhouse shows.
You haven't, TD said, smiling a little apologetically as he moved close enough to grip Lonnie's shoulders. That doesn't mean you can't. You're a brilliant actor, Lonnie, a breathtaking singer, a graceful and athletic dancer with a perfect Broadway style. His grip tightened. And I know you know the lines. He grinned. You've been feeding them to Actian all week. Lonnie swallowed, a click in his dry throat.
I can't,
he croaked. You can. TD framed Lonnie's face, the calluses on his palms a sweet abrasion against Lonnie's skin. You can. I know you can. I've seen how you shine on stage, Lonnie. Please, give everyone else a chance to see it too. He kissed Lonnie gently, eliciting a soft, "Aww," from the watching cast. Give me a chance to see it again. Lonnie trembled, his fear warring with his desire to give TD anything and everything he wanted. Besides, TD glared at the gods. I can't imagine any of these other jokers will excavate a conscience in the next week. You don't want to condemn all the darned to poofdom, do you? Lonnie laughed shakily.
Way to incentivize a guy.
TD grinned. Ruthless negotiator, that's me. I got us all catered meals, didn't I? He kissed Lonnie again, soft and tantalizing. Please, if not for you, if not for me, do it for them. Lonnie nodded, and a cheer burst out from the cast. Well, Dionysus clapped his hands once. As exhilarating as this has been, we have a new bottom to slot into the show, and we are about to be kicked off our own stage by the scenic crew. He sauntered across the room and stood in front of TD, his curly head tilted to one side. A most courageous stand, if a tad reckless. He sniffed. A little blood would have enhanced the effect, though. You might consider that if you decide to stage another heroic intervention. He flapped his hands at the cast. Shoo, off to the rehearsal hall with you. He lifted an eyebrow at Lonnie. You have 5 minutes. He waited until the cast scurried away and then winked out. Hermes and Artemis had also vanished, leaving only Clotho still at her seat, hand beating a lavender gauze gown. TD wrapped his arms around Lonnie and hugged him, tight and warm. I'm sorry for sandbagging you like that, but everything I said is true. I need you. You'll be brilliant. He drew back, a wicked smile on his lips. And the gods are a bunch of assholes, so let's not let them win this time, okay? Lonnie nodded. Okay. TD grimaced. Fuck, I just realized. With you in the cast now, our schedules are about to be completely opposite. The crew can only work when the cast isn't on the set, and the cast can only eat and take breaks when the crew is on stage. Oh well. TD sighed and kissed Lonnie again. Somehow we'll find some time together. Because when I set my mind to it, I'm pretty hard to stop. Although anxiety threatened to make spaghetti out of his insides, Lonnie smiled. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for one single minute. Despite launching with a little too much drama, the load-in proceeded without a hitch. The turntables were installed, wired and dressed, the flying scenery and backdrop were hung and properly counterweighted. All of it completed with time to spare. Grinning, TD faced his crew and applauded. And that's a wrap, folks. The lighting crew has the stage now, with a bonus hour thanks to your awesome work. He rubbed the back of his neck, digging his fingers into the aching tendons. What he wouldn't give for a beer, a hot tub, and a 6-hour nap about now. You're all free until the cue to cue tonight. Fred glanced between TD and the others.
Free to do what?
TD winced. Right. They weren't used to sleeping, but if TD was jonesing for a nap, his crew must be dying for one. Okay, bad choice of words. He glanced stage left, where Hermes had been hovering near the fly gallery, watching the crew work since TD's little tirade in the costume shop. Maybe it was time to test the boundaries a little more. "Hey, God guy," he called. "A word?" Hermes floated down in a flutter of winged footwear. "Only one. Don't split hairs." TD moved aside as Kiku and a couple of people he didn't recognize schlepped lighting instruments on stage. "Where can my crew catch a few Z's? Dressing rooms? Those don't manifest until dress rehearsal. How about a few more bunks above the green room? I mean..." TD screwed up his face, peering at the electrical pipe being lowered from the flies. "If I'm to do the job I was hired to do, I need my crew in tip-top shape. They can't be expected to give me 100% if they're exhausted." Immediately, Fred and the others slumped, a couple moaning with their hands pressed to their backs, one yawning until TD was surprised his jaw didn't dislocate. "Nice, guys, but don't quit your day jobs." Hermes lifted a skeptical eyebrow. "Well, we wouldn't want to violate the terms of your contract, would we?" He reached into a fold of his chiton, apparently it came with pockets, and pulled out a handful of keycards. He offered them to TD, who passed them out. The crew hustled toward the stage door, murmuring excitedly, and TD called, "Don't forget to grab a snack on your way to bed. Our call is at 6 p.m. Hermes shook his head. "If I'd known what a disruptive influence you'd be, I'd have..." TD turned slowly to face him. "You'd have... what?" Hermes narrowed his eyes, but then dropped the suspicious glower and grinned. "I'd have brought you here ages ago." He laughed like a loon and zoomed over the orchestra pit, through the house, and out the lobby doors. As Kiku trotted past, apparently on the way to get another lighting instrument, TD called, "Your crew need any help?" She grinned at him.
"Nah, we've got it covered. Prometheus will be here any minute for the hang and focus."
"Prometheus?" TD blinked. "The? Prometheus?" She nodded.
"He's the lighting designer, and since he's a titan and, super tall, he doesn't need the cherry picker to reach the lighting grid."
"Handy." She grinned.
"You know it."
"Well, hit me up if you need me. I'll be in the shop for a bit before I head upstairs."
"Thanks, TD. Later."
Since the big sliding doors were closed and secured, TD ducked out the stage right door into the hallway. He froze in the dim light when he saw Lonnie peeking into the shop. For once, he wasn't wearing his usual tie-dye t-shirt and bell-bottoms. Instead, he had on a linen poet's, or pirate's, shirt and snuff-colored Regency fall-front trousers that hugged his perfect ass. TD swallowed thickly, wiping his damp palms on his jeans. Hey," he croaked. Lonnie jerked back, mirroring TD's hand-wiping routine.
"Oh, hey, I saw your crew heading upstairs. Load-in finished early?"
"Yup." TD tried to be nonchalant as he walked toward Lonnie, but it wasn't easy because that shirt was open halfway down his chest and Lonnie's skin. Gah. "I can't believe Dionysus let you escape from the rehearsal hall."
"He didn't have much choice. I had to go for costume fittings."
Lonnie spread his arms and TD tried not to drool.
"Actaeon was shorter than me, but a lot broader in the chest and shoulders. Tova had to pretty much start from scratch."
He tugged on an earlobe.
"And let's not talk about that ass's head, okay?"
"There's another ass I'm way too focused on."
"Deal."
"Coming through." One of the unfamiliar lighting techs staggered down the hallway, lugging a baby spotlight. TD and Lonnie both flattened themselves against the wall to get out of the way. After the guy disappeared through the stage door, TD huffed out a breath.
"Hey, listen, can I talk to you for a minute?"
He jerked his thumb toward the shop.
"Maybe in there so we're not in the..."
He dodged another two people pushing a cart loaded with a dozen other lights.
"The way."
Lonnie licked his lips and shrugged.
"Sure."
They did that awkward, you go first, no, you go first dance to get through the door, but once they were inside, the vast space dim and quiet with all the power tools silent and the work lights doused, TD's mind went blank. I need to wash my hands. A tiny wrinkle appeared between Lonnie's brows. Okay. TD strode over to the corner sink and flipped on the tap. Fuck, why was this so hard? After scrubbing off what felt like 2 layers of skin, TD dried his hands on the rough paper towels, removing another layer, and turned to face Lonnie. Look, I'm TD, Lonnie said at the same time. They both chuckled weakly, and Lonnie gestured for TD to go first. The sweep of concrete between them seemed to expand, like that room they had to cross when TD had first entered Purgatory. However, this time, the increasing distance was only in TD's guilty brain. I hope. He paced forward, uncertain whether he wanted to rush at Lonnie or race in the other direction. It depended entirely on what Lonnie said, which he won't be able to do if I don't actually ask the fucking question. Stopping with maybe a yard between them, TD ran his still damp hands through his hair. Here's the thing. I wanted to apologize. Lonnie tilted his head, that little crease deepening above his nose. Apologize? Yeah. TD gestured vaguely in the direction of the costume shop. For losing my temper, but more for kind of, throwing you under the bus up there. I shouldn't have volunteered you to take the part, not without asking. TD, no, I need to say this. He took a deep breath and blew it out. You'd told me you didn't perform here. No matter how much I personally want to see you on stage, what I want isn't important. It's what you want. TD, what I mean is, I should have asked. Privately, I owed it to you to give you the choice, the option of offering on your own, rather than making it impossible for you to refuse. TD, Lonnie lunged for him and clapped a hand, warm and smooth, over TD's mouth. TD, you need to listen to me now. Think you can do that? TD met Lonnie's gaze and nodded. If Lonnie kept touching him, he'd shut up for the next millennium, but Lonnie dropped his hand. Fuck. I admit that you took me by surprise. TD winced. Lonnie held up a finger. My turn to talk. TD clamped his lips shut. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, you took me by surprise. If you hadn't thrust me into the spotlight, so to speak, I would never have stepped up. Probably. TD raised his hand like he was back in grade school. Lonnie shook his head, laughing. Yes. Why not? I mean, you've got the goods. It has nothing to do with that. Lonnie bit his lip, his gaze sliding away from TD and turning unfocused. I've consistently read more of Bottom's lines than poor Actian ever did, and I love acting. His chest rose and fell. Scratch that. I love performing, connecting with an audience, creating that seductive energy feedback loop between the stage and the house. I've missed it. Since Lonnie didn't seem to want to murder him, TD reached out and took his hands. Then, why have you resisted? Because this is purgatory. I'm not supposed to be happy here. I'm supposed to atone, to learn my lesson, to become more than I was, better. Otherwise, what's the point? That's a damn good question. TD edged closer, holding their clasped hands between their chests. One of many I've got about this rig the gods are running, including what gives them the right to pass judgment on anybody here, especially since they've proven they have no notion how to be fair or what it means to be better since none of them have bothered, Artemis's little stunt notwithstanding. Lonnie gazed into TD's eyes, his expression a mix of hope and entreaty. You don't think it's selfish of me to take the part? From what everyone says, it would have been more selfish of you not to take it. TD made jazz hands. Poof, right? You were their only hope, Obi-Wan. Lonnie blinked. What? Never mind, TD muttered. But I shouldn't be enjoying it so much, Lonnie wailed. He made a face. Should I? Why the fuck not? TD laid his palm against Lonnie's cheek. Who says that doing good has to be painful? That's the way it seems most of the time. It requires effort. Easier to do nothing, take no stand, Lonnie said disconsolately. Be Switzerland in any conflict. I didn't say it wasn't hard. I mean, look at Tech Week. It's always hell. Hell as in difficult, hell as in challenging, but not hell as in endless death and untold destruction. He rested his hands on Lonnie's hips, and Lonnie didn't pull away, thank fuck. Think about it. All-nighters, ranting directors, demanding designers. He patted Lonnie's cheek with a grin. Diva actors. But that's the theatrical process. Testing ourselves in that collaborative fire is how we forge our best work. And what you do, Lonnie, performing, bearing your soul on stage, making the audience feel, whether it's laughing, crying, thinking, that's no cakewalk. That's one of the hardest things ever. You think? Lonnie said in a small voice. I know. Hell, I couldn't do it. He laced his hands behind Lonnie's neck and drew him closer. How many times has some idiot asked you, how do you remember all those lines? As if that's the hardest part of your job? Lonnie's crooked smile tugged TD's heart toward his throat. More times than I can count. So don't feel guilty for loving your work, Lonnie. What you do, how you do it, with grace, style, and generosity of spirit, is a goddamn fucking gift. He kissed Lonnie's eyebrow, his cheekbone. Not for you, his lips. For us. Chapter 10. There was something TD said, something important. But Lonnie couldn't concentrate on words right now because TD's mouth was on his, sending heat through Lonnie's chest at the same time chills chased down his spine. New and yet familiar, extraordinary yet comfortable, like embarking on an exciting adventure yet arriving safely home. Lonnie parted his lips, and when their tongues danced together it was as exhilarating as improvisation, yet as inevitable as though they'd practiced this choreography forever. TD drew back, and Lonnie tried to chase his mouth for an encore. Lonnie. TD's voice was like velvet gravel. Come with me. Dazed, Lonnie nodded and stumbled along with TD as he led him into the tool room. Do you need a tool? TD laughed a little breathlessly. You might say that, but nothing in these cabinets will do. He tugged Lonnie into the corner where Eurydice had hidden the first day TD arrived. Was it only a week ago? 6 days? It felt like Lonnie had been teetering on this precipice, waiting to fall into TD his entire life. He pushed Lonnie against the wall and pressed his whole body against him. Oh, it was even better than that first time in TD's room because TD could really lean in with Lonnie braced against the wall, the exquisite pressure from chest to belly to groin, enough to convince Lonnie that purgatory and heaven were the same. TD kissed Lonnie again, a reprise of their tongue duet, but once again drew away before Lonnie had come anywhere close to taking his final bow. Lonnie, he murmured, his lips brushing Lonnie's cheek. I want to take care of you. Lonnie sucked in a breath as TD trailed hot, open-mouthed kisses down his throat. What? TD's hand brushed along Lonnie's ribs before gripping Lonnie's hip gently. The only tool I'm looking for, the only tool I need. His hand drifted sideways to hover over Lonnie's fly. Is right here. Will you let me take care of you, Lonnie? Will you let me touch you? Lonnie couldn't have spoken if Zeus showed up with a lightning bolt in his hand, so he nodded. TD's answering grin could have lit up the stage. Excellent, because I've been fantasizing about this for years. I never dreamed I'd get the chance. He cupped Lonnie's groin with his big warm hand, and Lonnie moaned. Well, I dreamed, but this is so much better than a dream. While TD fumbled with the buttons on the fall of Lonnie's trousers, he kissed Lonnie again, eating at Lonnie's mouth as though he, and not the darned, had gone without food for millennia. When the flap fell away, the cool air wafting over Lonnie's skin, because Tova had insisted Bottom wouldn't wear underwear, threatened to buckle Lonnie's knees. But then, TD's hand was there, gripping Lonnie's cock, his palm warm, his skin a delicious blend of smooth and rough, and Lonnie's knees did buckle. TD nuzzled under Lonnie's ear, his chuckle a thrum that somehow connected Lonnie's neck directly to his balls. TD's arm around Lonnie's waist steadied him. Easy, easy, I've got you. He teased Lonnie's feet apart and farther from the wall with the toe of his boot. Just rest against the wall. Hold on to my shoulders if you need to. TD kissed Lonnie's jaw. Or my hair. Or my head. Your head. If I try to reach up that far, I'll fall over for sure. Oh, it's not going to be up here. TD's smile was wickeder than Hermes's. It's going to be down there. No playwright could have written the sound that escaped Lonnie's throat as TD kissed a path down his chest, taking a detour to suck one nipple and drag his tongue across to nibble on the other because it didn't use any alphabet known to humans or gods. And when TD took the head of Lonnie's cock in his mouth and hummed around it, with a shaking hand, Lonnie stroked TD's hair, earning an upward glance from those stunning gray eyes that looked nearly black now, all pupil, all potent, all hot. Then he started to bob his head, hollowing his cheeks, sucking. TD! Lonnie cried. His balls drew up under TD's teasing, tickling fingers, heat building inside him. I'm... TD didn't pull away. In fact, he did something that Lonnie had only ever heard rumors about and took Lonnie to the back of his throat and actually swallowed. A Catherine wheel ignited in Lonnie's middle, its sparks bursting behind his closed eyelids, its fire lighting him up from the top of his head to his toes, and in between... Boneless, Lonnie started to slide down the wall, but TD's strong hands were there on his hips holding him up, while TD gently pulled off Lonnie's softening cock with a last flick of his tongue across the head. TD, shh, I've got you. Somehow TD managed to rebutton Lonnie's trousers one-handed, his other arm solidly around Lonnie's middle. He would never let me fall. I'm safe on this precipice with him. But if TD asked, Lonnie would gladly plummet over the edge, as long as they fell together. There, TD murmured with a soft kiss on Lonnie's jaw. All better. I'll say, Lonnie croaked. That was... TD winked. The best first blowjob you've ever had? It might be the first and only, but you've set the bar pretty high. TD's expression turned serious. The first, maybe, but I'm determined that it won't be the only. I still want a chance for us to be together in a bed, naked, before this show goes up. Although the idea of sex with TD in an actual bed, with no clothes at all between them, nearly caused Lonnie to pass out from the blood flow south, his belly dropped. Because right after the show went up, it would also come down, and once it did, Lonnie and all the darned would return to limbo. And TD would go back upstairs where he belonged. Lonnie forced a smile. I'd like that too. Then he blinked. But, what about you? What about me? Well, I came, but TD stopped Lonnie's words with another bone-melting kiss. I'm fine. This was about you. He smoothed Lonnie's eyebrows with the tip of his finger. Like I said, living out a fantasy here. Being able to taste you, touch you. He nuzzled Lonnie's neck again. Smell you? He met Lonnie's gaze with a grin. My imagination fell so far short, it's not even funny. Lonnie's smile wobbled as he cupped TD's cheeks. I'm glad I wasn't a disappointment. Not even close, baby. He placed his own hands over Lonnie's. Not even close.
Hello? TD?
Lonnie startled at the sound of Kiku's voice from out in the shop. What if she... I don't want... TD's eyebrows drew together. You ashamed of being with me? What? No. His expression cleared. Then there's no problem. He kissed Lonnie quickly and took his hand. In here, Kiku, he called and drew Lonnie out of the corner as if they'd been doing nothing but chatting about the weather. Kiku barged into the tool room, half her hair escaping from her bun to obscure her face. She pushed it behind her ear impatiently.
TD, we've got a...
She glanced between TD and Lonnie, quirking an eyebrow at their joined hands but almost visibly sweeping it aside.
A situation?
Yeah? TD's voice morphed from his earlier seductive purr to businesslike sharpness with that single word. What's up?
It's Dionysus. He's commandeered the stage from us.
Why? Lonnie asked. He was supposed to be working with the fairy's production number with Terpsichore for the next couple of hours up in the dance studio. The cast isn't due back on stage until 1 o'clock. She rolled her eyes.
He says that schedule doesn't work for him anymore. He wants to work on the stage this morning before he heads up to Olympus for lunch.
She scrunched up her face.
According to Genny, that always involves several hours of post-lunch wine stupor, so that means he wouldn't be back until the Q at 6.
TD exchanged a glance with Lonnie. Is that a problem? I mean, can the cast work this morning and let the lighting crew have the stage this afternoon?
It's not a problem for them,
Kiku said.
It's a problem for us. The reason we're scheduled for 6 a.m. to noon is because Prometheus has to be back in his chains by then in time for the Eagle to show up.
TD's grip on Lonnie's hand tightened. Hold it. Do you mean to tell me that Prometheus is still
a liver snack for the Caucasian Eagle every day? She said. Yup. The gods think it's a big fucking concession to let him off the rock even for this.
Bullshit. He turned to Lonnie, his face a mask of fury. I thought Heracles rescued him like eons ago. Lonnie shrugged apologetically, even though he agreed with TD. Purgatory time is rather fluid. The gods can pluck people out of any point in their timeline if it suits them. Well, it sure as fuck doesn't suit me. He glanced from Kiku to Lonnie. Back me up? Kiku nodded fiercely and Lonnie said, Always. Good, come on. TD charged out of the tool room, not releasing his hold on Lonnie's hand, so Kiku had to leap out of the way. Sorry, he murmured. She just grinned as she joined their headlong rush.
Don't be. I love this stuff.
TD burst through the stage door. Niobe's kids, as the fairy chorus, were milling around on stage while Dionysus railed from the house. This is unacceptable. I want some light on that stage. And maybe you ought to let the lighting designer do his job, asshole, TD muttered. His expression turned sly and a little bit wicked. So hot. I feel like raising a little hell, guys. What do you say? At Lonnie and Kiku's answering grins, TD turned his attention to the problem. He'd had his run-ins with directors before, forcing him to intercede on behalf of his crews. He knew how to go big. Just hope I won't go home. Not yet. He peered around the wings, his gaze zeroing in on the prop cabinet. A tall woman whom he'd seen creeping around the shop during the last week was arranging things on its shelves. Aha! He strode over to her. Hey. He kept his voice low, not that anybody could hear him with Dionysus ranting on about wanting more light on stage. I'm TD. You are? She shot a nervous glance over her shoulder toward the back of the stage house and gulped.
Pandora.
Pandora. Because why the fuck not? Everybody else from every Greek myth ever is stuck here. Listen, do you have Starveling's lantern? The one he uses as Moon in the Mechanicals play?
Of course.
She opened the lower cabinet door and pulled out an oversized lantern.
Do you want the staff to hang it from, too?
Sure. Why the hell not? He held the staff, a 6-foot oak shaft as big around as his wrist, while she attached the lantern. It wasn't lit, but when TD peered inside it, he could see that it held an oversized incandescent bulb. TD beckoned to Lonnie and Kiku. Lonnie, can you get the chorus off stage? I don't want them to get hurt. Lonnie squinted at the stage. I think so. It's not as though Dionysus is telling them to do anything right now. In fact, it seemed as though Dionysus had segued into hollering at Hermes to take a message to Olympus to serve his preferred vintage at lunch. Do it. TD turned to Kiku. When I give you the signal, kill the lights.
House lights, too?
She asked. All of them. House lights, work lights, safety lights, everything.
You got it.
She strode over to the stage manager's console and gave him the ready sign. TD peered at the lantern. Has this thing got a dimmer? Pandora nodded.
Controlled by the knob on the front.
Aces, fire her up, all the way. Pandora switched on the lantern and it flickered with amber light, as if it really were an oil lantern. She turned the knob and the glow increased.
How's that?
Perfect. TD caught a movement behind Pandora against the back wall, the place she'd been checking out before. The light wasn't great back here, but... Was that somebody's knee? Somebody's knee at TD's eye level? His gaze traveled up, past a giant torso, and up some more until he got a crick in his neck. An enormous face glimmered in the dimness under the grid at the very top of the stagehouse. Holy shit. That guy is really big. And the ragged, barely healed scar on his side looked really painful. Bile burned the back of TD's throat, and he had to fight the urge to smash something because that wouldn't do anybody any good. For fuck's sake, no one in the Pantheon had enough personal responsibility for a library card, let alone total power over all they surveyed. If Hermes was right and TD was a disruptive influence, he'd own it with pride. In fact, a little more disruption was definitely called for. He strode downstage and stood just inside the stage-right tormentor. He gave Kiku a nod, and the theater was plunged into darkness. What in the name of Uranus' missing balls is going on? Where are the blasted lights? Dionysus roared. TD strolled on stage with the lantern. I believe you asked for light? He couldn't see Dionysus in the pitch-black house, of course, but he could hear him tromping down the aisle. A moment later, the lantern illuminated his furious face on the other side of the orchestra pit. What is the meaning of this? I'm trying to mount a show here. You are also trying to mount a show, as is your cast, your crew, and your lighting designer, who... TD swung the staff so the lantern hung over the pit directly between him and Dionysus. Can't change his schedule to suit you because you fucking douchebags have him chained to a fucking rock where a fucking eagle eats his liver every fucking day. You tell me how that fate compares to whether you get a Merlot or a Chianti with your fucking lunch. Dionysus glared at him. Prometheus's fate was not my doing. It's none of my business. Oh no? You know how theater is a collaborative art? How it takes a concerted team effort to get a show up and running? From where I stand, it takes a concerted team effort from all you Olympians to keep your victims suffering forever. You can intercede. It's not like you don't interfere when it suits you. TD widened his eyes. Oh, wait! The way you intercede is to have your followers rip their own children to pieces. I suppose that's nobody's business either? He stole fire, allegedly. But you guys stole it first. The frown on Dionysus's round face made him look like a cranky baby.
Only because he cheated Zeus with that sacrifice con, condemning us to nothing but skin and bones for eternity when we should have had the meat. If Zeus hadn't been so greedy, he'd have figured it out. And since when do you care about anything but wine? TD waved the lantern, which, if he were honest with himself, was getting a little heavy. The muscles in his arms were burning, but he couldn't back down now. It's ancient history, dude. Literally. Humans have fire. They have electricity. They have nuclear power, for fuck's sake. Get over it. Dionysus glared at him. What do you expect me to do? Zeus is the one who punished him. So? TD cocked an eyebrow, trying to pretend his arms weren't turning to lead. Are you telling me you don't know how to get around your dad by this time? It's not that simple, Dionysus grumbled. It's exactly that simple. You're so touchy about people believing you're a god that you make them rip their relatives to pieces? Take the other path this time. Dionysus's eyes narrowed, but more in speculation than fury. At least TD hoped so, because despite Taiki's assurance that he'd make it upstairs unscathed at the end of his contract, he didn't have a lot of faith in the Pantheon's self-control. What do you mean, the other path? I mean, why not give mercy a try? He lifted his shoulders in an attempt to ease the tension, but it totally counted as a shrug. Might be a change from petty vendettas. So, you're saying commute Prometheus's sentence, not only because you can, but because you should. He planted the staff next to his feet. Thank fuck. Plus, it'll show you've got just as much power as Zeus, so, win-win. Oh, fine. Dionysus huffed an exasperated breath, but TD caught the gleam of mischief in his eyes. Oh, yeah. He wants to show up daddy dear, no question. He flicked his fingers. There. Done. A sudden wind caused the teasers to flutter overhead and the tormentors to flap like giant black wings. They stopped abruptly, and then the wind returned on a moan. However, since Purgatory Playhouse was A, underground, and B, hermetically sealed, TD doubted the effect was actual wind. Prometheus, sighing in relief. Since he doesn't have to go back to the rock, Dionysus said derisively, like ever, do you suppose Prometheus and his crew could come back this afternoon? TD glanced toward the wings, although he couldn't make out anybody backstage with the lantern glare in his eyes, so he made an executive decision. Sure. Now, Dionysus folded his arms across his ample belly. If you don't mind, can I get some light? This is a theater, not the Stygian pit. TD nodded in Kiku's direction, then blinked in the sudden brightness from both house and stage lights. He marched off stage and handed the lantern and staff to Pandora, who gazed at him with wide eyes. He shook out his arms. Man, I never want to try that again, without some serious weight training first. As the chorus clattered back on stage in their tap shoes, TD couldn't interpret the looks they were throwing him. A small, dark-haired woman, perched on a stool next to the prop cabinet, was staring at him too. It was starting to freak him out a little, even more than the umpty-foot-tall guy who dropped to one knee in front of him. Thank you, Prometheus said, bowing his head, fist over his heart. I owe you a life debt. TD retreated a few steps because Prometheus's proportions were definitely mythic and more than a little intimidating at close range. Fuck, his nose was longer than TD's torso. Nope, no debt, just, encouraging the gods to step up to the plate. TD risked a glance at Prometheus's side. Thank fuck. Dionysus had apparently given him a magical suture job, too. And, hey, sorry, I should have asked if you were okay changing the schedule.
Prometheus's grin was wider than a grand piano.
I have no complaints, although I'm uncertain where I should wait.
Oh, you can hang out in the shop. The ceiling's plenty tall. Just roll back the sliding door and you're home free. He bowed again.
I am indeed free. All thanks to you.
No problem. The lighting crew filed out after Prometheus, but before Kiku followed, she rushed over and gave TD a hug.
Thank you.
He awkwardly patted her back. Don't mention it. But maybe get Ganymede to make the big guy a foot-long sandwich or something? As in as long as his feet, since if he's been chained to a rock for a bazillion years, he's probably as peckish as Tantalus. She nodded, and after she trotted into the shop, TD slid the door home. Then he walked over to Lonnie, who hadn't moved from his spot by the stage door. He grabbed Lonnie's hand and swung it between them as though they were kids on a playground. What do you know? We may get this show up on time after all. Lonnie gazed at him, unblinking for a good 30 seconds. Lonnie? You okay? Lonnie choked, laughing or crying, TD wasn't certain, and clutched TD's hand to his chest. I love you. Chapter 11. Lonnie hadn't intended to blurt out his feelings like that. After what TD did for Prometheus, though, he hadn't been able to hold it in any longer. But Dionysus had hollered for him as soon as the words left his mouth, and he hadn't been able to explain or even to get a response from TD other than a look of total shock. But good total shock or bad total shock? Since the lighting crew had the stage this afternoon and Dionysus was heading to Olympus, he'd have all afternoon to follow up. But for now, he couldn't let his own issues get in the way of the show, so he dove into the rehearsal, into the part, into the words. In his bottom as Pyramus persona, Lonnie swaggered toward center stage, where Medusa's equally snake-haired sister Stheno as Snout held up her hands, fingers cross-hatched to make the chink in the wall between him and Heracles, who was playing flute as Thisbe.
I see a voice,
Lonnie proclaimed, hamming it up since Bottom was a terrible actor.
Now will I to the chink to spy, and I can hear my Thisbe's face. Thisbe!
My love,
Heracles said in falsetto and pranced towards Stheno.
Thou art my love, I think.
Think what thou wilt. I am thy lover's.
Lonnie's mind went blank, his breath catching as he spotted TD walking past the stage door. Without him, this won't be purgatory. It will be absolute hell. Was that what he was supposed to learn? To commit himself wholeheartedly to something, to someone? He could almost sympathize with Orpheus and his perpetual pursuit of Eurydice, even though he knew that if he caught her, she'd vanish again. Lonnie had long been aware that he'd wasted his life, letting it slide by almost without noticing, taking the path of least resistance, always assuming that one day he'd find a purpose, a cause, a calling, other than professionally pretending to be somebody else. Acting had always been the perfect way to hide who he was, but now he had something, or rather, somebody, for whom he wanted to be Lonnie. And now that he knew what that was like, Lonnie blinked, the stage coming back into focus. Sorry, should we take it from Thisbe's entrance again? Dionysus stood up and stretched, then smacked his lips.
Not now. Domodus and a nice, full-bodied Azure Zetico are calling me.
He sauntered out of the room as the cast gathered up the trash that seemed to always follow them now that they had access to snacks other than Necco wafers. Lonnie hurried for the wings, but Stheno and Heracles stepped into his path. Oh, hey, guys, I'm sorry about that last scene. I don't know what happened. I do. Stheno grinned at Lonnie, her hair hissing and writhing.
A certain quickie wandered past the door in that totally hot tool belt.
Heat rushed up Lonnie's throat. Was he that obvious? Well, considering TD hadn't been shy about hauling them through the green room at that first dinner, or touching and even kissing him in public since then, probably that boat had crossed the Styx long ago. Heracles patted his arm.
It's okay, Lonnie. None of us begrudge you a little snogging time with the hottie.
Lonnie shook his head.
These people were ancient Greeks. How the heck did they master modern slang?
Another one of those purgatorial bonuses, I suppose. It wasn't as if they had to live through the changes. They just phased in for the annual show and got the latest jargon jacked into their brains. He supposed it was useful for standardizing communication across eons of elapsed time, but sometimes it felt like just one more invasion of their most private places, their minds.
That's actually what we wanted to talk to you about,
Steno said.
Do you think I'm taking advantage of? No.
Heracles buffeted Lonnie's shoulder, causing him to stumble.
It's more what other people want to take advantage of.
He sidled closer.
I've heard that a few of the Pantheon aren't too crazy about all the changes TD has instigated.
Steno nodded sagely.
Disruptive. That's what they call him.
They think the Playhouse was better without him, that it's the Darn's responsibility to make things work out, regardless of what happens.
Steno rolled her eyes, and so did the snakes.
Purgatory isn't supposed to be pleasant,
she sing-songed in a snooty voice that bore a striking resemblance to Athena's.
If it was, it would be called Olympus.
Olympus?
Heracles snorted.
Trust me, it's not all that great either, although at least they aren't constantly threatened with oblivion or eternity in Tartarus up there.
Tell that to Ixion,
Steno grumbled.
That's how he got screwed, screwing.
Lonnie ignored the snark because although both Steno and Heracles had justifiable beefs, the snide remarks weren't relevant. However,
are the gods simply complaining, or do you think they're planning to do something to hurt TD?
Steno wrinkled her nose, making her look very snoutish.
I don't think so. Not directly, anyway. But I think they'd be happier if he weren't here.
Have you heard who's in this anti-TD camp?
Lonnie cocked an eyebrow at Steno.
Other than, presumably, Athena? Well,
Heracles drawled.
Is it Artemis?
After TD had shamed her into undoing Actaeon's fate, Lonnie could see how she might hold a grudge. Great ones for vengeance, the Pantheon.
Heracles shook his head. No, she's kind of neutral now, according to Ganymede.
Lonnie chuckled.
Is there anything Ganny doesn't know? They act like he's part of the furniture, he says, just like when he was the cupbearer.
So, who does he suspect?
Apollo,
Steno said promptly.
Artemis may not be up for retribution, but you know how Apollo feels about anybody dissing his twin.
Unless he does it himself,
Heracles said with a sniff.
So, Athena, Apollo.
Lonnie shuddered.
Zeus?
Steno frowned, with snake coral echo, obviously thinking.
I think he's staying out of it too. He's annoyed because Ganymede is here instead of Olympus, and not happy that Ixion is in the cast. Although after today, with the whole Prometheus thing, who knows? He hasn't tossed any lightning bolts around, so I guess he's in a wait-and-see mode.
But some of the gods are in a totally pro-TD camp,
Heracles said, ever the optimist.
Dionysus, of course. Demeter.
Demeter? I'd think she'd be nervous with the truth about Tantalus coming out.
She's avoiding that subject altogether, but you missed the part of TD's costume shop tirade where he tore a strip out of Hades for kidnapping Persephone and trapping her in the underworld with 6 stupid pomegranate seeds?
He grinned.
Tova said it was epic, made Hades flame right out.
Hephaestus likes him too,
Steno added.
Says TD appreciates a good tool like he does.
Lonnie supposed it could be worse, although Athena was clever and Apollo alarmingly quick-tempered. Nevertheless, maybe he should have a word or two with TD just to put him on his guard.
Yeah, that's the only reason I want to see him.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the heads up. Heracles beamed at him.
Anytime, Lonnie. You're doing a great job, by the way, making all of us look good.
The flush infused his cheeks again, but Lonnie made an effort to be gracious.
I'm just part of the ensemble, but thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I expect Ganymede will still have snacks in the green room.
That got them moving. They waved to him as they jostled each other to get out the door first. Lonnie followed them into the hallway more slowly, frowning. TD had been going in the opposite direction from the green room, but there wasn't much along that corridor other than the stairs up to the costume shop and down to Cerberus's lair. Lonnie trotted upstairs and poked his head into the costume shop. Tova was sitting on a low stool in front of a dressmaker's form, hand-beating one of Hermia's flapper-era costumes. Clotho was at the cutting table, adding ostrich feathers to a hat for Medusa/Hippolyta that rivaled Mae West's best. Otherwise, the room was empty.
Hey, Tova, have you seen TD?
She smirked at him.
I have seen him many times, and every glimpse a pleasure. But if you mean has he been here recently, then no.
Okay, thanks. He frowned as he wandered down the hallway, past the rehearsal studio where a couple of Niobe's kids were practicing their time steps. Could TD have gone by the stage door in the opposite direction while Lonnie was talking with Steno and Heracles about the potential threat? Lonnie's stomach clenched, remembering the inexplicable appearance of the exit in the corner of the scene shop. Had that been the anti-TD contingent's first attempt at getting rid of him? Purgatory had a tendency to be variable, and had never been more so than this last week when TD's negotiations had reshaped things almost from one moment to the next. If he'd gotten lost in the rabbit warren of morphing corridors and encountered the exit again... Lonnie started to run, pounding back down the hall. The exit was always labeled. The Pantheon were required to disclose imminent poofing to the darned, but they always tried to skirt the rules, like labeling the exit in ancient Greek. He hurtled down the stairs, 1 flight, 2 flights, 3, 4, until he reached the portal level. Cerberus began to bark when Lonnie was only halfway across that damned shape-shifting antechamber. When he burst out of it, he spotted TD immediately, disappearing through the door to Cerberus's lair.
TD, no!
Lonnie raced down the hall, which had never seemed so long, and the door had never swung so quickly, and his legs had never felt so leaden. If the door closed, TD would be trapped with a vicious 3-headed dog, and he wouldn't be able to get back inside Purgatory Playhouse. Hermes had made that very clear. Why wasn't he getting any nearer? He might as well be running in place, and the door was almost flush with the jamb. No, Lonnie whimpered. But the door didn't close, and Cerberus's barks faded to happy yips and contented whines. What the? Finally, Lonnie reached the door and yanked it all the way open. TD was crouched there, his toes just this side of the threshold, scratching behind Cerberus's ears as all 3 heads drooled over enormous dog biscuits. TD glanced up. Hey, Lonnie, done with rehearsal? Lonnie's jaw worked, but no words came out. TD frowned, and with one last pat to each of Cerberus's noses, stood up and took Lonnie's arm, leading him back into the hall as the door clicked shut on the lair. TD gripped Lonnie's shoulders. Are you okay? Stupid questions. Lonnie was clearly not okay. He was gulping in air and trembling under TD's hands. TD pulled him close and wrapped his arms around him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lonnie shook his head, his curls brushing TD's neck and sending a shiver down his spine. He said he loves me. TD had been holding that nugget close to his heart all morning. Who needs stupid winged sandals to fly? When Lonnie didn't return TD's embrace, doubt threatened to send him crashing to the ground. Maybe he'd changed his mind? Maybe he hadn't meant love the way TD hoped? Maybe he was disappointed because TD hadn't said it back, even though I do. But they hadn't had a moment, with Dionysus hollering for the mechanicals to get on stage and the chorus sounding like a herd of ill-shod horses. TD wouldn't have blamed Lonnie if he wanted to rewind his words. After all, TD had recent raw experience with exactly how devastating rejection could feel. So he rubbed gentle circles on Lonnie's back and murmured, "It's okay, I've got you," and hoped like hell that it was true. Lonnie took a shuddering breath and, yes, his hands drifted up TD's back and his tremors faded. "Want to tell me what's up?" Lonnie's hands fisted TD's shirt. "I'm sorry." Uh-oh. Could this be Lonnie's way of letting TD down easy? Sorry for what?
For behaving like a lunatic.
Relief swept through TD like a tide. Oh, is that all? Lonnie pulled back far enough to glare at him, although he didn't release TD's shirt. What's that supposed to mean? Babe, this is a theater. He brushed an errant curl off Lonnie's forehead. Everybody pretty much acts like lunatics all the time. It's part of the job. I was afraid. I thought. Lonnie swallowed, his Adam's apple sliding under warm brown skin. After your argument with Dionysus and freeing Prometheus, yeah, TD grimaced. Sorry about the drama, but hey, like I said, it's theater, right? Drama is kind of the point. Lonnie gripped TD's shoulders and gave them a little shake. You don't need to apologize. You were amazing, incredible, incandescent, and I'm not talking about the lantern. TD braced himself. I sense a but coming. Lonnie bit his lip, his gaze sliding away. There is. Look, I get it. TD disengaged Lonnie's hands and took a step back. Sometimes we say shit we don't mean in the heat of the moment. So I understand if you need to take back what you said. What? No! Lonnie grabbed the front of TD's shirt this time and yanked him forward. I meant what I said. 110%. I love you. That's not the problem. He still loves me. TD couldn't imagine any problem that could stop the butterflies in his belly throwing confetti like it was New Year's. Then tell me. I thought. Lonnie started trembling again, which was an excellent excuse to pull him back into TD's arms. I thought they might have gotten to you. Who? Lonnie rubbed his cheek against TD's chest. Some of the other cast members, Greeks, not later editions like me, told me that there's an anti-TD faction in the Pantheon. TD snorted into Lonnie's curls. Let me guess. Led by Dionysus and Artemis? Oddly, no, but they're not entirely sure who's part of it. Lonnie drew back, his eyes shadowed with fear. The exit showed up once already where it wasn't supposed to be, and you almost walked through it. I'm not sure that counts. I hadn't even had a chance to annoy anyone at that point. Lonnie smacked TD's chest. The point I'm trying to make is that any one of them could raise the exit again, anytime, anywhere. And since you can't read ancient Greek, you might... He clenched his eyes shut and swallowed again. Hey, don't worry. He kissed Lonnie's forehead. I'm not walking through any door unless I know what's behind it. He jerked his chin toward Cerberus's lair. I only came down here to give the pooch a treat. With everybody else chowing down lately, it seemed unfair not to include him. Promise me, TD. Promise you'll be careful. He drew Lonnie in for a kiss. I'll be as careful as I can. But Taiki told me that my contract includes a safe return upstairs, as long as I don't do anything stupid on my own. Stupid like arguing with the gods? Lonnie said dryly. TD widened his eyes in mock innocence. Hey, somebody needs to call them on their shit. I figure I've got the best odds. Besides, he lifted one shoulder in a half shrug. I've got a history of altercations with management. You can't expect Purgatory to repair all my character flaws. Or any of them, for that matter. TD... Lonnie's tone was edged with warning, and TD had to admit
It was kind of hot. Okay, I promise I'll be careful. Now, can we talk about something more pleasant? Lonnie gave him a decidedly suspicious glance. Like what? Like your performance? Lonnie rolled his eyes. Oh, please, can we not? Come on, babe. According to that annoying jerk, Hermes, Dionysus is raving about you and wondering why he hadn't cast you in every show since you arrived. Lonnie toyed with a button on TD's Henley. I'm just doing my part, the same as everyone else. Uh-huh. TD knew better. He'd snuck into the back of the house for a while before catching a nap after load-in. Lonnie was nothing short of brilliant. Funny, sexy, touching, ridiculous, heartbreaking. Everything a good bottom should be and seldom was. Speaking of bottom, has Dionysus achieved liftoff for his Olympic luncheon? Lonnie chuckled weakly. He has. Is Terpsichore or Euterpe dragooning you into dance or vocal rehearsals this afternoon? They're not. Terpsichore is working with the chorus again, and Euterpe is integrating Orpheus's blindfold into orchestra practice. So, you're free until tonight's Q to Q? Lonnie licked his lips. I am. Well, now. TD didn't bother to suppress his grin. How about that? So am I. Yeah? Lonnie squeaked. Uh-huh. So, would it be too much to ask? TD took a nervous breath. I mean, would you like to come up to my room with me? And yes! Lonnie grabbed TD's hand and practically sprinted down the hallway across the magically expanding antechamber, which this time was no wider than the average linen closet. Slow down, TD said, between laughing and panting as they charged up the stairs. We won't have any energy to do anything once we get there. Lonnie cast him a smoldering glance. Oh, we'll have energy. The darned don't sleep, remember? I guess it's a good thing I took a nap earlier so I can keep up then. They plunged through the rabbit warren of hallways that never seemed the same twice, but Lonnie slowed when they reached the green room. Delectable aromas infused the air. Perfectly grilled meat, roasted peppers, caramelized onions. Apparently it was fajita night at the buffet. From the clink of flatware on china, the low rumble of conversation, the occasional burst of laughter, the dining room was full, probably with everyone except the lighting crew, the orchestra, and the chorus. Lonnie peeked into the room, then drew back with a grimace. It's packed. So? Lonnie's eyebrows lifted. Good point. He grinned. Let's go. It would have been too much to expect that nobody would notice them, but other than a few greetings and a wolf whistle that TD thought came from Hermes, they made it up the stairs and into TD's room without obstruction. As soon as the door closed behind them, Lonnie launched himself into TD's arms. I've been aching for this since... The best first blowjob ever? TD nipped at Lonnie's jaw. Because I could understand that. No. Lonnie gazed at him, his expression serious. I'd like to say forever, but that's not right either. The idea of you, the hope of you, the dream of you, that's been in my mind forever. But the reality of you, T.D. Baylor, not you, some idealized lover, is so much more. You're not in my mind, you're in my heart. Deeper with everything you do, everyone you help, every wrong you right. Heat rushed up TD's throat. Now who's being ridiculous? I'm not. You know I'm not. You've made a difference here, TD. That's never happened before. TD traced the line of Lonnie's cheekbone. That's so not true. It is, Lonnie said indignantly. The food, the rooms that I'm not saying I haven't rattled the chains a bit, but it's not the first time things have improved. He kissed Lonnie's mouth, but didn't linger because he still had shit to say. Important shit. You made a difference, Lonnie. They all say so every time they turn to you for advice, for help, for reassurance. You're
their beating heart. "TD," Lonnie said, his voice choked. And, incidentally, he kissed Lonnie again, taking his time to taste those lush lips. "I love you too." Lonnie's coffee-dark eyes widened. It's not just the crush from before? From what I used to be?" "Absolutely not." TD slipped his hands under the hem of Lonnie's soft linen shirt and splayed his fingers over the smooth, warm skin of his back. "That, Alonzo Coleridge, was like a dragonfly caught in amber. Beautiful and glowing, but ultimately static. This, Lonnie Coleridge, is fully three-dimensional flesh and blood." TD waggled his eyebrows. "So what do you say we explore a little more of that flesh, especially the parts where, if you're anything like me, blood is currently rushing?" Lonnie's answer was to yank his shirt over his head. "I'll take that as a yes," TD croaked, because the sight of Lonnie's chest robbed him of the power of speech. He reached for those mouth-watering pecks, but Lonnie blocked his hands and shook his head. "What, not against another wall, TD?" he murmured. "Not this time." He backed away, popping the buttons on his pants until the flap fell open to reveal his cock, hard and beautiful and leaking. "Not when there's an actual bed a few steps away." TD prowled after him, shedding his Henley. He cursed as he untied the laces on his damn work boots, and when he stood up, Lonnie was naked and spread out on the white comforter like, well, he didn't want to think about offerings, not in a place populated by beings who actually used to demand such things, a reward that TD was certain he didn't deserve, but wasn't about to question the luck that allowed him to claim it. So TD kicked off his jeans and underwear and accepted the invitation. Chapter 12. The bedspread under Lonnie's bare skin was cool and smooth, the mattress soft, the pillows softer, better than his best memory of an upstairs bed. But somehow all of that paled beside the sight of TD crawling across the mattress toward him, his cock stiff and ruddy because he wanted this, wanted Lonnie. TD straddled Lonnie's hips, his fists planted above Lonnie's shoulders. "You are so fucking beautiful." You are too." TD's ivory skin was dusted with light brown hair on chest, legs, arms, and Lonnie had to swallow when his mouth began to water, that tantalizing trail that led down to the nest of darker curls at his groin. A few scars marred the perfection, but somehow that made him even more beautiful, more real. And Lonnie craved real. Trapped in this place, constantly bombarded with physical perfection in the persons of the gods, real was the true magic. Human was magic. TD was magic. But when TD settled between Lonnie's legs, their cocks aligned between their bodies, their chests pressed together, he realized TD was more than magic. TD was everything. TD slid his palms along Lonnie's forearms and laced their fingers together. "Lonnie," he murmured in a voice that promised all Lonnie had ever wanted. He lowered his head slowly, so slowly, and took Lonnie's mouth in a kiss that delivered all Lonnie had ever dared imagine. But then he flexed his hips, and the drag of skin against skin, cock against cock was so far beyond either of those. Lonnie moaned into TD's mouth, his fingers clenching around TD's hands as heat flared in his belly, his chest, his balls. And then, conflagration. Lonnie's own hips jerked helplessly, wet warmth spreading over his belly, and oh! TD's chuckle burred against Lonnie's temple. "That's right. Feel good?" Lonnie blinked up at the ceiling. "Am I supposed to be able to talk now?"
You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
I want...
Despite the fact that his brain seemed to have departed his skull to circle the room, Lonnie noted that TD's cock was still hard against him.
I want you to feel good.
Trust me. He kissed Lonnie deep, hard, and hot. I do. Lonnie squirmed under TD's weight, even though he was supporting much of it on his elbows.
No, I mean, I want you to come. I want to make you come.
Keep looking at me like that and it won't take much. Lonnie tried for a seductive smile, although brain still circling, so he probably barely managed insipid.
How about this then?
He grabbed TD around the middle and rolled so they were on their sides, facing one another. With his free hand, he gathered some of his own jizz in his palm and grasped TD's cock.
Oh, fuck, Lonnie.
TD's eyes fluttered closed as he began to thrust into Lonnie's fist.
Just like that?
No. Lonnie had been passive in every aspect of his life, but not this time. Not with this man. This time he wanted to be active. So he squeezed, pumped, twisted, teased, tickled. And with each of TD's moans and curses, he was lifted higher, higher, higher still with power, gratitude, love. TD's body tensed, his jaw tight, his teeth clenched. But as he began to spill over Lonnie's fist, he opened his eyes, and what Lonnie saw there? Moving on can't be any more transcendent than this. With a shuddering breath, TD collapsed onto his back, pulling Lonnie onto his chest. Lonnie smirked up at him.
Feel good?
TD cocked an eyebrow. I trust that's a trick question. He glanced down at the mess between them. We should probably clean up a bit. Semen doesn't rival Gorilla Glue as an adhesive, but it can still pull out some very sensitive hairs. He sat up, rolling Lonnie over to lie across his lap. I checked out the bathroom. It's got a shower big enough for Prometheus.
Seriously?
TD shrugged. Well, his legs anyway, come on. Lonnie hadn't had an actual shower since 1968. And apparently plumbing fixtures had improved a lot since then because the enormous glass-walled stall had six shower heads, 2 above and 4 on the sides. But the decadence of the equipment had nothing on TD's hands, soapy and slippery, roaming over Lonnie's skin. Or Lonnie's hands doing the same to TD until they both came again. TD glanced down at their cocks. Damn. Another bonus for purgatory, non-existent refractory time. He chuckled as he dried Lonnie off with an enormous, fluffy towel. The amenities in this shower, he winked, including the company, beat the hell out of my last one. He draped the towel over Lonnie's shoulders and pulled another one off the rack for himself. My compliments to the douchebag gods for their taste in bath linens. He led Lonnie back to bed where they discarded the towels and crawled between the sheets, TD on his back and Lonnie draped over his chest. TD trailed his fingers over Lonnie's back, slow and drugging. I know this is not a picnic for you and the other darned, but I have to admit some parts of Purgatory Playhouse are kind of cool. The Playhouse, I mean, not the douchebag gods who run it. But after a lifetime spent constructing things, it's kind of nice to just ask for something and boom, instant renovation. Lonnie smiled wryly. Actually, I think that only works for you. If any of the rest of us had tried it, I suspect the answer would have been, this is purgatory, deal with it. TD threaded his fingers through Lonnie's damp curls. So, I've been thinking about something. Other than bathroom accommodations? TD barked a laugh. Yes, you snarky bastard. He sobered instantly, his gaze locked with Lonnie's. I apparently suck at relationships. Lonnie was suddenly wide awake. Is this a warning? No. TD's heavy sigh lifted his chest and Lonnie a good 3 inches. More like, I don't know, a justification? Or a promise?
I'm pretty sure those two things are mutually exclusive.
Fuck, I'm bad at this, TD muttered.
What I'm trying to say is that when I go back upstairs, I won't be looking for anybody. Because
You suck at relationships?
he nodded. At least close proximity ones. My last boyfriend liked me fine as long as I was on the opposite coast, but wasn't too thrilled when I showed up on his doorstep. Lonnie scowled, overwhelmed by a desire to strike out at whatever idiot had made TD feel as though he were a failure. But then, if said idiot had realized the treasure he held, TD might never have shown up at Purgatory Playhouse.
He might never have been mine.
TD pulled gently at one curl, unwinding it until it was straight and then releasing it to spring back. What I'm trying to say is... Fuck.
I'm pretty sure you never have any trouble saying that. I think we've heard the word more in the last week than we have for decades,
Lonnie chuckled. You've even got Niobe's kids saying it, much to her dismay. Great. I'm a bad influence on people who aren't even alive. He toyed with another curl, not meeting Lonnie's gaze. Here's the thing. Some people, most people I've ever met, in fact, claim that long-distance relationships can't work. But my experience is that they work better than the alternative. Lonnie frowned.
Not sure I follow.
You can't get any more long distance than living and not. TD made a face. I refuse to think of you all as dead. You're not. You're just periodically unavailable.
Interesting take. Not sure I agree, but please go on.
I know I haven't exactly been conciliatory with some of the Pantheon. You think? TD took another deep breath and held it for a few seconds, as if he were about to plunge into deep water. But what if I fix my attitude? Renegotiate with Taiki, make this a regular gig? Lonnie propped himself up on one elbow and stared into TD's face. I mean, what if I come back next year? And the year after that, and so on. That way at least we'll have a little time together. He smiled wryly. Tech Week is heaven instead of hell? The mattress under him might as well be stone. TD, you don't have to say anything now. He caught Lonnie's free hand and dropped a kiss in his palm. Fuck, what am I talking about? Of course you have to say something. At least tell me whether you're interested. It doesn't have to be forever. If I show up next year and you've changed your mind, no harm, no foul, but TD. Lonnie laid a finger across his lips. Remember when you first came through Cerberus's lair and recognized me? He grinned. How could I forget? Meeting Alonzo Coleridge, my fantasy pirate king? Sweetheart, you recognized me because I look the same as I did when I was alive, because I haven't changed, because I don't change. TD's grin didn't fade. That works out well for me. Fantasy pirate king forever for the win. Lonnie placed a gentle palm against TD's cheek. Next year, I'll look just like this, but you'll be a year older. The following year, I'll be the same, but you'll be— I get it. TD scowled and turned away. Eventually, I'll be some old, creepy dude who's worse than Zeus.
That's not what I mean. You'll keep changing, along with the world upstairs. In limbo, here in Purgatory, we won't. You're dynamic, we're static. Committing to us, to me, would be like a millstone around your neck, even assuming you could get back in.
TD turned back to him, his gaze sharp. So what you're saying is staying away is for my benefit? That you'd be okay with a repeat performance?
I love you.
Lonnie smiled wryly. And I don't change. Remember? Ha! TD waggled a finger at him. Caught you. If you don't change, you couldn't have fallen for me. So there's potential there, right? I'll have an entire year to come up with a plan, and I'm a really good problem solver.
I've noticed,
Lonnie said dryly.
As far as getting back in, I'll just schlep over to Martin's Magic Emporium again and snag another trio of dog biscuits and a new security code. Piece of cake. Lonnie scrunched up his nose. Not really. According to what I've heard, you can only ever find the Magic Emporium once. TD snorted. It's not hard to locate. It's right there on Kirkland, next to Bean There Donut That. He drew Lonnie down for another searing kiss. All I'm asking is, if we can work it out, do you want me to come back? Call him weak, call him cowardly, call me in love. Lonnie should have refused. If only so TD wouldn't waste his upstairs life the way Lonnie had. But instead, he kissed TD back. Yes, more than anything. Over the last couple of days, even though he and Lonnie had only been able to snatch a few stolen minutes here and there, TD's step had been lighter, his perpetual grin so wide that even Hermes had started avoiding him. He asked Ganny about it at dinner. Ganny laughed. He's afraid you're planning to pull something on him the way you did on Artemis and Dionysus. TD snorted. Tell him as long as he's not an asshole, he doesn't have to worry. Oh, honey, they're all assholes. Therefore, they're all worried. But just then, Lonnie walked into the green room in his bottom costume, the one with the fall front trousers and linen shirt, and TD lost interest in anything else, including Ganny's stellar vegetable lasagna. He crossed to Lonnie and gave him a kiss. Hey, ready for final dress rehearsal? Lonnie kissed him back. As I'll ever be, I've just been getting the last adjustment to my ass's head, which is a lot more comfortable after you recommended a mask shell and interior webbing to brace it on my shoulders instead of my head, so thank you for that. But Tova would like to consult with you. He wrinkled his nose. She's got a problem she'd like your help with. Lead on. He took Lonnie's hand and headed for the costume shop, which, along with the stage, green room, and scene shop, was one of the few places in the playhouse that never seemed to move. The show looks good, TD said. Lonnie glanced sidelong at him. You been watching? Yep. Taking tech notes. Not that there have been many, but I'll be backstage starting tonight. He tapped his chest. Lead stagehand, as per contract. Lonnie pulled TD to a halt outside the costume shop door. About that, while I'm in character, hey, I've worked in theater for years. I know better than to interrupt a performer's process. Don't worry, I'll stay out of your way. Lonnie heaved a sigh. Thank goodness. I didn't want you to think I didn't want. TD stopped his apology with another kiss. I won't. But how do you feel about a little fooling around after we set the curtain call? Lonnie grinned. Now that I can do. Excellent. TD started to pull Lonnie into the shop, but Lonnie shook his head. You go in, I've got to go set my props. He leaned in for another kiss. See you in a dream. When TD walked into the costume shop, Tova was standing at the near end of the cutting table with Wilson. One of Niobe's daughters was standing on a stool at the far end as Clotho adjusted her costume's handkerchief hem. The other fates were absent for a change. Hey, Tova, Lonnie said you needed a consult. What's up? She tugged at a fold on the velvet cape draped over Wilson's gigantic shoulders. Really, the guy was as big as some of the gods. Bigger than Hermes, actually. I need to make Wilson disappear. TD's eyebrows shot up. Excuse me? Tova glared at him. I don't mean literally. For the end of the show, after Oberon and Titania reconcile, they're supposed to vanish. With the original set, there was a trap with a smoke effect, but we don't have that now. Wilson's basso chuckle was like rolling thunder. That's how Hermes and his god bros ended up destroying everything before. They were playing with the trap and decided the smoke effect needed to be turbocharged? TD asked, his tone dry. Wilson's grin, white against his dark skin, held apology as well as amusement. More like lightning charged. They asked themselves WWZD. What would Zeus do? TD said. Apparently, the answer to that is whatever the fuck he wants and just about anything. He huffed an exasperated breath. It would have been nice for somebody to have mentioned this little vanishing act when we still had a chance to rebuild that trap. Sorry, Tova muttered.
Not your fault, TD replied. Dionysus has had plenty of opportunities to mention it during the last few days of tech rehearsals. But then, Dionysus had made a point of not speaking to TD since their Prometheus shouting match. Whenever the grumpy god had any set-related notes, he made Hermes deliver them.
I don't think that original trap would have worked anyway.
When Wilson spread his arms, his velvet cape was vaster than the average sail.
I'm a little bigger than Edmund Kean. I'd have gotten wedged in the stage floor. Not exactly a magical experience.
TD's attention snagged on the cape. He sketched a circle with his index finger. Turn around, Wilson. Wilson lifted his eyebrows, but did as TD asked, presenting his ridiculously broad back to them.
Like this?
Uh-huh. Now raise your arms so the cape's above your head. As Wilson complied, TD held his breath. Yes! The cape had a generous train, so even though Wilson was masked from head to toe, the velvet still pooled on the floor. TD turned to Tova. Niobe only comes up to his chin, right? She nodded. If that, she's not very big, and Wilson is… well, Wilson. Excellent. I saw this effect at the Oregon Shakespeare Festival once. TD glanced over his shoulder. You can lower your arms, Wilson. Although, how long can you hold them up?
Long as you need.
He flexed his arms, and his biceps threatened to burst through his shirt.
The cape doesn't weigh that much.
TD studied the beautiful fall of velvet. If Kean was smaller, that thing must have drowned him. Oh, that's not the same one, Tova said. It was destroyed in the fire.
You had to remake it again after the part was recast, though, Wilson said.
Tova shrugged. I was a seamstress upstairs. We were paid piecework rates at the Triangle, so I'm used to working quickly. TD stared at her. You worked at the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory? Is that how… TD grimaced. Sorry if this is an inappropriate question, but did you die in the fire? Tova's brow knitted as she gathered the cape from Wilson's shoulders. I suppose so. I remember the fire starting and heading for the exit. I don't remember getting out, but I don't remember dying either. Niobe's daughter snorted. You're lucky. We'd rather not remember getting shot in the chest with an arrow, but it's not exactly something you forget. TD narrowed his eyes, glancing from Tova to Niobe's kid. He really should learn their names, but they were practically identical. Maybe next year. But for now, something else was bothering him. Fred didn't remember how he died. Neither did Tova. Wilson, do you remember how you died?
Me?
Wilson rubbed the side of his nose.
Nope. I got nothing. I was heading out of the Apollo. He winced. Unfortunate name, that. Anyway, I was heading out of the theater after a show, and next thing I know, I'm here with an eternal gig as a pit singer.
He nodded at the cape.
Until now.
So the Greeks could remember their demise, but the non-Greeks couldn't? What the fuck did that mean? He eyed Clotho, who had kept her back to him during this whole conversation. We'll be having words shortly, my friend. But for now, he needed to make an actor the size of a barn and his onstage wife disappear. He faced Tova and Wilson. You've seen our backdrop, right? The random star field? They both nodded. Kiku has some individual LED lights that can be controlled by the light board. We'll attach a bunch of those to the velvet in the same kind of random pattern as the backdrop. Then, Wilson can hold Niobe against him, turn up stage, and raise the cape above his head at the same time that the light board operator activates the LEDs. Voila! Instant disappearance, no smoke and trapdoors required. Tova squealed and tackled him with a hug. Since she wasn't much bigger than Niobe, TD hardly staggered at the assault. Thank you, that's brilliant! You two go downstairs and find Kiku. Let her know what we're trying to do. I'll meet you down there in a few minutes, and we'll make sure the pattern works with the backdrop. The two of them took off, the velvet cape bundled in Tova's arms as Niobe's kid jumped down from the stool. Thanks, Clotho. I'll try not to tear it again. She gave TD a bright smile and trotted out of the room. TD, however, leaned against the cutting table and crossed his arms. We need to talk, he told Clotho. She faced him, expressionless as always. TD shook his head. Man, you'd kill in the World Poker Tour. He advanced toward her. But then you kill elsewhere too, don't you?
I'm not in charge of cutting mortal life threads.
No. But I'll bet you step in now and then, don't you? She simply stared at him. Did you and your sisters end Fred, Tova, Wilson? He swallowed thickly. Lonnie?
Define end.
TD clenched his fists so he wouldn't be tempted to throttle her. Did you kill them?
No.
One eyebrow rose infinitesimally.
Technically.
Let's get non-technical then, shall we?
We removed them from life.
Removed them from life, TD growled. You mind telling me how that's different? And why you had the authority to do anything of the kind?
It was necessary.
Necessary for whom? Not them.
Wasn't it? Tova might have succumbed to smoke or flames or from leaping from a window. Wouldn't you call it more humane to remove her before any of those occurred?
You said might. Do you know for sure any of that shit would have happened?
For the first time, unease marred her features. No.
So she might have gone on to live a full and happy life, surrounded by her family and friends, rather than bowing to the constant demands of a pantheon of gods who aren't even hers.
That's why removal was necessary. We're forbidden from imposing a fate on humans who aren't our constituents.
But that's exactly what you did. TD's breath labored in his chest as if he'd been running stadium loops. You imposed this half-life on her, on Wilson and Fred and Kiku and Lonnie. For what?
Her eyes turned cold. I told you, it was necessary. Since it does not concern you, I do not owe you any further explanation.
And she blinked out. Fuck! TD shouted, pounding the cutting table hard enough to spill a box of pins onto the floor in a bright, hard clatter. Since yelling wouldn't bring Clotho back, and he had a disappearing act to facilitate, he stormed out of the costume shop and headed for the stage. But Clotho was wrong. This concerns the fuck out of me. And when something was this important, TD didn't stop until he figured out a solution. Chapter 13. Lonnie sat near the back of the darkened house as TD, Tova, and Wilson set up for Oberon's disappearance. One more dress rehearsal, then tomorrow, the show. Barely 30 more hours before he and TD were separated forever. Because Lonnie harbored no illusion that TD's plan to negotiate a return to Purgatory Playhouse next season would work. One way or another, their time was coming to an end. He sighed as TD signaled the lightboard operator to get ready to run the cue. "Careful," whispered a voice from the row behind him. "I think you might have rivaled Boreas with that sigh, and the wind gods aren't known for their tolerance when it comes to competition. That's how tornadoes happen." "Hermes," Lonnie said resignedly, "don't you have a message to deliver somewhere?" "Nope," he said cheerfully, resting his arms on the back of the seat next to Lonnie's. "All invitations to tomorrow's extravaganza have been delivered and accepted. In fact, I think we'll have to enlarge the house and the lobby to hold everyone. Everybody's coming. Greek, Egyptian, Norse, Japanese, Native American. Well, I could go on, but I'd run out of time before tomorrow's curtain." Nerves danced the mambo in Lonnie's middle. "So many. Why? Why not?" Lonnie glared at him. "You know more than you're saying. I always know more than I say. Secrets are the best possible currency in these information-centric days." "Hermes, okay," TD called from the stage. "Go with Q-198. Wilson turned in a majestic swirl of black velvet and paced upstage. Then he raised his arms over his head and disappeared, seeming to vanish into the star-studded night. "I'm impressed," Hermes said. "That's way better than the smoke and trapdoor effect. Makes me glad we trashed the set." On stage, TD high-fived Wilson, speaking to him too quietly for Lonnie to hear. Wilson nodded and strode off stage in a billow of velvet. TD planted his fist on his hips, staring at the backdrop. Lonnie could have gazed at that view all day, every day. He sighed again as Kiku called to TD from the wings. TD took a step stage right, and a lighting instrument crashed to the stage where he had been standing, missing him by bare inches. Lonnie jumped to his feet. "TD!" TD held up his hands. "I'm fine." He peered up into the flies. "Although we'll need to get the cherry picker in here to hang a replacement light. Unless Prometheus is still in the house." Lonnie's nerves jangled. He wanted to rush down to the stage and wrap TD in his arms to make sure he was unharmed. That near miss couldn't be a coincidence. He turned to Hermes, shaking with fury. "I thought you lot weren't going to kill anybody." Hermes lounged back in his seat and crossed his feet in the air, his fluttering sandals making it unnecessary for him to use a seat back for a footstool. "We committed to no acts of gods, but that looked like an act of equipment failure to me." "Don't mince words." He knelt on the seat in front of Hermes and glared at him in the near dark. "What do you know about an anti-TD faction among the Pantheon?" Hermes chuckled and rose into the air, upside down, with the expected result of flashing Lonnie and anyone else in the vicinity when his chitin flopped down over his chest. "It's not the anti-TD faction you need to worry about, Cupcake." Lonnie shaded his eyes, because he had zero desire to be face to balls with Hermes's genitals. "What are you talking about?" "The anti-TD faction just want him gone. But the pro-TD faction, well, let's just say they're angling for him to be a permanent addition to our jolly little band." Ice encased Lonnie's heart as Hermes, still upside down, flew out of the house and into the lobby.
"I swear, that instrument was mounted properly, TD."
Kiku was actually wringing her hands, something TD would never expect from the self-confident master electrician.
"I don't know what happened."
"Don't worry about it. Equipment failures happen, and as I understand it, Hephaestus rushed those through production, right?"
"Yes, but
"So, I'll tell Dionysus we're delaying the start of dress rehearsal for an hour so you can check all the remaining lights." He patted her shoulder. "Don't stress, okay?" She nodded, still obviously unhappy, but marched on stage, calling orders to the fly crew to lower the electric pipes. In the meantime, TD needed information, and the surest source of gossip was upstairs in the green room kitchen, probably baking up a storm. He dodged the lighting crew and made his way through the ever-shifting corridor maze to the green room. For a change, it was empty, since all the actors were either dressing or in warm-ups, and the crew was finishing up last-minute tasks. As he expected, the place smelled of chocolate and cinnamon, sugar and nutmeg. He poked his head in the kitchen, where Ganny was shaking his booty and humming Macho Man. "Hey, Ganny, got a minute?" Ganny glanced at the row of vintage timers lined up on the countertop, tomato, hen, pig strawberry, and plain old plastic numeric dial, and nodded.
3, actually. Any more than that, and I'm putting you to work with the oven mitts."
"Deal." TD checked over his shoulder, still clear, and approached the cutting board, which was littered with scraps of pie crust. "Listen, I found out something earlier that I wanted to run by you, since you seem to know everything."
"It's true."
He twirled a silicone spatula and bowed.
"I am the source of all knowledge. The Oracle of Delphi's got nothing on me."
"It seems that other than the Greeks, none of the darned can remember how they died?" TD let his tone rise at the end of the sentence, inviting Ganny to answer the unasked question. Hardly informative. "Thanks a lot, Ganny." "Clotho said they were, and I quote, removed from life."
"Oh."
He smiled sunnily.
"Like me."
TD blinked. "You?"
"Sure. Zeus absconded to Olympus with me straight from my mortal life."
He scowled.
It was in the middle of a party, as a matter of fact. He could have timed it a little better.
So it's possible to, he spread his palms in an expansive gesture, become one of the darned without actually dying?
Yes.
The way Genny drew out the word didn't fill TD with confidence.
Why do you ask?
So, if somebody wanted to join the company but didn't want to be extreme about it,
Somebody such as yourself?
well, yeah, if I wanted to stay with Lonnie, who would I need to talk to about it, and how would I arrange an audience? Ganny's perfect face crumpled in distress.
TD, I don't think you know what you're asking.
I do. Sort of. Because a life, if you could call it life, centered around Purgatory Playhouse offered little in the way of guarantees. Much like theater. You never knew when the show you were in would close, where the next gig would come from, if your douchebag boyfriend was lying about everything. But one thing it would have was the chance to be with Lonnie forever. Maybe not constantly, since apparently limbo could be a little sketchy when it came to corporeal existence, but they'd be here every year, working together, loving together, even if living together was a relative term. From TD's perspective, Lonnie was worth taking the plunge. Ganny's chin firmed, his lips flattening.
No, I won't do it.
Ganny, please.
No, TD, you've got an unrealistic view of what purgatory is like.
He raised an eyebrow. Somehow purgatory and reality seem like contradictory terms, but if I wasn't willing to suspend my disbelief, I wouldn't work in theater. But Ganny shook his head, his expression mulish.
No, I won't be the one to do it. I can't have that on my conscience.
The hen timer dinged.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have pies to attend to.
TD carted his hands through his hair. Fuck, if Ganny wouldn't help him, psst. TD turned, half expecting the hiss to have come from one of the Gorgon's hairdos. Instead, Eros beckoned him to him from the doorway. With one last glance at Ganny, he sighed and left the kitchen. Eros dragged him through the green room and halfway up the stairs to TD's room. He peered up and down the stairs, apparently making sure they wouldn't be overheard. It won't work, Eros announced, his thumbs tucked in his quiver strap. TD didn't pretend to misunderstand him. Why not? I'm not saying you couldn't join the darned, but it won't work if your intention is to be with Lonnie. He waggled his eyebrows. That is your intent, isn't it? You know it is. Eros made a sound like a game show buzzer. Too bad, so sad. You'll lose. TD folded his arms. Why? Because... Eros crooked a finger, inviting him closer, and lowered his voice to a stage whisper. Lonnie won't be here. Alarm sparked TD's nerves. Why? Are one of you assholes going to punish him? Kill him for real? Eros laughed merrily. Oh, you mortals can be so dramatic. Of course not. But you've seen his performance. You tell me who else comes close. TD scowled down at his boots. Eros had a point. Lonnie lit up the stage without the benefit of a follow spot. No one. Exactly. So he'll get this year's Gracie and move on. But if you've already bargained for a place with the darned, you'll be stuck here forever. Without him. Fuck. So you're saying I should just let him go? No, silly, I can never resist the call of true love. So I'm offering you a solution. He plucked his bowstring. I'll prick selected audience members, cause enough of them to salivate over some other performer, maybe that yummy Oberon, and mission accomplished. Lonnie stays. Of course. His smile turned sly. There's no telling what might happen next season, or the one after that. TD ground his molars together. Anger against Eros for suggesting such a thing, and shame at himself because he was tempted, warring in his chest. He fisted Eros's chitin and jerked him forward until they were nose to nose.
You will not fuck up Lonnie's chances. Do you hear me?
Eros clucked his tongue. Dear me, are you saying you want to endure purgatory without him? He tapped his lip with one finger.
Although, eternity without your true love, I guess that would be hell, not purgatory after all.
He shrugged. My bad. He disengaged TD's fists. But do let me know if you change your mind. You have over 24 hours. Practically a lifetime. You, Eros winked out before TD could clock him in the jaw. Fuck! He couldn't rob Lonnie of the chance to escape purgatory for good, and if Lonnie moved on to wherever on was, Eros was right. This place would be torture. Not as bad as having an eagle devour his liver every day, but much the same as Orpheus and Eurydice's fate, doomed to miss each other for eternity. He sank down on the stairs and dropped his head into his hands.
Maybe I'm not cut out for long-distance relationships either.
No, strike that. He was definitely cut out for a relationship with Lonnie, body, heart, and soul, but he didn't have the right to manipulate Lonnie's fate any more than the Pantheon did. But he wasn't giving up. Not yet. He still had around 30 hours, and while it wasn't precisely a lifetime, it could be enough. All TD needed was a plan. But first, he needed a favor. He returned to the kitchen where Genny was just removing a deep dish apple pie from the oven.
Genny, could you do me a solid?
Genny scowled at him.
If it's about you becoming part of the company...
TD held up his hands in surrender.
Nope, but I need
A bouquet. A big one. Suitable for a star. Genny's smile bloomed.
Flowers. I can do that. You want them after the show tomorrow?
No, I'd, like to present them after final dress tonight. I know it's short notice, but we've kind of got a date. Can you manage? Genny snapped his fingers and... Whoa! He was holding a gigantic bouquet of lilacs, iris, hydrangea, and eucalyptus.
Roses are so passé, don't you think?
He passed it to TD.
There are vases under the sink.
He winked.
Go get 'em, Tiger.
Chapter 14. Lonnie's adrenaline was spiking, and not just from the usual pre-performance nerves. He had to find TD, had to tell him, had to warn him to watch his back. If multiple gods were gunning for him, he wouldn't be safe.
Lonnie?
Lonnie stopped his headlong rush toward the scene shop at Eurydice's call. His instincts, no, my emotions, urged him to keep going, but his decades as the company gopher kicked in and he forced a smile when he faced her. She was already in her costume, something befitting a high-end dramatization of The Great Gatsby, in keeping with Dionysus's concept. What's up? He frowned. Orpheus isn't resisting his blindfold, is he?
No.
She nervously patted her Marcel-waved hair.
But did you know that practically the entire Greek pantheon is watching Final Dress tonight?
His belly lurched.
If they're all here, then TD's in even more danger than I thought.
I didn't.
Why can't they wait until tomorrow?
She fluttered beringed hands.
You know what Final Dress rehearsals are like. They're always disasters. What if the gods are so appalled that they don't show up tomorrow?
She edged closer, dropping her voice to a thread-like murmur.
What if they close the show before it opens? That can happen, right?
It's happened upstairs, but I don't think we have anything to worry about down here.
At least not as far as the play's concerned.
It usually occurs for Broadway shows, productions that are intended for long runs but have disappointing out-of-town tryouts. There's not much point canceling a single performance.
But what if they decide not to come back? If they base their opinion on the rehearsal instead?
Her dark eyes, wide and worried, stared up at him.
Could they poof us before we even take the curtain call?
I don't think there's any danger of that.
No, all the danger is off stage. Hermes told me the house is going to be packed tomorrow. Maybe they just wanted a chance to watch without rubbing elbows with the other pantheons. You know they don't always get along with some of them. Are you sure? He gripped her shoulders and gave her a, hopefully, reassuring smile. As sure as I can be about anything in Purgatory. He let go of her and sidled down the hall. But if you'll excuse me, I've got to prep a little before vocal warm-ups. Of course. Sorry. She smiled at him, so trusting that guilt curdled in his belly for trying to brush her off. I'll see you there. He took 2 strides down the hall, then turned back. Use the pass-through behind the backdrop to get to the rehearsal hall. You wouldn't want to run into the orchestra. Right. She blew him a kiss. Thanks, Lonnie. You're the best. Lonnie! Not again. His smile probably resembled a grimace as he faced Daphne, who, as Helena, was costumed in navy bloomers, a white shirtwaist, and a mob cap. Dionysus and his concept. The audience is going to be completely flummoxed. Hey, Daphne. Something wrong? Forget the Gorgons. Daphne's thunderous scowl could turn anyone to stone. I'll say, if Apollo shows up backstage again, is he? Her scowl deepened. Is he what? Is he backstage? No, she said slowly. But he's in the Playhouse, so he could be. He's here to watch the show, same as the rest of the Pantheon. He's not here to make inappropriate advances to any of us. That you know of, she grumbled. Eros is running around with that damned bow of his, and you know what that means. It means we invoke the no weapons in the house rule, don't worry. He turned her around and gave her a little nudge in the other direction. Now go. It's almost time for warm-ups. She went, albeit grudgingly, and Lonnie raced up the hall again. Lonnie! The right voice. Lonnie spun and ran to meet TD, wrapping him in a tight hug. I've been looking everywhere for you. Same. TD kissed Lonnie's neck and then his mouth. I've got something to ask you. Anything. But first, how did you die? Lonnie's mind stuttered. I'm sorry, what? I know it's a weird question, but it's important. He brushed Lonnie's hair off his forehead. Please? Lonnie scowled, trying once again to bypass the murk in his brain that clouded the memory of his last hours upstairs. I was on my way to audition for the San Francisco production of Hair. He smiled wryly, which is why I've been stuck in tie-dye and bell-bottoms since then. I was in my car. The streets were blocked by an anti-war protest, so I had to pull over. He shrugged. And then, nothing. TD muttered something under his breath, an odd expression playing over his face. He grabbed Lonnie around the waist and hugged him fiercely. You're not dead, he murmured. You never died. Those assholes took you. Lonnie pulled out of TD's embrace. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the douchebag Greek pantheon. I'm talking about how none of the non-Greek darned ever really died. They were, to quote Clotho, removed from life. Lonnie's head was spinning. Removed from life? How is that any different from dying? That was exactly my question. TD reached for him again, but Lonnie stepped back. And he didn't have any trouble reading TD's expression this time, hurt. It doesn't make any difference. I'm here and no, don't you get it? They had no right to do it. None of you are Greek. None of you owed them any kind of allegiance. Fuck, I doubt if some of you had ever even heard of them. They took you for some fucked up reason of their own. What could they possibly want with us? Other than to spin up their own twisted live Netflix equivalent? Who the fuck knows? But they had no right, no reason to do what they did to you, to Kiku, to Wilson, or Fred, or Tova. At least I made a conscious choice to step through that door, to negotiate my own relationship with them, including my exit. None of you were granted that option. Half hour, Lonnie, Pandora called. Since Lonnie was in the cast this time, she had to act as stage manager. Thanks. Lonnie pressed his hands to his temples in an attempt to stop his mind from reeling, but it didn't help. TD, I don't know why you had to tell me this right now, he grimaced. Fuck, I'm sorry. I should know better than to throw something like this at you when you're about to go on stage.
He gripped Lonnie's biceps, and this time Lonnie didn't break away.
But this is a game changer, Lonnie, don't you see?
No, I really don't. TD shook him gently.
They owe you. All of you. You've been playing their game for decades, but they fucking cheated. You need to call them on it. If you, TD...
Lonnie laid his hands on TD's chest.
I can't do anything about this now. I've got to get into makeup and head to vocal warm-ups in 15 minutes. Afterward, okay?
He placed his own hands over Lonnie's. I'll come to your dressing room. He smiled a little shyly.
I've got something for you anyway.
But Lonnie was already turning over TD's revelation. If it was true, TD was in even more danger than Lonnie had feared, because TD was right. The gods were assholes, and if they could kidnap completely random people off the street, who knows what they might do to a man who had pissed off half of them and proven himself invaluable to the other? Okay, my dressing room afterward. We'll talk then. He made himself smile as he cradled TD's dear, dear face in his hands and kissed him.
Maybe for the last time.
TD toyed with one of Lonnie's curls. Which dressing room is yours, anyway? Don't worry, it'll have my name on it. Remember, no walking through any door when I don't know what's on the other side. TD kissed him once more. Break a leg. Lonnie's throat closed. Not a good thing when he had a performance in less than half an hour.
Thanks. And TD?
Yeah.
Please, be careful.
TD grinned and kissed Lonnie's forehead. Just hanging out backstage in case of set-related emergencies. What could happen? Despite his roiling belly, Lonnie had to laugh. The fates are upstairs in the costume shop. Never ask that question. TD chuckled and, with one last kiss, took off toward backstage. Lonnie huffed out a breath. He needed information, and he needed it now. They could damn well hold the curtain for him. He sped upstairs to the costume shop. It was empty except for Cassandra and Clotho. Clotho was making some kind of adjustment to Cassandra's puck costume, which, for some reason, resembled a turn-of-the-century newsboy's. He closed the door behind him. We need to talk. Clotho, as usual, didn't look surprised. Proceed. Why are we here? Clotho heaved a tiny sigh, the first sign of actual emotion he'd ever seen from her. I assume you're not referring to the need for Cassandra's vest to be altered, or for you to lodge a complaint about a pin left in your Pyramus codpiece. He advanced into the room until he could hold onto the edge of the cutting table because his knees were decidedly wobbly. You know I'm not. TD's right. While the Greeks in the company had interactions with the Pantheon, usually as victims, Tova, Wilson, Fred, Kiku, and I had nothing to do with you. Neither did TD. Why us? Cassandra crumpled onto the floor like a bundle of sticks in tweed and homespun cotton. It was my fault. Lonnie startled. Your fault? She nodded. I told them to. He gaped at her. You... But why? Do you ever wonder, Clotho said, gathering scattered pins and inserting them into a pincushion shaped like a tomato, why this place is called Purgatory Playhouse? Because that's what it is. Lonnie licked his dry lips. Isn't it? It is, but not for the reason you think. Clotho met his gaze with silver, pupil-less eyes. It is not you in the company who must work off your transgressions. It's not, but... Lonnie's jaw dropped. The gods. She nodded. They imagined themselves above fate, outside of it, relieved of the consequences of their actions. But they are not. Nobody is. So the dire need that caused TD to find the Magic Emporium was our dire need, not his. She glanced down at Cassandra and placed a surprisingly gentle hand on her shoulder. Cassandra told us that if the gods were ever to be redeemed, we needed this precise configuration of people, this
precise production, this precise time, in order to succeed.
She smiled thinly.
And since the fates are not idiots, we paid attention to her prophecies. We did what we had to do to make it happen.
Lonnie's knees gave out, and he joined Cassandra on the floor.
The others, Kiku, Wilson, and the rest, we were all taken in the midst of our success, but TD, did you engineer his distress, cause him to lose his job, his home, his family, for your benefit? It was necessary. Bullshit!
TD's favorite expletive came easily to Lonnie's tongue because that's what it was.
Give it back. Give it all back, everything you took from him, because using someone who never did you any harm to save yourselves isn't any better than the behavior that damned you in the first place.
Clotho inclined her head.
Should events continue to proceed satisfactorily, we will consider no!
Lonnie and Cassandra said at once. Lonnie stared at her.
Cassie?
Her gaze had gone distant, her hands raised, palms up.
What is it? Tonight, she intoned. You must send him back tonight, else he will be lost forever.
Lonnie set his jaw and glowered at Clotho.
We're going to make that happen, right?
She didn't disagree.
What do you suggest?
So, Lonnie told her. And after the performance, in which Bottom bore a striking resemblance to Romeo channeling both Hamlet and King Lear, Lonnie peered around the corner as TD arrived at the dressing room labeled with Lonnie's name, the bouquet in his arms nearly as big as the wide, hopeful smile on his face. But Lonnie ducked back, pressing himself against the wall, eyes clenched shut, because he couldn't watch TD walk through that door and out of his life forever. Chapter 15. A cold blast of wind buffeted him, knocking TD sideways against a rough brick wall and sending the bouquet toppling to the pavement in a crash of its crystal vase. Horns blared, and a bus, an MBTA bus, rumbled by the end of what was obviously a Boston alley. No. He stumbled toward the street, his boots crunching in broken glass, and nearly tripped over a dark bundle at his feet. Fuck! He aimed to kick at it before he realized what it was. His backpack. And tucked behind a dumpster, his suitcase. He ignored both of them and staggered onto the street. He glanced around wildly, terror disorienting him, until he recognized the shuttered piano store. Thank fuck. He raced for the entrance to Steinert Hall. He had to get back inside. There was still time. His contract didn't end until after the show tomorrow. He'd punch in every fucking code combination in the world to get past the portal. Hell, he had his tools. He'd take that fucking door off its hinges if it meant getting back to Lonnie. But the entrance into the Steinert Hall vestibule was locked. Lonnie pounded on it, then cupped his hands around his eyes to peer through the glass. If he could just get someone's attention, he'd sprint down all 8 flights of... Wait. This can't be right. He huffed onto the grimy window and rubbed the glass with his sleeve, but when he peered through again, he saw the same thing. Or rather, didn't see the same thing. The staircase that he'd taken down to Purgatory Playhouse wasn't there. In its place, an unbroken wall emblazoned with placards announcing the delay of the Steinert Hall renovation stretched from the door to an elevator a dozen yards away. Fuck that noise. If the stairs had been there once, they could be there again. All TD needed was the right magic. Magic. Marden's Magic Emporium. He raced back to the alley and collected his luggage. If that stupid Save Me sack demanded his Charlie card this time, fuck, if it demanded every last one of his possessions, he'd turn it all over for Lonnie's sake. On the train back to Cambridge, TD sat on the edge of his seat, his heels bouncing against the floor until a nearby passenger started beating out a counter rhythm on his thigh. TD couldn't spare enough energy to glare at him, All his attention, all his hope was focused on one thing only: Lonnie. He sprinted from the train station, careened through Harvard Yard, and powered up Kirkland Street, his heart keeping time with his pounding feet. He kept his gaze riveted on the sandwich board on the sidewalk in front of Bean There Donut That, counting the steps as he neared his goal, and praying that the Emporium hadn't closed already for the night. But surely they wouldn't. It was the day before Halloween, their last chance to unload their peculiar stock for the season. TD reached the coffee shop, though, without passing the store. Was he misremembering? He'd thought the Emporium was on the Harvard Square side of Bean There Donut That, but that space was occupied by a laundromat. Was the Emporium on the other side? He hurried past the plate glass window with its view of pastry cases and espresso machines, but on the other side was Savenor's butcher shop. "Fuck the gods!" TD roared, earning him a very dirty look from a couple who'd just emerged from the coffee shop with a pink box full of pastries. He let go of his suitcase handle, and the wonky caster finally gave up the ghost and fell off, toppling the bag onto the sidewalk. TD sank down on it, crossed his arms over his knees, and let his head fall forward. This is what I get for pissing off the gods, for not listening when Lonnie warned me, when... He raised his head and stared unseeing at the coffee shop door. The gods hadn't told him to go through that door. Lonnie had. TD's heart took a swan dive onto his steel-toed boots. It might have been a mistake. Somebody, Zeus, Apollo, fucking Eros, could have done an end run and swapped Lonnie's dressing room for the exit. But Lonnie had told him that the doors in Purgatory had to be clearly labeled, and that one had said Alonzo Coleridge in glittery gold letters. Was that the catch? It was only out here, upstairs, that Lonnie was known as Alonzo. It was a stretch, but TD didn't want to believe the alternative. That Lonnie had tricked him. That Lonnie wanted him gone. That Lonnie didn't love him, after all. He buried his head in his arms, but as he tried to decide whether crying was worth the effort, his cell phone vibrated in his jacket pocket. What the... He hadn't even noticed that he was wearing his jacket. He certainly hadn't been when he'd been standing outside Lonnie's dressing room in Purgatory Playhouse. He reached into his pocket, and in addition to his phone, his hand encountered folded paper. He let the phone go to voicemail. The only person he wanted to talk to wasn't likely to call him on his cell, and unfolded the paper. It was a check. For the full amount of TD's compensation, before he'd negotiated for company meals. His first instinct was to tear it up, but despite all evidence to the contrary, falling in love with someone even more distant than Stephen, TD wasn't stupid. He tucked the check back in his pocket as his phone vibrated again. He answered it without checking caller ID. Hello.
TD, thank goodness. I've been trying to reach you all day.
Yunji's voice was more animated than TD had ever heard. Sorry, I've been out of cell range. Understatement.
I've got fabulous news. Your mother's estate is settled at last, including restitution from the agent who's been blocking us all this time. It's all yours. The money, the house, the investments, all of it.
That's great. TD poked at the empty place inside him that Lonnie had occupied until recently, but couldn't scare up any enthusiasm or relief or joy. Maybe someday. Yunji hummed.
I'll chalk up that very lackluster response to shock. Now, how soon will you be back in Portland? I can have a first-class ticket ready for you whenever you say the word.
TD stared at the sidewalk, huddled so close and yet infinitely far from the place where he'd almost gotten his wish. A job, a place to stay, and a boyfriend who isn't a total tool. There's nothing keeping me in Boston. Not anymore. I'll head for the airport now. Chapter 16, 7 months later. Sunlight in Portland wasn't guaranteed even in summer, but today it filtered through the leaves and dappled the grass as TD took his usual Saturday stroll through the park. The months since his unexpected ejection from Purgatory Playhouse had been weird. On the one hand, he'd never had such a run of luck. Settling his mother's estate meant he had a terrific house in Multnomah Village and enough financial security that he didn't have to work for a while. A long while, provided he wasn't an idiot with his money and could stand to be idle, which, of course, he couldn't. But he'd had a steady stream of freelance gigs, too, starting almost the moment his plane had touched down at PDX. Somehow, though, he still had that hollow in his chest that nothing seemed to fill. It was stupid and selfish and unreasonable to feel disgruntled because only 2/3 of the wish he'd made that day in the Magic Emporium had come true. But he couldn't help it. He missed Lonnie like he'd miss an arm or a leg or a heart. The park was busy today, dotted with tables and canopies for one of the many weekend fairs that popped up in Portland during the summer months. Since he had nothing waiting for him at home, he detoured from his usual path to wander through the booths, his backpack, the same one he'd carried into Purgatory, because apparently he was a sentimental sap, swinging from one hand. He paused at a stand that sold hand-spun alpaca yarn, another with local organic honey, he bought a jar, and a third that featured heartbreakingly lovely floral watercolor paintings. His breath caught in his throat because one of the pictures, a 2-by-3-foot beauty, looked exactly like the bouquet Ganymede had given him for Lonnie that last night. "How much?" he croaked. The artist smiled and quoted a ludicrously low price. TD paid her double. "Could you hold it for me for a couple of hours?" He brandished his backpack. "I don't want to drop it and the strap is broken on this thing."
"No problem," she said. "Although if you're looking for a new bag, there's a custom leatherworker next to the bakery stall over there who does lovely work."
"Thanks, I'll check it out." He had no intention of replacing his pack, but since she'd made the suggestion, he felt compelled to at least look, so he strolled toward the leatherworker's booth. As he passed the bakery stall, he caught the scents of chocolate and cinnamon, sugar and nutmeg, and nearly howled. Because those aromas, the same ones now that's the face of a man who could use a cookie. TD's head whipped around at the familiar voice. "Kenny?" The beautiful, dark-haired man behind the counter said,
"Actually, the name's Gary."
Then he winked.
"How did you? You look like a snickerdoodle man to me."
Gary wrapped a palm-sized cookie in a napkin and slipped it into a pink and white striped bag with the name Nectar and Ambrosia emblazoned on it in bold black letters. TD took it reflexively and reached for his wallet.
On the house. It's time to close up, and the less leftover stock I have to cart away with me, the better."
He winked again.
"And may I suggest you take these as well? They'll come in quite handy if you take a little stroll to the end of the next aisle."
He handed TD another bag.
"Also on the house."
TD peeked inside. 3 dog biscuits. "Thanks." He sprinted across the grass, dodging startled fairgoers and down the road toward a booth for a local animal rescue league. Several volunteers in bright blue vests, their backs to TD, were dismantling the league's booth. A big metal pen held several puppies, tumbling and growling in a heap until they looked as if they were a single furry dog with 3 heads. As soon as TD reached the pen, the puppies stopped wrestling with one another. Their ears came up and they sniffed the air. Then, almost as one, they charged across the pen and pawed TD's backpack through its rungs. "Hey, guys," he said softly. "What you're looking for is up here." He rattled the paper, which caught their attention. All 3 of them raised their blunt-nosed heads and peered up at him with bright, liquid eyes. "Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to give you any treats."
"Ordinarily, I'd say no."
That voice punched TD right in the heart. His backpack fell from his numb fingers and he turned, slowly. Dark curls, fathomless eyes, cheekbones for days. "Lonnie," he croaked. Lonnie's smile was as familiar to TD as his own. He paced across the grass wearing one of the Rescue League's blue vests. Hello, TD grabbed him in a convulsive hug, too tight, too long for a chance meeting in a park. But he couldn't make himself let go. "Is it really you?" he murmured. Lonnie's arms came around TD's back. "I take it you forgive me. As long as you're here, there's nothing to forgive." He froze, his fist clenching around the forgotten bakery bags. "That is, are you here? For... Lonnie kissed TD's cheek. "For us? For good? Yes. If you want me." "Are you fucking kidding me?" TD swung Lonnie off his feet and around in a circle to the yipping excitement of the puppies. "I've wanted nothing else since... What the fuck happened that night anyway?" Lonnie gently disengaged himself. "Why don't you give the puppies their treats and we'll talk?" So TD offered a bone-shaped biscuit to each puppy. "Are they who I think they are?" Lonnie grinned. "If you think they're Cerberus, you're correct. It was one of my conditions when the Fates broke up Purgatory Playhouse." TD gaped at Lonnie. "Broke it up? They didn't poof everybody, did they?" "Far from it." Lonnie reached down and scratched each puppy's head. "For all the Greeks who'd been wronged by the gods back in the day, they were given the option of an undoing, being put back where they were, sans divine punishment, like Artemis did for Actaeon. Some of them took the other option, the one offered to us non-Greeks." "Which was?" "A life, in the time and place of our choosing." He chuckled. "Medusa and her sisters, minus the reptile hairdo and with their beauty restored, started a salon in Hollywood. They're quite successful, as I understand, and in high demand as locticians." "Nice. What about Orpheus and Eurydice?" "They chose to return to their interrupted life. Daphne's a forest ranger in Alaska. She said she was fed up with the Mediterranean climate. Ganny, as you saw, started his own bakery and catering service." "In Portland?" "Why not?" "Good point." TD laced his fingers with Lonnie's. "And you?" He shrugged. "I just wanted you." TD swallowed thickly. "But it's been 7 months. Why haven't you... I mean, did you have reservations about..." "No." Lonnie kissed him then, slow and lingering, and only just SFW. "But spinning up a new life, particularly when your original one isn't completely obscure, takes some effort." He grinned. "Red tape, paperwork, that kind of thing. Plus..." He bit his lip. "I wasn't sure you'd be okay with it. I mean, I kind of tricked you that last day, but Cassandra said you were in danger, so I had to..." "Hey." TD kissed him soundly. "If you say there were reasons, there were reasons." He frowned. "Speaking of Cassandra," Lonnie smirked, "she started her own psychic hotline business. It's so successful she's been offered a cable TV show." TD laughed until his belly ached, but then sobered. "So it worked out all right for everyone?" "Everyone except the gods, maybe." He reached down and picked up a puppy. "Some of them have a way to go before they've achieved total redemption." TD frowned. "Wait a minute. If the Greek victims' punishments were undone, Tantalus, Ixion, all of them?" Lonnie nodded. "Does that mean that all the artworks that are based on the stories are, well, poofed?" "Nope." He handed the puppy to TD and scooped up the other two. "The Pantheon wanted to, but the Fates wouldn't allow it. Clotho said whitewashing their reputations might make them think they were entitled to offend again." "So, they're going to be viewed as total douchebags forever?" TD asked, trying to dodge the puppy licking his chin. Lonnie nodded, grinning. "Call it their own personal purgatory." "Works for me." He scratched 1/3 of Cerberus behind his ears. "So, You're working for the Animal Rescue League now?
I just volunteer with them.
He glanced sidelong at TD.
I'm acting again.
You are?
TD hugged him with the arm free of puppy.
That's great.
But his elation faded.
Does that mean you'll be off on the road somewhere? New York? Hollywood?
Lonnie shook his head, his eyes sparkling. My agent landed me a part in a TV show that's about to start filming right here in Portland.
I'm pretty sure your talent landed you the part.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, Lonnie said dryly. But she's the one who got me the interview.
Still not buying it. Who's this so fabulous agent, anyway?
Actually,
Lonnie's grin turned mischievous.
It's Echo.
TD laughed. You're shitting me.
I shit you not. Now that she can speak again, she can talk anybody into anything. And get this, the show?
His grin widened.
It's about a theater. In Purgatory. This time they both laughed, the puppies yipping along in apparent solidarity.
What do you know? I got everything I wished for after all, with an added canine bonus.
TD slung his pack's unbroken strap over one shoulder.
What do you say we take our dogs and go home?
Lonnie kissed him, quite thoroughly and successfully, despite 3 enthusiastic puppies trying to get in on the action. Now that is what I call moving on. This has been Purgatory Playhouse, written by E.J. Russell, narrated by Greg Bedreau. Text and production copyright 2021 by E.J. Russell. The performance was recorded at Kentswold Studios in Dryden, New York. For more by E.J. Russell, visit the author online at ejrussell.com. If you enjoyed this audio presentation, please consider leaving a review where you purchased it and on goodreads.com. Listener reviews and recommendations are the life's blood of the independent author. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.